is the restaurant's official mascot. That's Dolly by the way.
This is just an advertisement for a chicken sandwich. It was like IHOP when they changed it to whatever.
Dolly, a character that was featured in the Big Boy comic book series from the 1950s, will now be the company's permanent mascot. When you say comic like that, like it's not very good to be sure. It's the local news that we're the headquarters. I'm just kidding, you're right. It's a temporary change to the chicken sandwich. I love how bad you got me upset.
We see Red Dead on the news, so he was circling around the big women's electric bike in a little sleigh.
Now, honestly, I was thinking about like going to buy all those old statues.
Friend gonna protest no justice, no peace inside. I love you, David Lucas. We have fun here tonight. There goes David Lucas, everybody. We're going to keep it moving along here. It's all happening. We're flying through it. We're going back to the bucket.
I was going to say that was the dumbest thing ever.
No, I really did think I misread it. And I was going to say, what's that fake cartoon character? I know. It's crazy. Compared to the real one. Alright, this is exciting. This is this young man's first time ever on the show. He was recommended to us from the great Michael Lair. He was featured in a Michael Lair video last week. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds and an interview featuring Martin Morrow, everyone. Here we go. His Kill Tony debut, Martin Morrow.
Thank you. It's an honor to round out the diversity portion of the show. And like David, I'm also from the South. I'm originally from Birmingham, Alabama, and I get asked all the time where I've been called the N-word the most. And surprisingly, in my 21 years of living in Alabama, it was actually more within 10 minutes near Chicago. It was in Wrigleyville, which was my first mistake. And this white guy was there and he was buying up shots for everybody in the bar. He put his arm around my shoulder and he goes, "Hey, I'm more of a nigga than you'll ever be." And this hands me a shot. And I was very upset by this. I wanted to fight him, but I couldn't have a shot to take. And I realized at that moment that my alcoholism definitely trumps my feelings on racism like that. Sort of that. But then a buddy of mine came in, a little white guy, he's from like the south side of Chicago, bald head, red hair, very angry. He was like, "Hey man, why do you look so sad?" I go, "Oh, I got it. It's wrong with you." He goes, "Don't lower your hands." The thing I learned is that if a white guy from the south side of Chicago tells you go handle something about racism, don't believe it. He's going to make it way worse. Because then he goes, "Hey, you don't have any nigga on it?" No. You know what kind of nigga you said, "No, that chick, you call a fucking nigga, huh? No, nigga, you and me outside right now." For the first time I've ever been confused by racism. I was like, this needs to change. Thank you.
Look, yeah, Martin Morrow. Welcome. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Man, can I just say the band sounds so good with the return, especially of Grover Chris. I mean, what that adds to a saxophone and drums, having a little bass on it. It really fucking kills the dying cat. It's like it numbs the. It's like when they give you a numbing shot before the big shot of something. Like it's like a small pitch instead of a bucket.
It's the only band in show business that gets reprimanded for playing their instruments. Oh, wow, look at these idiots over here doing their job.
We were complimenting you guys.
Oh, yeah, this sounds like a dying cat, the saxophone man in the corner.
Who said that? I can say that. You have a keyboard. It was nice meeting you. Welcome, Martin. So how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 10 years.
10 years. And you're originally from Chicago?
Alabama.
Oh, that's right. But comedy-wise, did you start there?
I started in Alabama.
Okay. And you came straight to LA from there?
Alabama, New York, Alabama, Chicago, Alabama. In Chicago.
It's a lot of Alabama. You're like Forrest Gump. You go around the world, back to Greenville, then out again.
Yeah, a lot of dance.
That'll do it. Hey, wow, you're very quick. It's still got nothing. Jeez, ever since the Viper Big Boy thing happened, interesting. What part of Alabama? Birmingham? And are you like in the city of Birmingham? Or are you in a little suburb?
Like right outside of it, town of
Yeah, I have a friend from where's Willie from?
I don't really know what to say.
You're not a tiger.
Yes.
Huntsville. What's the name of that city? We had a little fucking suburb. It was
Mustafa.
it doesn't matter.
He's with me. So
So close. That's the one. That's somebody else. What made you?
I wanted to start my career as a feature at best. So
That's great. Did you enjoy New York? Like the comedy scene in New York's pretty nice. You get a lot of spots and stuff like that.
yeah, I mean, I was kind of like, I was 21 when I moved there, so it was, I didn't look like a table out there.
The best place ever.
Yeah, I lived in Queens, so I was
Did you go to the skate fest when you were in New York?
No, I was there in 2010, so
Before skate fest.
but I would love to now if I had the money for skate fest.
That's just like what happens.
Yeah, no,
Every 10 more years or so. Yeah. No. No. The skate fest was quite a bit. No fest of any kind. How did you get Michael there?
Second City. I was like the kid before me that he would get high between shows and stuff.
I've asked a lot of people about when they went to Second City and said that, Michael Laird is known in Second City as being one of the biggest assholes in Second City, like a drama guy. Heflin, Alabama. What do you know about Heflin?
Not a goddamn thing.
Oh, okay. So what do you love about Birmingham?
Good food. That's about it. There's not really like a lot to do there. It's like now it's growing. It's like a weird hipster art community. Like a bunch of people moved from Brooklyn to Birmingham. They kind of turned into this like kind of thing.
A lot of racism there.
Yeah.
What's like one of the more racist things that's happened to you? The most racist stuff that's happened to you been in Alabama, New York, or Chicago?
I'd say a tie between Chicago and Alabama. But I think the worst racist stuff happened in Alabama. Like there was one time I was doing a show and this guy came in, he had a cowboy hat on, and like said, "Oh, you look like Sam Elliott." He said, "Shut up, nigger," like that.
Oh,
and,
shit.
And he was like, he flashed his gun at me, and I was like, "All right, there's no one gonna do anything about this." And like, no one just like snatched left.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you been pulled over a lot in your life? Like, do you feel like you're treated weird when you're
Yeah, but then I like I wear glasses, so I think that's when they come.
That's the secret. Glasses are like, when a cop sees it, it's like, oh, okay, shit, he's put that in there once.
Yeah, how you're gonna get me, man? I'm just gonna read a book.
That's right. I love it, man. All right. So, now, how long have you lived in LA?
A little under 3 years.
Okay, what do you do for work?
I'm a copywriter.
I thought you were going to say you're a cop for a second. You kept going copywriter. What exactly a copywriter? Like you just make sure you type in people's copyrights when they ask you for one?
I do like tweets and stuff for different companies.
Copyright.
Yeah, W-R-I-T.
Gotcha.
R-I-G-H-T.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's a living. I got to tweet it. Thank you for the hot ones.
Yeah. When you tweeted her.
I made up like fake rap lyrics about Lord, and she was like, yeah, she was really into it.
Oh, that's cool. Do you meet any other cool celebrities while you're in LA? Or bad celebrities?
I went to Jeff Ross's house once. I think we were there. Yes. And so I was like, I shouldn't be here. And I remember, I made him. It's like 3 years ago. I'm 20 something, and he did it. Whatever. Like they were playing Cisco and all that rooms. And I was like, I wonder what Cisco's up to right now. And everyone was like, this guy fucking sucks. Stop talking.
And you looked at Tony. They were nice shirts. They were nice and deal.
Yeah, it was cool. I like that. Yeah. We're here.
Fuck yeah. Alright, well that's cool. That's fun. How'd you end up getting to Jeff Ross's? Or like, someone took you or something?
Yeah, a friend of mine was like, hey, you want to go to was when we were going to like Barry, it was like a 2 focus out of the tank.
Were there other comedians there?
Oh,
wow. Jeez, must have been one of those Sunday services that he has up there or something. Very Christian. I love it. Any
I like
other?
your very upset with me for calling out that you were there too.
No, it's good. Yeah, everybody here has been to a Jeff Ross party except for Restream.
Oh man.
He doesn't invite people shaped like that. If Broadway is just
Okay, that's the secret. Well, I hope that you find out.
very often they go to shit for that showing up just to swim it.
I guarantee you there were way worse looking dudes there.
Maybe at the party you were I mean, did they come and those special skills or talents of anything?
I play trombone.
Really?
Yeah.
We have an extra trombone there.
Maybe check with some people.
Wow, do you have a trombone?
I did. I bought one off the box about a year ago. So yeah, I got this back over.
That goes from here to like,
Yeah, in my apartment.
do you practice in your apartment?
I do every now.
Neighbors ever complain?
No, they're like cold, so they're cool. Yeah, when I said, hello, since the 6th grade.
I love that. Absolutely. A guest band member. You watched it happen here. Right nearby.
It's really awful.
Hell yeah. I mean, hey, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. You get to have fun for 2 hours. Get that. One big boy closes, another one opens. There he goes. Mark Morrow, everybody. Thank you so much, Martin. Fuck yeah. We're going to keep it moving along. This is it. The final bucket pool. Ladies and gentlemen, I happen to know who is left in the bucket. There's only one name left. This is the final piece of paper that I'm pulling. And they are absolutely kill Tuffy royalty. I have been hit up via social media for like the past 2 or 3 weeks because you know them as the stars of season 1, episode 1 of The Floor is Lava. It's been a long time, ladies and gentlemen, all 3 of them. I present to you the great Jersey triplets. Hell yeah. The triplets. Jersey triplets.
So we've been bowling a lot since the last time we were here. We've been bowling. We've got hair transplants. Actually, we've been bowling at different rates. Like we have different phases now. Yeah, like I have a marriage phase. I have a relationship phase. So I've got to sit on my phase. We broke quarantine about a month ago to go to Lake Havasu, Arizona. Bitch, if you haven't been in Arizona, it's just a retired community of Lake Havasu, Arizona. Listen, the people have been tanning there for about 50 years too long. They all got this leathery skin. They kind of look like new tobacco pouches. We're going out there with a party. It's like, there's going to be some young college girls, you know, get some pussies. And we went to the party channel, and it was literally just old people that were flashing. Like, I've never seen boobs. I don't have bikini before. It's like CBS receipts coming down. The guys are the same exact way. The guys are the same exact way too, man. Their balls just dangle in the water, man. They have these suckers, you know, they're like fishing boards, yeah. That's about as well as I thought I'd do one night. Thank you for having us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited return of the Mersey triplets. The Mersey triplets of the Mersey. You guys have your own theme song. I'm so excited you guys are here. Really? It's been that long? And you can tell you guys have improved a lot. Yeah, since last time. You're getting a little risky.
We could have gotten worse. We could have gotten worse. We legitimately did just get hair transplants.
Really? Three of you?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
So, you guys, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so we just
Oh, you guys are adorable. I feel like your parents almost named you guys that. On Tuesday, this is Wednesday, on Thursday.
we got pictures of it 2.5 weeks ago.
My goodness, that's awesome.
That's why he's got like red skin and stuff.
Well, you guys are adorable. You're all good. Did that all happen after the Forest Lava? Is that thinking on the walk of the chair?
Yeah, all thing that happened. Yeah, we got fun. We got bears.
Yeah, I actually rewatched it today after I hit you guys up and invited you to come on because I wanted to talk about that. It's very interesting. I mean, literally every single fucking day since that came out, there's people.
It's a show. It's like a game show. It's kind of like a game. You can't touch it.
And it's a really big deal because Netflix it's really just them jumping into the game show field for the first time. They're doing it at 1,000 miles an hour. They're pushing it hard right on their front page, and that's their whole, that's their whole marketing thing is they have the ability to sort of shove shows right down your throat. And the Floor is Lava is one that they are certainly doing. You guys got beat by a group of pastors.
Pastors and then one or two twins on we're about 18 years old. Yeah, we got beat because we're short. Legitimately, right? 5'4".
Yeah, low centers of gravity. Everything was slippery. Which one was the one that slipped on the bottom step that didn't squeeze hard enough? Yeah, that was you.
I played the classical music to my face.
Oh man, you really? Are those things sort of soft? Are they foamy?
It's like in between.
Yeah.
A little hard.
Yeah.
I landed on my arm, so it wasn't bad.
Right.
We got turned into a meme.
And the big one, a little linebacker boy was stuck on the triangle of the pyramid for like whatever felt like an hour and a half.
It was about that long. They cut it down a lot. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Spinning around up there. So here's a few of my questions. One is the liquid. Is it warm? Is it cold? Does it taste like anything?
It's pretty warm. It's a good temperature. It's kind of like orange chicken, like that consistency, that sauce.
Okay.
Kind of like that.
All right.
It tasted like the sweet and sour sauce too. So it's kind of thick.
Wow. If it's just covered in sweet and sour sauce, then in that case, I mean, sign me up. Redhead's bed is lava.
Hey, that's boy, it's been a last People either despise us or a few of them like us, but mainly the gay guys that are sliding our DMs.
Really? Welcome to my world, gentlemen.
We got one picture I got was just some guy's asshole. He's like, do you like boy pussy?
Yeah, he wants to be your new lava. Wants to be your gay lava.
We're thinking about starting an OnlyFans because we have so many gay OnlyFans out there, and it's great. Michelle is like a piece of power.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. Like, if you look,
Look at that McDonald's down. It's incredible.
so I think we're gonna sell it as boy pussy and see what we can do.
Yeah, you don't have to do like gay shit. You can just be like shirtless and stuff. Like clean the house and get like suntables on each other.
Yeah, do the splits, do that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But if you guys decide to do the triple suck off with one another, I mean, then you guys are gonna get rich.
A little triangle.
Yeah.
Triangle silver.
Yeah.
You should come and do it if you want to do it with us. We do something together.
Yeah. You know what? Let's get rich. Yeah, that's it. I'll be the caboose for the
You would be right in the front, I think.
yeah, you do the chain. Right. I'm a bunch of Fursy.
First, you're trying to
Certainly. So, not a lot of people know this, but your fourth brother is here. This is William Fursy.
Hey, how's it going, y'all? My name is Jackson, or start. I love these guys. We were in the army together. We were doing spec ops. They were the three twin brothers. I was the redheaded stepchild.
Okay, hand them back the microphone.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to touch it up their way.
Yeah, now we have, there you go, go. So you have one more thing to say?
There was a time in 2005 we were all in Afghanistan, just sort of dreaming of better times at our mom's place in St. Louis, Missouri. But no, seriously, two of our buddies got killed. We are in a foxhole, me and the Marcy twins.
Okay, there you go. Like the triplets, and the Versi triplets. There goes Jackson, Arvell, Stein. For those of you wondering who that was Jackson, Arvell, Stein. I saw you guys on TikTok taking your videos TikTok. That's cool. There was a part where I was thinking about having you guys do some trickery here today. We don't have a camera operator. It's going to have you guys jump from chairs into tables and whatnot. I mean, it certainly is. You guys must feel right at home here.
Is that something that you think now when people recognize you? Like, oh, each other have one thing for us. Haven't done that yet.
No?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are surprised that we're confident.
Because they're like, you guys weren't funny at all. But you were. I thought you guys were hilarious. I loved it. And I think the whole Tony fan base did too. You guys were really silly.
Subreddit was trolling. If you're on the subreddit, we're trolling that.
Oh, yeah, you have to go on that.
Half a word shit.
Yeah, you don't want to go to the thread.
I don't mind it. I don't
Right. Speaking of being shit on, I mean, you guys can do that in your OnlyFans and get rich.
That's true. We charge them. I feel like we get $20. That's why we start off.
Shit on each other's feet. $50. And then you go, the more, the higher up you go, the more you raise the money. Shins is 35, kneecaps 40, thighs 45. And then there's a huge jump if you shit on each other's penises. But then it goes lower again through the midsection and increases again on the face.
Yeah, I mean, I'm game, you know, I've been asked, so you guys have tears and candles.
Catherine disapproves.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Joel.
As a fellow balding man, did you guys ever just think about just like shaving and just letting it go? What was the decision behind it? The fact that we're already short, you know, would be bald as well. So, you know, can't be bald in triplets. And his was the worst by far. He got more hair grafts than we did.
Is this the one that cut it off the back of your head?
That's like what Joe Rogan did. This one, they literally suck out the follicles, did it like individually, and then they replanted them. Sorry, on the back of the head, look like a beehive.
How long's a little bit?
We should use that.
How long's a little bit?
It was, he loved it for 2 weeks. We got it 2.5 weeks ago, so long.
Was it painful?
They done the shit out of you, so it's not like that bad.
Okay. Jesus. Wow, that's frightening.
So it sounds like a lot of cords and a lot of blood. Yeah, in the back of your head.
Holy shit.
Did it hurt when they picked out the... no, they gave us like 3 Valium, and then they numbed your... They were pretty good. I mean, our heads ran for 2 whole days. I mean, flushing. It was the first time I ever did drugs. I'd never done any drugs.
What did you think? What were your thoughts?
I puked pizza immediately out of my nose.
You puked pizza?
Yeah, I puked it. We inside the CB came for lunch, and I shot pepperoni sandwiches out of my nose.
Damn. When you were on these drugs, and you think Tony is a bad person. There you go. That's what happens. If you know me and you take drugs, you see that I'm a bad person. But thank you guys so much for coming. This was incredible. A lovely appearance. And we love you guys. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Am I missing anything?
Subscribe to our TikTok at Versi Triplets.
Versi Triplets.
Versi Triplets on everything. Thank you guys so much.
Check them out on the floor is lava.
Yeah.
I was excited to find out the temperature and everything of the lava and I'm glad I got to ask you guys. Alright, indeed, there they go, the Versi Triplets, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting moment right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is this final regular's first time back at the Comedy Store in a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the great and powerful Michael Lair, everybody. Here we go, Michael Lair. Alright, here he is for the first time back at the Comedy Store in a long time, the great Michael Lair, everyone.
Welcome to Michael Corona, the Corona version of Cripple Heartthrob comedian Michael Lair. I felt raw dog and Magro grow this morning. Thank God no floppy disk. Full hard drive, baby. A Roomba vacuum gave me herpes. She sucked it off the bathroom floor, I think. If you think my voice sounds weird, you should see my cum. It is made of Legos. I'm a strange one. I do not like food. Maybe it's because I have to call Navy SEAL Team 6 if I want to take a shit. I cannot be cancer or me too, because your typical jailhouse Wi-Fi cannot accommodate my needs. The one thing bots and humans have in common: a junk drawer full of RCA cables. My body is just a vessel. I am now in the Matrix, and the rumors are true. Keanu is homosexual. Got my dingleberry sucked by a chair-rigged coffee maker this morning. It's a conflicting experience. Chair-rigged suck is so good, but they so bad for the environment. What is the deal with vocal cords? I mean, are these fucking nuts shut the fuck up already? You know, when I got this incurable disease, I was pretty well bound. But after watching these little white ladies yell Black Lives Matter at African American police officers, maybe I am the lucky one. Thank you very much. That is my time. I'll be playing all weekend non-stop. And the giggling giggling.
Does such a person have the ability to decommission a on one hand, the public without the real police.
Wow, thank you. I mean, holy shit.
Only one who wishes psychology
Thank you.
can decommission
It
a
was. I thought you were doing a ventriloquism thing. I hope that's not the case, but I must say that you are in a bubble right now. You look fantastic. You mean the blueberries? Yeah, and you can't get sick. You can't get the coronavirus, is what you're saying, so you're being but to be honest,
I'm working in I see the city and the city if I listen to it,
You get sun out on the patio. Yeah, no, I love it. That's why you're an absolute assassin, super creator. Always dialed in. A hot streak of murder every single week. Always fitness. Yep.
So go ahead and engage in productive definition of committed, however, again, we should run some of those. Any not only open from the but again,
You can do it. Are you doing it? Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that's so cool. Oh yeah, that's like if someone, like got hit in the head with a baseball and they got to participate in the Special Olympics. Yeah, You're right. That's fucking awesome. Your episode of Jeremiah Wonders came out. That was great. Wow, you guys ride. I mean, I know what you ride, but what do you ride? Furby. There you go. That's some of that classic info. Jeremiah is going to be in the Easter Seals challenge. Well, I mean, I will say that it does add to the compelling nature of the story that you happen to have started stand-up extremely late. We found you on the show with a debilitating disease. I'm saying that, honest, if you want the honest answer, well, I mean, I don't know if I would have made you a regular if it wasn't for the ALS. If you get up and start walking right now, I'm going to lose my mind. Oh my goodness. I heard a rumor that, tell me if this is true at all, but I heard a rumor through the grapevine that you're currently involved in a lawsuit. Wait, what? Okay, how are you the original king?
Sitting here in traffic on the way to my rich mind.
Is this the Queen's the King of Queens?
Oh my god. Some of us are.
Isn't the nanny also from Flushing?
That's right.
Well, I mean, why aren't you suing Fran Drescher then? What about that voice though? I'm noticing that. Noticing this week, I understand. Really pushing up against that plastic really hard. I'm noticing that I understand you a lot better. You've been drinking a little bit less.
What is the definition of a contract? If your contract is someone again, he eats not sharks.
Oh shit! Is that a part of the development of your disease? Oh my goodness! How bad is the sharding bit?
All of the mitzvahs except one. He's not doing that.
Maybe you should think about sleeping in that plastic tube that you're in. Red Band, come on, that's a far noise. How's your son doing?
He's great. I don't want my father. That's when I get lifted. I get caught. I like it. I'm sorry. Please come home.
Yes, we did. Oh, really? Really? Yeah, that sounds horrible. But now you're our starship trooper, Michael. We absolutely love you. Thank you so much for being here with us live on this, the return to the Comedy Store. Follow Michael Lair at Michael Lair Comedy and everything Michael Lair has amazing merch for sale. Here comes the drawing from Ryan G. Email coming right at you. Oh my goodness gracious. How in the world did I forget that? Get a little bit closer there, Ryan. Let's see see what you did here tonight. Oh, jeez, how cool that is. You did it. There's actual trains. There's a lot of train jokes. A lot of it had to do with me getting butt fucked, as with every Monday's episode. Yeah, incredible. He's been auctioning off artwork. It's all at RyanJames.com. He's the house artist. He draws every single episode. And that's tonight's episode, the return of the Comedy Store. I hope the people in the parking lot had a good time. There's a lot of things here, a lot of things switch, the wires, this, that. There's so many different variables here at the Comedy Store. Some things are old, some things are new. Special thanks to Danny Lucas for coming in and running the mothership for us. Big boards, all the power and the neon that happens here. And the fun times continue. My weekend in La Jolla for this weekend just got canceled today. They closed the bars in San Diego today. Jeremiah Watkins is going to Tempe, Arizona, July 30th. Literally a 600% increase in COVID in the past week, but you are scheduled to go there. Yeah, it's not going to happen, but get tickets immediately. July 30th and 30th. I mean, there is literally no chance that happens, but he's coming. So if you're in Tempe or Phoenix and you want to go out and you want to see a show in a public place with a roof, the Tempe Improv, July 30th and 31st. Jeremiah Watkins. What else, Jeremiah?
Thank you.
Denver has a chance.
Denver has a chance as well. As for it, I guess, with Jeremiah last week, Michael there had a great conversation with him on Jeremiah won the last week. And Jeremiah, that's one thing to know. And I think you to the Comedy Store for being open and allowing us to do this great show.
I keep thinking Michael said we're using him. You're using us.
No, I give man.
Of course you do. People have phones out there. Yeah, we couldn't add another string white male regular if you didn't have ALS. You are technically correct. It doesn't change the fact that you're hilarious. Yeah, we're all using each other here. The great girl.
Great to see you.
Drama. Thank you guys. Thank you. So with me back, thank you for the fucking love. It's Bruce Wayne of Kill Tone. Back again. Joel Jimenez was here tonight. He's at Mostly Sorry with the new Mostly Sorry podcast.
Tomorrow we premiere at 5. We did these live chats, me and David Deary. Thanks again for David Deary. Miss him also. He's back.
Yeah, he's back. David Deary's back. Thanks to everybody. Charlie from Vito's Pizza, the Percy Triplets, Martin Morrow, Keely Yolmer, David Lucas, William Montgomery, Michael Laird, Ryan J. Emo, Gino, who kept us afloat in Better Box Studios. We will never put it down. That's for sure. Colette, everybody. Mitch Burrow, and Martin Morrow, and Cackles from the Percy Triplets. We did it. Thank you to everybody who came in the parking lot for this, the first show back from the pandemic, the world famous Comedy Store.
Now, what it is red is rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, but the red is rights. It's righteous. Insomma, lasciamo il nostro levato all'uscita. Oltre che ti ha bisogno, ci fosse più di suo.
Coming live from the world famous comedy store made for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. You know where Tony is.
Here we are again, live from the world famous Brian Red Man. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, Tony?
Good to be here. Happy to be here at the comedy store yet again for another episode of Kill Tony. We have a fun show lined up for you as always. We just ate some delicious Vito's pizza. And I'm very excited to have that in my mouth. The great Ryan J. Emails is here, ladies and gentlemen, drawing tonight's episode live right here at the comedy store. I'm all jacked up on amazing caveman coffee.
Get that new tea they got. That's so good.
The hibiscus tea over spice and kicks it up to a whole nother level. Get all that at cavemancoffeeco.com. Type in the promo code Kill Tony, save some money. RyanJEvo.com has every print available of Kill Tony ever, and it's also being auctioned off as of late. So follow him on social media at RyanJEvo. So yeah, exciting stuff. Right, Red Man. A lot of wild stuff happening.
Good job on fight companion. That was a great episode. You and Joey Diaz.
Very exciting to fill in for the COVID brothers, Brendan and Brian Callen.
Brian Callen's almost dead.
Yeah, it connects the people in that age range very deeply.
75.
Yeah, so they were doing meet and greets after some shows in Texas. Meathead and greets, perhaps, is what it could be called. Meathead and greethead, perhaps we could call it. But yeah, now's a good time to not do meet and greets.
Because just going to Texas alone is pretty
You know, if you want to get a photo with your favorite comedian, now's a good time to learn how to Photoshop. You know, just put yourself in there. You can view your favorite comedian right in front of Mount Rushmore. Or perhaps an ocean, or perhaps a, you really have Stonehenge behind you. Yeah, I have a picture of me and George Carlin outside of the comedy store. Yeah, I got a recent picture with Robin Williams. Anyway. Exciting stuff, and as always here on Kill Tony, we always have the coolest sponsors, and I am so excited to talk about this one tonight because our newest sponsor, Lucy Nicotine, is a company founded by former smokers like us who are finally making tobacco alternatives that don't suck. It's 2020, get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your tins and dip, and go get some Lucy Nicotine gum or lozenges that actually taste great. Now, I still vape sometimes, but I've cut way back thanks to Lucy Nicotine gum. And as you know, I used to smoke cigarettes continuously up until 2 years ago. Both of my parents smoked when I was growing up. My dad's still a heavy smoker at 72. And it just runs through my blood, man. I'm sure they were both smoking when they made me, when they were banging it out. So I have nicotine deprivation just in my blood. So the nicotine means a lot to me, and Lucy gum is a fun way to get it through my system. Healthier, better way.
Yeah, it's almost like a habit that you're constantly wanting to fidget or do something with your mouth. And, those jewels, I'm always constantly puffing on it. And it's easy to great thing about this gum is it tastes great. And once you have it in your mouth, you just kind of chew it once in a while, and it just kills all cravings. I love it. I used to not be able to eat or chew this gum because of the taste. And this tastes amazing. I have the wintergreen.
Yeah, I have the cinnamon. It is unbelievable. It is incredible. The subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month, so simple. It's 2020. Lucy has delivery down. This is the real deal. Use the promo code KILLTONY and you can get your first trial order of gum or lozenges at the lowest price they're allowed by law to charge you. The government has rules against giving nicotine away for free. The team at Lucy is working with us and our partners to get you your first trial order of gum for right around $1 and lozenges at $2. Go to Lucy.co, use promo code KILLTONY at checkout and get rid of your old cigarettes or vape today. And so it continues. Another episode of Kill Tony live from the comedy store begins now. We have 4 pre-selected signups in the bucket. Recommendations from people close to the store, and one new comedian and one that we met during the quarantine that we said should come to the Comedy Store and sign up when things get back, and they are back, so we're going to meet them tonight. However, before we get to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, there is a band on this show. Every week they come in to meet different characters. We never know what they're going to be and what they're going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I do present to you right now the best stand band in the land. It is the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jetsky, Jesse Johnson, I'm so excited about this. This is the first time we've had all 4 band members in over 4 months. Can you believe that? Incredible world, perfectly spaced out, a perfect 6 feet apart, and we are back. What's your name, head flight attendant?
My name's Gavin. You can call me
Gavin?
Gavin.
Gavin, okay. And this young lady, hello, how are you?
Hello, I want to thank you for flying Kiltony. My name's Sandra. I want to remind you, in the unlikely chance that we do crash, that red band can be used as a flotation device.
It's just that we can also use Tony because he is also full of hot air.
Oh, there you go, very good. Absolutely. What's your name, little Mexican blonde?
Excuse me, my name's Dylan, and I'm here to serve you the nuts.
Okay, very good.
I'm getting informed that my name is actually Daryl right now, so it's there.
Wow, this is that high elevations.
Getting it?
That's right. And how about you, bass player?
Oh man, Tony, my name is Chris with a K. I'm the lead bartender on the plane.
Okay, I've been stealing for years. Oh, my goodness. All right. Okay, we have flight attendants here tonight, Southwest flight attendants. I'm very excited about this, and let's have some fun, shall we? You guys want to grab your instruments, because we're about to get this party started right now, and we're getting it started with a bang. Normally, this guy is what we would consider in the business a closer. However, we're going to have some fun tonight and get the episode started with him. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, the Dark Lord of regulars in the history of Kiltony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Blair. Everybody hear the Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Blair. Everyone, here we go. We're gonna move up there. It's very important, that part. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Blair.
Sports illustrated just happened first. Transgender switch to model. She got the job by reading that the other models by using her manpower. Holly Berry said she don't play a transsexual. Hopefully she plays that waitress again. It's a doggy from Billy Bob Thornton. That was hot as fuck and she won an Oscar. That's when the partner you brought to the party. Speaking of party, shout out to Go One Renegade Party for making my boys feel like they can lick all day. Living in the
Sounds great. Ace of Spades from Motorhead with our very own Motorhead himself, Michael Lair, getting things kick-started here.
Yeah, that was awesome. Even better than the band, the fucking audience.
The audience. Yeah.
Yeah, the audience rocks. I love you guys.
Well, yeah, Michael fully hallucinating that there's an audience in the room right now. It's exciting that ALS medicine must be fucking bumping right now.
It's so good. I'm
You get your ALS medicine in an alleyway?
wow, that's dedicated.
Oh, okay. HMO.
I noticed you have like a spray bottle of that for your nurse/girlfriend. No, because of my disease, I get working about.
I love that.
Thank you. Yeah, but I've been working on my physical therapy because the thing is, I can't walk, but I can stand. So I'm working on standing for a sec, and I'll make crazy good change.
Oh shit, you're about to try to stand up right now.
No, I'm fine.
Fuck.
No, I got water socks.
Oh, what are water socks exactly?
They're so annoying.
Spring. That's what the water socks are for, in case you like socks. Oh, water socks.
Michael, are you purposely wearing
Well,
your
some
glasses
of
as you're taking the Bernie's myself?
do not plan to lie when you see it.
Waking up early
So
was
yeah,
my calculation, because I knew I'd be dead before I finished being
How long are we allowed to do that to your body after you pass away? We're in a weekend at Bernie's. Like, how long? Like, we get like 2 months with your corpse or something?
what Patreon you signed up for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I got you.
I like that.
Yeah, sharp as a tack still.
You are sharper than text. You are. Today, and so it continues. Another episode of Kill Tony live from the Comedy Store begins now. We have pre-selected signups as a bucket, recommendations from people close to the store, and one new comedian and one that we met during the quarantine that we said should come to the Comedy Store and sign up when things get back, and they are back. So we're going to meet them tonight. However, before we get to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, there is a band on this show. Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be and what they're going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I do present to you right now the best stand band on the land. It is the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jet Ski Jesse Johnson, Charles Jesse Johnson. I'm so excited about this. This is the first time We've had all 4 band members in over 4 months. Can you believe that? Incredible. We're all perfectly spaced out, a perfect 6 feet apart, and we are. What's your name, flight attendant?
My name's Gavin. You can call me whatever you want.
Gavin? Gavin, okay. And this young lady, hello, how are you?
Hello, thank you for flying Kill Tony. My name's Sandra. I want to remind you, in the unlikely chance that we do crash, that red band can be used as a flotation device.
I love it. And
This just in, we can also use Tony because he is also full of hot air.
oh, there you go. Very good. Absolutely. And what's your name, little Mexican balloon?
Excuse me, my name is Dylan, and I'm here to serve hot nuts.
Okay. Very
I'm
good.
here to inform that my name is actually Daryl right now. So it's Daryl.
Wow, that high elevations. That's right. And how about you, bass player?
Oh, hey, Tony, my name is Chris with a K. I'm the lead bartender on the plane.
Okay.
I've been stealing for years.
Oh my goodness. All right. Okay, we have flight attendants here tonight, Southwest flight attendants. I'm very excited about this. And let's have some fun, shall we? You guys want to grab your instruments? Because we're about to get this party started right now. And we're getting it started with a bang. Normally, this guy is what we would consider in the business a closer. However, we're going to have some fun tonight and get the episode started with him. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, the Dark Lord of regulars in the history of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Laird. Everybody, here we Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Laird. Everyone, here we go. That's very important, that part. All right. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Laird.
Sorry for the delay. Oh, sports illustrated just had their first transgender swimsuit model. She got the job by beating the other models by using her manpower. Holly Berry said she won't play a transsexual. Only she plays the waitress again. Gets a doggy from Billy Bob Thornton. That was hot as fuck and she won the Oscar. Dance with the partner you brought to the party. Speaking of party, shout out to Gold Medicated Powder for making my balls feel like they can lick all day. Living in the moment, no regrets, one regret. I wish my generation had as much passion as this generation for eating ass.
Man, the band sounds great tonight. Ace of Spades from Motorhead with our very own Motorhead himself, Michael Laird, getting things kick-started here.
Yeah, that was awesome. Even better than the band, the fucking audience.
The audience. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, the audience rocks. I love you guys. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Michael, we're fully hallucinating that there's an audience in the room right now. It's exciting. That ALS medicine must be fucking bumping right now.
Man, it's so good. I buy
practice medicine in an alleyway?
Wow. That's medicated.
Oh, okay. HMO. I noticed you have like a spray bottle. Is that for your nurse/girlfriend or?
No, because of my disease, I get overheated a lot.
Oh, that's wow. I love that.
Thank you. Yeah, but I've been working on my physical therapy because the thing is, I can't walk, but I can stand. So I'm working on standing first, and I'm in crazy good shape.
Oh shit, are you trying to stand up right now?
No, I got water socks.
Extra water socks, exactly.
They're so nice.
That's what the water socks are for, in case he collects some socks.
Someone else clipping my shower.
Oh, water socks.
Wearing your glasses like in his parties right now.
We gonna breathe with my company. Cause I knew I'd be dead before I began. Before I finished breathing.
How long are we allowed to do that to your body after you pass away? We're gonna weekend at Bernie's you. How long? Like we get like 2 months with your corpse or something?
What Patreon you signed up for?
Okay.
Yeah, I got you fuckers.
I like that.
I'm sharp as a tight suit. Why, let me snap
You are sharp with the text. You are
Wow. I want Jewish deli. Alright. Hey, how about those Jewish delis? Hey, if you hate the Jews, the Chinese fucking Bibles are terrible. Oh my god, alright. Wow, we got to see what fucking level 30-second city gets you right there. That is some of the best. That's some of the best improv I've ever seen in my life. Fuck you, Jewish delis. That is a big fuck you. COVID took care of them. Maybe I should go for it. But I might not have wheels. I might just be out of old drug addict. Cross your fingers.
Yeah, I will definitely crush my fingers and you learned how to do magic?
Can I show you?
Please, if you're gonna do a magic trick right now, I'll lose my mind. What's an ace of spades, Motorhead? It seems like it. Alright, here we go. Oh, here he goes. Oh, it's happening. Oh, shit. Oh, no. He's making that come out of his penis. I do believe it's comes that hard.
This is my favorite magic trick I've ever seen.
This is This is clearly a side
Now,
effect of
however,
ALS.
It's,
You can't smell balls without an ALS.
That is an incredible magic trick. It seems as though he's pulling white plastic out of his penis, which the craziest part of this magic trick is that he's covering his penis and he still has his pants on, so it's crazy. It's going through his pants and there it is, and he did it all while laughing very hard. Most magicians don't laugh that hard during their own tricks, but yeah.
Promo Chris said is that his hospital
That
bill receipt.
case number 2, same thing for $18,000.
He
deserves us all for the smell.
Oh my god, that is so fucking funny. My god, you are a man of so many talents, Michael there. It is absolutely incredible. Now you can add comedy, improv, magic, yes. And you're doing something with film as well, right? What do they suggest to you, Jewish deli? Yeah, definitely. That's all you. So you're gonna do a monologue tomorrow?
Why should it be us? But tonight,
That's for Easter seals? Easter seals? Let's talk about that set a little bit. Were you talking about? I lost a part of it. So you were talking about Angelina Jolie? Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed that part. I got back up in gold bond power though.
I was using gold bond recently, and I guess my balls got so sweaty that it just made like a towel.
Oh wow, that's mainly fucking
Smart facts at your seat.
This episode is sponsored by Vito's Pizza. Get your Vito's Pizza impression.
Oh my god, when do you put the gold bond on yourself or you have someone do that for you? You put that on yourself. I picture your balls just look like the table from Scarface, just a big white pile of You have a $1,000 monthly room on that? Oh, gold bond budget. I thought you said robot budget. Yeah, you're doing good. This is great. I love the look. I love everything that's going on here. So now that I know it was Halle Berry, what did you say?
Halle Berry is turning around and playing tricks in the reverse. I hope she plays that male waitress again. Where's it doggy from Billy Bob? Cause it was harvest fun and she won a nice
And then when you say this generation eating ass better than our generation, so like you're talking about the people that are kids now, I don't know. I really don't see. I don't think it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Well, I mean, it just I feel like this future generation, they're being raised with iPads and things like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what the kids are doing nowadays. How do you know this? Wow, look at that. It's got a little bit of that Delio right on your face.
Yeah, I think it's true because they're watching all the craziest parts. The kids are looking at play with
You're absolutely right. That's a really good point. Ass eating's like just fucking, that's first base for the show.
Ass eating is the new missionary.
Yeah, man. I wonder what's next. I wonder where do we go from here? If they're desensitized to that level. How's it going out in the parking lot, Mike? Everything's good? 2 thumbs up. Shout out to the audience that's live in the parking lot right now joining us. It is wild times here at the Comedy Store during this new normal. They're calling it So, Michael, you eat ass and you had your ass eaten, is that correct? Which one do you prefer the most, eating ass or having your ass eaten? Modern day, Michael, they're getting your ass eaten. I'd imagine there has to be a little bit of cleaning that goes on before it can be eaten.
There was a hole cut out of the seat of his chair.
Oh, wow. Why never again? You didn't like it? What did it do for you?
I just noticed something Michael does I've never noticed before. A lot of times he has his hand out, just like Yoda from the Millennium.
Yeah, he's the Force.
Yeah, little baby Yoda with his hand out.
Wow, I actually felt something when you did that. I felt a little tingle. Oh my god. Whoa! God, that is incredible. Do it one more time. Hold on 1 second. Okay, give us a second. Okay, do it one more time. Whoa! You really hear the sound of it. Oh, okay. He's not doing anything. None of this is working. Stop. Everybody stop. Michael, anything else? Making a funny face. Fred Rover?
What is going on?
I
hate when I don't talk to you because I'm not drunk or the laughing is because the this is so
I mean, we wouldn't change a goddamn thing.
you love me, you guys
Lights out, clear, everybody. Here we go. Wow, that's a way to get the party started here tonight. With the beautifully great comedy stylings of Michael Winter. Everyone loves that. There's a little switch to the batting order for you tonight. Starting out with a cleanup hitter, power hitter, right from the get. We have some wacky signups tonight. I'm excited to see what happens here. A lot of new faces.
Are the comedians that are in the bucket actually in here?
They are a couple are in the back there, and the others are outside patiently waiting.
That's like 20 seconds.
Whatever happens, happens. But your first comedian, we met him over the quarantine. This guy is a roast battle extraordinaire. This is one of my favorite roast battlers. He's probably already on his way to the stage. If there's a 20-second delay, ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely one of our favorite people that we met over the quarantine. A true California native, the one, the only, Los Digits, everyone, for his first time live in the main room of the Comedy Store. I'll be back again, leaving on a jet plane. Yeah. Los Digits, everybody, here he is. Right there, right there, right there. Here he is, one more time for Los Digits.
What's up?
Should I start moving it now?
Hey, you can tell how Mexican is what? Those Mexicans don't really keep jobs, man. We got a lot of fucking jobs. See, I've been fucking working at the taco truck here. It's hard out here. And now they, man, you gotta be skilled on some weird ass shit, man. I got fired for not flipping tortillas right. And that's kind of like fucking disrespect to my own fucking family back then. I was raised with, I was raised with the business, you know. I was fucking raised, man. When this bitch told me not to flip a tortilla, she said, oh, I said, what the fuck, bitch? How do you not know how to flip a tortilla? See, I don't know if there's a tortilla college out there that's teaching this kind of shit, man, but I want to be more because when I flip tortillas, man, see, there's a long bit about tortillas because, see, I got one flip with tortillas, man. So there's a lot of shit, you know, a lot of compassion when it comes to tortillas, man. And I hate cats, man.
There you go, Los Digits with 60 seconds and a little bit of change. Stay right there, Digits. We're going to interview you now. That set was incredibly Mexican. That was so Mexican that made Joel Jimenez look like a blonde flight attendant named Daryl. That's how Mexican that was. A lot of tortillas in that set.
Yeah, man, I fucked it up. I'm gonna do some other shit with all this shit.
Like, is that a true story?
That's a true story, man. I
Fired because you wouldn't flip the
because I didn't know how to flip a tortilla right, man. I mean, the regular hair style. I was doing the raw way, man. I was working at a taco truck in LA, man.
What did they tell you that you were supposed to do? Use some of
That I was slow, man. I was like, what the fuck? What's the science behind this? The eating science, man. I was fucking fast as fuck.
Is that what you I feel like you wore that inside the taco truck sunglasses all now?
Well, that's pretty much what they keep me up.
Everything's good, dude. Excited to have you on the show.
I actually wrote, man. I wasn't feeling this bad, so I just fucking.
You know what? It's good. Sometimes you gotta call out of us and whatnot. What are you sipping on there? You got a little bit of
Man, that $5 beer, that's fucking.
wow. What are they selling for $5?
Like,
My goodness, $5 only for a drink in the comedy. I love it. That's incredible. They are turning $4.99.5 profit for every There he is. Joel, have you ever met Los Digits before? You guys are both Mexican. You probably smoked in the same car at some point.
How did you know that?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm hard.
Digits, what's your living situation during this quarantine? Yeah. You use it by yourself?
Yeah, we're right off downtown LA, but I'm flying like
back and forth. I'm like, just working out there in the valley, in the Coachella Valley, staying out there with my brother, and then going back to downtown.
So that's cool. I'm up here for a couple of days. What's your brother do?
My brother, he's a fucking IT or something. He's a pretty good band. Yeah.
Awesome, man, bro.
That's cool.
Ain't no
Do you have a girlfriend right now?
Man, not at the moment. I don't know. I don't like that.
This is Gavin. He's a gay flight attendant. Gavin, what would you do to digits if you had a chance? Oh my goodness. So, how about your love life? What's that been looking like, digits?
I mean, it's alright. I get some here and there.
You on like the dating sites or something like that?
No, I got my real life shit.
What do you do when you go up to a girl? Like, what's your opening pickup line?
What's up?
Oh, I like that. I like that. Sometimes you gotta talk down to him, let him know who's boss. Call him right away.
Okay, you can't let him have that high horse, so come on.
Somehow you're harder to understand than Michael Lair.
I can do my improv.
I think you are. It's weird.
I think it's against it. Tortilla. Okay, I'll get it. You want to get a tortilla?
Digits, you ever get in trouble with the police?
Yeah, I've been a couple times.
Yeah, like
I
there's
used to like graffiti, right?
Oh, that's right. I talked about religious. Yeah. You ever do any famous graffiti that we can see around town? You ever draw like Kobe Bryant or anything like that? Yeah, I think so. During the looting a few months ago, I think I saw some of your work.
Yeah, I got shoes for sale too, man. Oh, what are you talking about?
But bro, what else about you? What else do you do? You know any magic tricks or anything like that? Yeah, do you have any like special skills or talents?
Yeah, actually, I used to do acting when I was a kid. Yeah, that's 20 I remember, right? It only works with like
That's fun, dude. That's exciting. What car do you have?
I can't read it.
2000, it's on a mechanic. You don't know how to fix cars. If something happened to it, what would you do? You call AAA a lot? Yeah, absolutely. Have you modded out your car? Oh, yeah, that's you got like neon inside your interior.
Number two.
You're a fan of the Raiders, right? And the Dodgers. Raiders, you like the Diaz brothers? Those are your favorite fighters? Name another sport. This is my talent. You name a sport, I can tell you digits. Favorite athlete. Salt. I'm gonna go with Mexico. Yeah, nailed it. Very few special skills and talents. If I was the guy on the show, there you go. But, if I was on the show and somebody asked me what my special skills and talents would be, I would say that I could tell you any digits favorite athletes. Do you sleep with something like a teddy bear or a special Really? I fucking knew something in my gut made me ask this question. You are like you are a caricature of a wild Los Angeles Mexican man. You sleep with a pitbull. What's the pitbull's name?
It's actually fun, but she named him Butt.
No, I mean, he got even better.
And
He skates
he's
around because
that's
I
a
named
good
him Blood just because, weed,
That's a good coach.
And then I was just like, well,
That's what I mean.
so it's called
Say,
Blood.
you know how much shit on this roast. You know, shit on
His buddy good with other dogs. You ever take him to the dog park? Oh, Jesus. I feel like this is a bad dog. Does he wear the same sunglasses that you do? Tendons, I love you, man. You are hilarious. You are a serious man. All right, cool. Well, I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Digits live from the Kill Tony and the Maker of the Comedy Store. Thank you, Digits. Fuck yeah. The great Los Digits. Fuck yeah, man. Everything's we have lift off. We have reached our altitude. Even though they got their seatbelts. Crawling so far with the joke that I have the long receipt joke coming out of Michael Laird's. What was that? Like that? Come on. Oh, your seatbelt. Okay, pull another name out of the bucket. Ladies and gentlemen, this is this guy's first time on the show. I found him, I discovered him in David Lucan, one of David Lucas's videos. He is here tonight to make his Kill Tony debut. 60 seconds and an interview from Jason Rodello. Everybody, here we go. Yeah. I just want to fly so high, way up in the sky. Yeah. Oh boy. Baby, put your arms around me, baby. There really is a 20-second delay. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the Kill Tony debut of Jason Rodello. Riots, pandemics, Will Smith marriage problems. These are issues that I will not be discussing, but instead I'll tell you about my amazing wife. I know it's hard to believe I'm married. Wrestling and just makes shitty TikToks for a living. Masturbates to Ed Sheeran music. I'm a marriage guy. With my wife in Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan. They love Asian. The sweet Russian. So they're the holy grail of wet dreams for red men. Am I right? Come on. Violent Asians. Juicy Asian. Big tits bouncing. Oriental. Anal. Fucking. 5.5-inch deep throat. Asian mom teaches daughter how to suck cat. Alright, there's Jason Rodello, everybody. Can I just say real quick that sounds like a nightmare in Asian that speaks Russian, something beautiful when the Muslims accents in the room. The Russians, you don't like a Russian accent? No, that just makes me like I'm on a man. Oh yeah, it's okay. Man seems like it fits, like a dangerous man, like a James Bond spy. But a woman, you finally found what kind of dude red bands in. So yeah, I would admit it. Yeah, what about Red Man? What about Chris said? What about
She won with an 80s now. Now that I can get into.
I love it. So Jason Rodello, first time on the show. You were the first person in the history of the show that was born without a forehead. Definitely didn't know that. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. There's one back there. I like your style, dude. I like
Lady
it.
gave me that note too.
For a second, I thought you had a bicycle helmet on, but now you moved it back. I see there's a little something there. So, I like his hair. It looks just like mine.
Appreciate you.
Was that it? You just like
It's more for the visual.
Johnson, I had no idea. I literally turned around like, what the fuck did I saw? Jason, fuck yeah. How old are you, dude?
25.
Yeah, so that you do is the future. So let's go back. Let's ask a question from earlier. Michael Mayer brought up this generation. Are they eating ass? Are you eating ass? And you had your ass eaten?
Absolutely. The ass eating is my ass eating.
Right. I'm covered in hair. She's covered in hair. I see your forehead. I can't imagine.
Now you just got to.
There you go. You know what that sound means? She's covered in hair. But you eat ass, huh?
Occasionally, yeah. When I'm in the mood. It has to be a spicy night.
What do you mean by spicy night?
You know, honestly, I was just not spicy nights.
Drink the soda.
Yeah, exactly. Special occasion, you know.
Not on the table. It wasn't even an option. It was consistent. Bad decision. Nowadays, it's like the most exciting thing you can do. It's like proposing to the girl, basically. It's like, I will eat your ass and clench up on your tongue. Oh, God. Every man does it. Maybe literally makes me so vomit.
I'm getting that workshop.
I love it. Can you show us what it looks like, what your face looks like when you're eating ass? Oh, wow, okay. All right, that's pretty good. You got that?
He knows.
I like it. So, Jason, you're 25, you're born and raised here in Los Angeles?
Yes, sir. Currently residing in Studio City. Yeah, Studio City.
Yeah, Studio City. You beat that studio shitty. What do you do for work?
I'm a professional dancer / choreographer.
Get the fuck out of here.
Sort of, yeah.
Are you serious? Can we get a little sample? Wow. Oh, wow. God damn, that is incredible. How long have you been doing that for?
Since the age of 13.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we see some of your dance moves?
Me, Jeremiah, we can do this. I need you. Yeah. Anything that you do. That is exciting. Gavin dancing to the song I Need You from Jeremiah Watkins.
Check it out on his YouTube page. It's a great
Debuted this week. Number 2,045 on the Billboard chart. I will say this. Is that song might be one of the catchiest
So,
gun
I wonder
names.
what
I can't stop saying my head.
I always have to make the face that you make when you say the I word. There's this face that you make me go, yeah. He makes the same face that he did in his Black Lives Matter video. That serious. He gets serious. Jeremiah can be one of the silliest people in the world, and he can get serious like a motherfucker. That will never not break me right in my fucking back. Oh no! Oh shit! He actually is. We're in the sky right now. Where to go? I really does have to put money in his meter. Fun fact for you listeners.
We should talk about that because, like, before the show started, he goes, "It's a 2-hour meter," and he goes,
And we're all in the room, scattered around in the part of the show where we're eating pizza, all 6 feet away from each other. Thanks to our great friend Charlie from Vito's Pizza. He brings pizza every single week, multiple pizzas of different kinds. We're all addicted to pizza. Everybody knows that. Anyway, and at one point, while we're all just sort of, getting ready, but, mentally preparing, Jeremiah goes, Tony. And I go, yes, Jeremiah. And he goes, my meter's up at about 850. What should I do? And I'm literally like, what the fuck? Put money in here? Like, have any one of the 70 people here put money in here?
Like 5 minutes before we started the show, just put 2 quarters in.
Yeah, or 2 hours worth, really. Just any amount of money, really. Just really do anything.
And like, we're talking about this right now while he's walking through the audience and everybody's looking at him like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
He's probably stopped and watching this right now, being projected on the back wall of the Comedy Store. He's like, who are these guys? Okay, all right. I love it. So, Jason, you're on the show for your first time. What's something else that we'd be interested to know about you? A fun fact about Jason Rodello that would surprise us. Your dancing has me very surprised. How did you learn how to do that? How does that come up in your life?
Yeah, so initially I started dancing from a Chris Brown music video that inspired me from the beginning. It was like a dancing vampire, it's called Wall to Wall.
Yeah,
And then, from there, I saw the reaction I got from my friends, and it was just a feeling I couldn't escape. Anyone doing comedy or something they enjoy doing.
Yeah, that's super cool. You blew people's minds like at weddings and big events and shit.
Absolutely. Even bigger, man. You teach classes. International thing. That's how I met my wife. I mean, I can get into it if you like.
That is so cool. And your wife took a dance class from you?
Yeah, she owned a studio from the area that I met her in a different country. That's all right, man. I think you would learn Spanish.
I do that accent, man. That's the only thing that turns me crazy.
Look at any beautiful Russian model, the most beautiful woman in the world. The second she opens her mouth, like, it's okay. Redman only likes Russian dudes and Russian salad dressing. Those are the only 2 types of Russians. Russians, what? That's basically Thousand Island.
Yeah. What's weird about French salad dressing?
What's weird about it? It's like ketchup. No, it's not. It's not like ketchup. I like it. I don't know what flavor it actually is, though. What is the flavor of French? No, it's not. It's not ketchup and mayo Cheetos.
It's kind of like sweet and sour chicken, but
Yeah,
something's
it's
missing.
close to that. David, do you know the answer to this? Yeah, I feel he's getting closer to sweet mustard than anything else. Jason, how do you know David Lucas? I saw you in a couple of his videos.
This is
I know it wasn't from a dance class.
Absolutely not. It was, I saw him. I got into the show during the quarantine, surprisingly, and I just fell in love with him immediately. Watching every episode, wow, and again,
I can't believe we made a fan during the quarantine.
during the quarantine, fresh off the queue. And then one day,
Can you almost get back the 30,000 fans we lost?
oh yeah,
So French dressing is a creamy ketchup-based dressing. Yeah. No idea. That's right. It's made of oil, vinegar, ketchup, and sugar.
Ketchup is in the
Wow, that is
What is the
what for cheers?
I mean, I only really remember French dressing from like old-timey salad bars. Like that would be the one that I picked long ago. I'm talking about Ponderosa. Remember Ponderosa? Yeah, I know Ponderosa. They have those in Vegas. Wow,
French dressing and fries might be good.
yeah. All right.
So yeah, it's in Studio City. Yeah, I'm not part of the Restream and I stopped him. But you know what? I knew how to not keep it like creepy. I was just like, hey, but look, it's Kill Tony. I have a fan. Hey,
Oh, wow, that's so cool. So you actually recognized it from Kill Tony? Oh, well, there you go. Fuck yeah. All right, Jason, it was nice to meet you. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Rodello, everybody. There he goes.
Put your arms around me, baby. Put your arms around me, baby. I just want to.
Yeah. All right. 2 bucket pulls. That means we are ready for another regular, ladies and gentlemen. It is that magical time of the show where we get to see one of our favorite joke writers, one of the literally, probably definitely the greatest roasting regular in the history of the show. One of my favorite people, just a great comedian, a great guy. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, David motherfucking Lucas, live in the flesh at the Comedy Store. Here he is, the real deal, David Lucas.
The scariest thing about the coronavirus was not getting pneumonia. The scariest thing for me was losing my sense of taste and smell. Like, man told me I can fry chicken and not smell a motherfucking thing. I got that mask back on. But I don't hate masks. Like, oh no, that mask will make women look so goddamn good. Like, as soon as you cover up her mouth and her nose, this bitch is attractive as fuck. Like, I think we need to keep masks for another 10 years. I might fuck around and get married. This bitch can't say shit. She can't even breathe that good.
No, take the job, take the job, get the money, and come up with you.
I want to get coronavirus just to lose weight. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I didn't get coronavirus for like 6 weeks. That's my new diet plan. I'm sure.
Fuck yeah, David Lucas. Absolutely.
That shit went fast as hell with no audience. I timed it out. It was a minute and 15. Then I come here, that shit was 45 seconds.
That's quick time. You never know when it's going to go down. But it was sad, fun stuff all about the corona. I believe it. I don't think you would, I don't think you're one of the guys that would lose your taste and smell. Let's check in with Sandra here, because Sandy is fresh off of actually having the coronavirus. And from what I understand, you just lost your sense of smell.
Just my sense of smell.
That's it.
Sometimes I would remember smells and I wasn't sure if I was smelling it or was remembering.
Wow, that's weird. You said you didn't lose taste, but you can't smell it. You can't taste things. So you lose it.
But I could.
Right. Yeah, it's like,
Makes no sense.
They no sense. I still can't really smell.
really? Wow.
You might be Mustang.
I can reach.
You can breathe.
Probably shouldn't do that.
You know how you got it? You could say it seems like you didn't get it from any of us because we all lost it.
But yeah, because none of us had it. Right?
Nobody's gonna care.
Welcome to another episode of Dr. Redman.
When Red Band found out I got it, his first word was, "You're a dirty girl."
I think I I said something else. I don't think it's important.
Dirty.
Dirty more. We know that you didn't get it from any lunch. So, wow, this is interesting. On a very ass-eating heavy episode of Kill Tony, it got started with Michael Ware. I think we're finding out that now with no sense of smell, perhaps Sandy, the flight attendant, has now been eating ass.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. Everybody knows that. Turkeys and ass eaters. That's the noise that they make. Gobble. Have you eaten ass before?
No, but if I lose my taste, I might go in there.
Tony eat ass with a knife before.
Oh, come on, David.
Get in and sharp and all that type of shit. I table men who eat ass.
Right on the jump.
Let's hear it, Bob.
Go ahead, Gavin.
Oh, no. When I went to go refill my meter on the way out, David kind of shouted at me. He goes, hey, it worked on my meter, too. And I was like, yeah, it's no, he's funky wrecked.
Wow. You really have to put money in your meter?
Yeah, because we didn't work at the same time. So I'm like, hey, bro, you take your ass out there, I'm about to go next, but my shit about too.
Damn. What do you ever put any of your chocolate coins that you keep on you at all times in the meter?
Maybe get your ass a money.
I know. They will. You can't put those in the meter.
You gotta pay a deal, don't be for that shit to turn on.
Dildo meter?
You gotta put up the money.
That's a real reach.
You gotta put up more than your bed. You know what, baby? Just the deal don't pop up.
All right, I'll ask you this. Yeah, that's actually true.
Tony got me chained. That's the good chain.
What's your sleeping situation? You sleep in a food trap, something like that?
Get the fuck out of here. Sleep in a net and a sleeping bag naked.
Sounds good, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually really cozy.
Tony sleep next to the phone constrictor.
That's actually true. I would constrictor his name's Buddy. I just need his Buddy.
You a name of snake into.
Okay. All right. Not all of us.
Nobody is here. Goddamn, this shit.
Not all of us are lucky enough. I mean, do you have any pets?
My kids. Really cute.
Oh yeah. You have one of those pet kids.
I got an STD kid.
Damn. Quite a bit. Did you just have a new kid recently? Is that a rumor that you have a new baby? Someone said I can't even hear that kid. I did. Oh.
You said I know
Right, especially with your mouth to feed, that's a lot. Dildo. Alright, so what else is going on, David Lucas? What were you doing in that hallway when you met Jason Ronaldo?
I was at my brother's house.
How many brothers do you have?
Just one.
He lives in Studio City. What is that? Oh shit. Damn, so he sells CDs at Hollywood Highway. Damn, you don't know exactly what he does. He just tells you. Oh,
Vintage t-shirts.
Oh, okay.
With the people.
Something like that, yeah. So what he really does, like, he goes, like, you know, we got hella places that they sell, like, secondhand clothes. So he'll go get them, like, take them to the dry cleaners and sell them for like $150.
Damn.
He buy them for like $20.
Damn.
Because everybody doesn't have access to that. That works for United States, but in LA, we got a whole bunch of these products. You can check all this now, you turn it in, and then you can sell them online.
It's a profitable business. Your brother's flipping clothes like digits flips tortillas. What's that? What do you wear? What is that tie-dye?
This is for real brand.
Oh. Okay. How much does something like that run?
Like 85, 90.
Even for your size? It's not more?
Fucking Wi-Fi cable.
That shirt is actually the sleeping bag that I sleep naked in. So nothing's changed since last week. Except for you may or may not have had a new child.
I had a new child last week. I can guarantee that. What happens if I damn man?
I feel like that's a true rumor. How exactly? It might be. I don't know. This is one of the more suspicious moments in the history of David Lucas being up there.
I got one question. Black man, y'all was not the white guys in the white community. Like, why y'all don't assume black man again?
They come out like puddles. They can't form it.
So Michael ain't got no right to look at it.
He's not being son of new kids at all. It's just, Michael does? What do you think? He doesn't have a vagina.
Oh, he works now.
Shit. He needs to board the flight first, obviously. You had sex with a midget?
No, nigga, you didn't listen. I said I've never been on an airplane with a person in a wheelchair. I've been on a plane.
I've been on a plane with a midget before as well. Were you with me on that? Is that one? I know I just must have told you about it, but
You tell me anecdotes. I just listen.
anyway, there is a comedian who is a midget, and one time we were on the same flight, and he was actually one row ahead of me, which, street cred is you always want to be in front of people. And I remember he was, hey, Tony, he was in the row in front of me, and across the aisle, and I remember being like, fuck, I can't believe he has a better seat than me, right? And then right as I was, like a minute after I was jealous of his better seat, he stood up on the chair and adjusted the air vent like he was changing a light bulb, and then I'm like, I'm not jealous anymore. I will never forget that moment. And you have not held in a laugh in your life until you see a midget turning off and standing up on a chair. Oh, I know. I almost had to throw up in one of those park bags. It was incredible. Dude, they are natural hogs. Yeah. I mean, the best flashlight ever. If I was like in the desert, like by myself, if I was in the desert by myself, like 3 hours into a mushroom trip, like a hot midget that appeared out of nowhere, I don't know, I might do something. I think that'd be hot, just like, I guess, what would you do? What would you do?
I
I thought about it. It just hurt like that. You think midgets are like kids? Well, I mean, that's what I was thinking. Like, I was imagining her like riding me, but then it'd be like, oh, like a little kid. I don't know. Oh my god, it's disgusting. And I think I'd have that as much as it seems funny. Somehow redhead made having sex with a midget even more gross than everything else. Oh, come on. I take the purple microphone. I thought it's official price of that shit. Pink shirt on. I want the microphone.
Bro, you got two dolphins kissing on the animal.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to be able to wear this hat until somebody released their comedy special.
I love what Tony like. Okay,
love it, absolutely. We do. You are turning more and more into a big bundle of cotton candy every second that you stand there.
getting stronger too, bro.
I love it. You've been working out? What have you been doing? Lifting food up to your mouth? All right, David, so much fun. Good to have you again. Thanks for doing this, everybody. On to the next one we go. Alright, your next comedian this is also his first time on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man I met a few days ago here at the Comedy Store. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him. It's Mouth Shut, everyone. Mouth Shut. Here we go. Mouth Shut, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, you. Mouth Shut. Step back from that ledge, my friend. Step back from that ledge, my friend. Step back from that ledge, my friend. Step back from the ledge, my friend. Step back from that ledge, my friend. Step back, my friend. All right, here he is.
So the other day I was walking around and I was walking by this alley and I heard some noises and I went in there just to check it out. And this buff ass prison rat fucking everybody corner. So I'm like, that's the tiny close, alright? And he's just smash it. I get even closer and I notice everybody's dead. So it's hard to get my car. So I get even closer. You gotta see right next to it. They don't give two fucks. This rat is just bashing the shit out of these brothers. Eventually he finishes. They God walks away and looks like he's about to smack me. He's got a pop on his head. You know, I talk about it. It's like, wow, if you want famous, you're pussy. No one was watching. The second thing I thought about was my wife works in my company.
What the fuck? Moha. Alright, Moha. So you saw some guy doing what?
I saw my best friend.
You saw a buff-ass rat having sex with a raccoon. A dead raccoon. Is this a true story? Why? How did you make this wild tale up? This is like a horrible pitch for a Pixar movie.
It's an episode of the Moon Dogs Midnight Game.
This is the first time I didn't even know how I came up with it. It was large.
And in his defense, he usually has stools on him.
Usually what? Just repeat that again for
He usually has a stool to pump. He's doing the joke about the rat fucking the dead raccoon.
Is that true? Do you normally do that down if you're on the stage? Oh, okay. Well, the second time ever performing. Where was the first open mic? Oh, okay. And how many people were in the room in San Diego? Wow, that's interesting. So tell us more about you, Moha. Where are you from?
So I'm African.
Really? What kind of African are you? There you go.
African Somalian.
Oh, Somalian.
I was raised most of my life in Sweden, Stockholm.
Alright, so you're from Somalia. Alright, what was your child? How long have you been in America? 12 years, okay. You came with your whole family or just you? Wait, what about Seattle? Okay, why Seattle? What made you pick there? Your family was in Seattle? Oh, your aunts, okay. And what your parents do for a living? Stockholm, Sweden. Oh, okay. You know, that's not a place. Stockholm syndrome's not a place.
Yeah, what he said. Now, just do it. Are you a flight attendant or a flight attendant? You can't even.
Okay. So, why is your mom live in London if your dad lives in Stockholm? Oh, wow. So, how did they end up separating? Did they separate and then she had a husband, or did she cheat on your bus driving father? Okay. How old were you? How old were you when that happened? Maybe 10 years old. And, okay. How did that make you feel when your parents said they were separating? Alright. Okay. That's fun. So you lived with your aunts in Seattle. Your aunt Tifa and your aunt Eboni's. So those are quarantine jokes that are aunt Tifa and aunt Ebon.
We see the title just in Southwest Airlines.
Oh my goodness. So, how's your love life been since you've been here as an American? You're single right now, but you still getting laid, hooking up with white women? Wow, that's what you're into. You are black, right? A lot of white people are into fat asses nowadays too, though. That is, it's like rap music. It used to be just black people were into it. Now everybody's into it. Yes, white girls figured it out. Back in the day, the only way for a white girl to have a fat ass was by eating a lot. But now they realize there's one exercise called squatting that in which you can actually grow an ass.
So cheap in Mexico. It's like 2 chicks for like $500.
It's like a wow, is that true, right, man? That you moved into did you get some? Is that where you got your scrub?
But I had this idea to make a pillow out of his plants, like a moon pillow. And I was going to buy native plants, and I found that you can buy them from Mexico pretty cheap.
That's literally like fucking 1,000 McDoubles. My goodness. What do you like to, what's some of your favorite American cuisine? You're from Somalia. They are usually very hungry over there, so you must have, quite the appetite. What do you like here in America? What do you like to eat other than thick white girls' asses? Chicken. Fried chicken. Oh, wow, that's shocking. Steak. Chicken, waffle, steak. Everything except for pork. No pork. Why no pork? Oh, you are, okay. Heck yeah, so. Do you have a Muslim sound effect? Okay. All right, that's enough. That's very long.
Please blur my face off this party.
Alright. So do you, is there, you have like a Muslim church that you go to? What are those called again? Yes. What would you have? Okay. Alright. You ever take any flight classes or anything like that? Okay. Alright. If you had to kill one race of people, what would your race be? Which ones would you pick? America is an option. Wow, look at that. That's very interesting. You would just pick one human and you chose the president of the United States of America. All the racist people. Okay.
I work for
That's
myself.
cool. Have you met a racist since being here in America?
Mother bear.
I think I've met a lot of people that just don't
They don't have the balls to say something to your face? Yeah, that is.
Here's your movement token.
What?
Then here's your moment. It's a racist basically. Then here's your moment.
He knows what's going on. This guy's built like a fucking microphone over here. It's built like Bob Barker's microphone, just thin and very thin and very black. Yeah, for sure. So no one's ever been racist to you in America, but the people that you would pick first to kill are the racists. You've never had anyone be racist to you face to face. 12 years here in America. Living in a big city helps, but it also means that you're around more people that could be racist. It almost seems like a lot of the racist people are around other. Yeah, maybe you're lucky, or maybe just maybe racism is an overexposed storyline in the modern media. Who knows? Oh, you're welcome, Mr. President. It's always a pleasure. Anyway, I'll show you any special skills or talents. We had a guy earlier do a magic trick. We had a guy earlier do some dance moves. Is there anything any talents you have that would surprise us? Can we get this guy a basketball? Does anybody have a basketball?
It's literally one of the top most dangerous sports right now.
It's Mohawk.
Mohawk. So basketball, what else? Anything else? What else can you do? Any poetry? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I like Goodfellas. I like Badfellas. As long as they have a penis and a ball sack, I'm into it because I'm a gay man. I'm a gay man. I will run this storyline forever. Why? A gay dude. Goodfellas. All types of fellas. Okay, what's your favorite scene from Goodfellas? Let's reenact it together because I know every line of that movie, so we can do it. That's the scene, the first fucking scene in the whole movie. Alright. It's a good scene. No one actually likes that scene. That's a scene that people that haven't actually seen the movie.
My favorite scene when he's freaking out driving at the end and all his nerves. He's like looking up while he's driving.
Mohawk, fun times. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on the show. Congratulations, dude. His second time ever performing stand-up comedy here on Kill Tony. That's Mohawk. Where did you find that guy? I've been here. Story said he wants to be able to do Kill Tony when he can, and I do pre-select a few healthy people that would test properly through the rigorous testing system they have set up here, where they take your temperature one time and cross their fingers afterwards, or crush their fingers, as Michael Bear would say. I can pull it out of the bucket just to make it fancy, but I know who's left because he's the only other submission. This was a very funny man recommended by Michael Bear himself, ladies and gentlemen. Elliot Mack, everybody, here we go. Here he is, Elliot.
So I have gay dads. Yeah, which you applaud in 2020. Thank you. Fuck the rest of you make it sound like they just kidnapped me from a nuclear family when I was 8 and showed me Ellen 10 hours a day till I turned out like this. Which is exactly what happened, but it doesn't mean I don't deserve applause for it. That was cool growing up with gay dads. Like every morning, they just put me on the gay agenda. It was just brunch, mimosas, brunch again, tap dancing lessons, eat a salad, go to bed, listen to Wicked. That shit was bomb. The best part was definitely whenever it was family game night and I got to choose like the vote on what to do. And it was my two straight brothers, my two gay dads, and me. So I would just be like, all right, should we get Cubs tickets or should we see Wicked for the fifth time? Cubs tickets, Wicked, Wicked, Wicked. Oh my god! I know about popular. But then I'd get hit with a belt for singing off key, so it evened out to a regular childhood. Hell yeah.
Cool. So good to finally have someone a little bit less gay than me on the show. Very exciting stuff. Nice to meet you, Ellie. This is your first time on the show, correct?
First time.
How long have you been doing comedy for?
I've been doing comedy 11 years now.
Awesome. All of it here in Los Angeles?
No, I grew up in Chicago actually, and I started taking comedy classes at Second City when I was 12. After seeing Michael perform with Eddie Bryant, he did this one hilarious blackout. They were wearing sombreros. It was incredible, and I was like, that's what I want to do.
Wow, that is so cool. So you actually saw Michael Lair when you were 12 years old. How old are you now?
I'm 23.
23. That is fucking awesome. You saw Michael Lair when you were 12 and you said, I want to do comedy, and now you've been doing it.
He was fucking hilarious, yes. It's been an amazing ride.
He's something else. He's unbelievable. Yeah, so I think we finally found out who's putting the gold bond powder on Michael Lair's balls right here. No doubt indeed. I love it. That is so awesome. So how long have you lived in Los Angeles for?
I was here for about 6 months, and then I went home to be with family for quarantine. And then I did, like a bit open mic here. Was happening for a bit. It was this really cool open mic where you would open the door and like weed smoke would blow into your face. And I did an online like Zoom mic, and I got to see like all the other LA comics. And I've been thinking about not coming back to LA, and I was like, I had to move with this. Like this is it. So I came back. I've been moving for the last month. It shouldn't have taken me so long to move, but I also had to decorate, stuff like that.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. So you're a gay man. You live in West Hollywood.
I did, but I hated all of the other people there.
Yeah, it is a little bit wild, right? I'm gonna share something with you guys. I saw two gay guys holding hands today.
Yeah.
And I literally thought to myself, that is like the gayest thing that two gay guys can do. Like nowadays, like 10, 20 years ago, you'd be like, if you saw two guys making out, you'd be like, whoa, that's gay, right? And then, like, since then, there's like butt fucking, I think is the most gay thing two guys can do. But then it hit me today. In 90-degree heat, in the middle of the day in Los Angeles, you don't see any men and women holding hands. Like to hold hands, you have to literally be like, I don't mind making a puddle of sweat with our hands.
We had to fight for that. We're gonna do it, goddammit.
It is. It's a hot day. That is incredible. And would you agree that that's an extremely gay thing?
Oh, 100%. I was with this guy the other day, actually, and there's like, I guess there's like a connection between us or something because we can't hold hands or get a boner.
Don't get a boner?
Well, like, it's kind of like if he gets a boner, it's like a yawn, how that like spreads around.
Right.
Totally. Exactly. Yeah,
So if you hold hands, he gets a boner, and then if he gets a boner, you get a boner.
exactly.
And then if some other gay guy sees you two guys as boners, they'll go, oh no.
You can tell it's up to like a mile away. The gay arm has a very long radius.
Absolutely, you're telling me I'm like a Doppler gator over here. I see it all. I have a tri-county gay arm.
Boners spread like coronavirus in the gay community.
We call it the coronavirus.
Yeah.
The old fucking.
It's so weird if we have street friends who hold hands. If we like went to go get some food together, we hold again, but that's a gay.
It's fucking holding terrible. I don't like holding anyone's hand. I've never been a hand.
Let's just try to.
No, absolutely not. I didn't like touching you pre-coronavirus. Not to mention right now.
He's in the.
Look at that big, strong hand.
Look at that, just shaking from fucking caffeine and nicotine, just vibrating with vibration.
Tell me why my man and I used to holding hands.
Red man loves holding hands. Wow, cheers to that. Okay. So Elliot, how long have you been with this boyfriend of yours?
It's kind of been like one of those things where just like whenever we're in the same city, it goes down. So like 3 times in the last 3 years, but now he's in Orange County and I'm in LA, so it's like a little bit easier. Yeah, I would love to tell you that like he's not done or something and work it out. Get like have 2 kids and 2 dogs, but
Probably not.
So,
Okay. But how'd you meet him?
originally Tinder, and then he and this other guy like we went to a boat and they like flew for me and I was like, oh stop, I hate this.
And then are they like tops or bottoms? How does that work? Is that a thing? Is that a weird question?
I'm not saying another word that my lawyer president.
I love that. I love it. So, is that how Tinder works? Like, do they have it separated, like in tops and bottoms or anything?
You know,
Oh, that's right. No, I just I'm deep in the closet, so I have to pretend like I don't know these things.
I messaged you and you never replied. What happened?
No, I haven't checked my, what do they call it, an inbox or a bubble? Nothing, okay. Alright. Man, this is my episode tonight. I'm what they would call on fire. So I get the Gringo Bandito hot sauce because it's a spicy bullet tonight. Oh, kill Tony. Come over here. Elliot, any special skills or talents or anything like that other than being a comedy veteran? Started at, what, 13 years old? That is fucking awesome, man. That is so cool. That's Chappelle, Eddie Murphy, all those guys.
I was going to learn to play the ukulele for this, but I was like,
How about anything else? We had a guy earlier that can dance. We had a guy earlier do an unbelievable magic trick. He laughed a piece of plastic out of his hand. It's really impressive.
what's your pottery? Like,
You know what? Somebody bring. Can we get a pottery wheel in here? Kilns. Kiln Tony. Oh, that got a laugh. There you go. Looks like that's what I'll think. That's the moment I'll think of before I fall asleep. Like was Kiln Tony, the big laugh. Right. Just as I'm crying and sweating myself to sleep. Elliot, let me ask you this before. Have you ever been with a woman or anything like that? Like,
only while I was looking her boyfriend's did.
is that true? So you guys have like a threesome?
Yeah, it was when I was in high school, and he was our quarterback, and we'd all been like drunk bowling that night. We were like going off, and then they were like, "Oh, Elliot, like you have a hot tub, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And we went back to my hot tub, and like he looked at his girlfriend, and his girlfriend looked at me, and then they both started changing like glances. And I was like, "Oh." And then she was like, "So Elliot, what happens in the turn tub stays in the turn tub, right?"
And then you bent over and he put his hands under your butt and went,
So close, actually. He put his hands in like a 2-finger of my elastic.
game quarterback moves.
Exactly. He pulled me in his lap and kissed me, and then immediately, like clockwork, I just like grabbed her face and was like, "Out of my way, this is my moment."
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Sucked his dick.
Everything that you do, fire in your eyes.
And I have a big secret.
Oh, yeah?
It was Gavin.
Ring around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Want to marry you.
And one who
Put
works
my finger in your butt.
what's been out until the year.
Elliot, awesome, man. I'm so glad that you came down. Come back anytime you want. And by come back, I mean, after you go to Orange County, this is your boyfriend. You know what I mean? Come back. All right.
Thank you so much.
Elliot Mack, everybody. There you go. Elliot Mack, ladies and gentlemen. William, you All right, there's only one person left to perform tonight. We're so excited about it. His stock is crashing through the floor. I mean, this guy was once beloved on this show. He, at one point, was the only regular on the show, and then once he started to fade out a bit, I brought in David Lucas so that he would get his shit together, and write harder and work harder. And then a few months after that, he started to crash again. We brought in Michael Lehrer, who absolutely started stealing in episode after episode after episode. He upped his game yet again. And now he's crashing yet again, disappointing people from the management to the band to the host of the show to the other regulars. And now he's here to perform for you right now, closing out tonight's show. William, the Big Ring Machine, Montgomery is fighting off his back here tonight. A lot of people disappointed in
That's
him.
what I fucking standing talking about. I'm kidding. That was my joke. I've been working on that, but seriously, Elliot and I had sex last week. We're expecting. Not kidding. Restream was probably Jeremiah. Might be my best set. And we're in Syria. We ain't talking about Jesus. We talking about Brandon. You'll ever watch The Sixth Sense? Because that's been hanging this past week. Every time I turn on The Sixth Sense, I'm like, hold up, is that Brandon? If you're in the parking lot of the movie store, please leave any excess syringes and the tincture. Darius Rucker from Tootie and the Blowfish is now single. That's way better news than if I got Darius Rucker released a new single. If they defunded the Ghostbusters, who are you going to call? That's probably my best. Can I say the next one?
Yeah, you all wonder maybe that will work. Go ahead.
One to work on. One of my favorite bands is Traffic. One of my least favorite bands is Traffic.
All right, Montgomery. That was the set this week. You had a lot riding on this, people. A lot riding on
Didn't
this.
see that, Tony. I have this mask on now because I got something called diabetes.
Boy, coming off a wild week this week.
Coming off a $3,000 loss from one of those games we put the little marble on. Roulette plus $3,000 fucking dollars. Y'all get a good look at these eyes right now. I'm heading back to Memphis. I lost all my fucking money. I'm gone.
And you're also in the process of losing your job, is that correct?
It is correct. I'm worried about this thing they call COVID. Hello, what's that guy's name? Brandon? Jeremiah, you told me to say that, Jeremiah.
I don't think you should. There's something weird going on with your mask. It's very anteatery. Yeah, it's anteatery.
That's what I did in Vegas.
You anteatery.
Ate a bunch of Butterfingers.
Yeah.
In this fucking mask.
Yeah.
Around all these people. And Michael, I love you. I don't want to call you out, but I was eating Butterfingers around a bunch of triple folks. And they gave me the creeps.
William lost $3,000 and that was Vegas.
Can you say that a little bit slower, bitch?
William, not very nice. that in Las Vegas.
Ron John Silvershot.
Oh, you went to Jacksonville this week. Listen to all the laughs in the room even during your set.
Jeremiah, I swear to God, man, I listened to your new song. It made me cry to some extent. Now you're making fun of me saying Ron John Silvershot. What am I going to do? I've lost my job. I'm heading back to Memphis.
Just work.
That's one of my favorite lyrics.
Can I read y'all one of my favorite ones?
Okay, go ahead. Is this the comedy part?
And they were telling me, now it doesn't matter now. It really doesn't matter what happens now. I left Atlanta this
Okay, well,
Let me start from
no, it's okay. So, you went to Vegas, you lost a bunch of money. How's your girlfriend?
She is not with us no more.
She passed away.
She is passed to the other side. That guy holding the fucking camera was there touching my testicles. It was so sweet of him. He saw what happened. Literally, I drowned her.
You drowned your girlfriend.
Literally, I drowned her.
In the Bellagio fountain in
In
Las
the
Vegas.
Bellagio's fountain.
Why
I killed her. She's 42.
would you kill your 42-year-old girl?
Because I'm 32.
Yeah, showed her who's boss.
Just kidding, I'm 33. She's 42. I killed her fucking ass. She had it coming.
You at least rough her up a little bit, or just a straight
Did I at least eat a Butterfinger? No, I don't.
Wow. You ate a Butterfinger while doing it, or beforehand?
I ate a Butterfinger. Just pre-game, eating a Butterfinger. Looking in her eyes. I have goggles on. She has goggles on. She's in the bathtub. She's drowning. I don't care no more.
So you drowned her a little bit in the bathtub, and then you took her to
You right, man? That was perfect, you motherfucker. Also, make two noise.
Did you just say the word drowning?
Did I say the word drowning? Good one.
Did you?
What's wrong with that? How did you say that? Drowning. Drowned. Damn.
If Redken's correcting your English grammar, you're in big trouble.
Shit. Professor what?
Everyone in the railroad knows how to say drowning.
Everyone in the railroad. I was in the motherfucking railroad 15 fucking years. I swear to God. I'm part of massive. Thank you, Redman. I learned that shit before. I was so shocked.
That's what you did on the railroad?
I was putting pennies on the track, seeing what happened when the locomotive hit the tracks. That's what I was doing. Jeremiah, get my back on here.
I got your back.
I'll never William better when he called in on the video.
Thanks so much, man. You got me sick. Why do you think I compare this now?
Where's Marshall on the plane?
William,
You're my lungs now, bitch.
William, you've been saying that you've had coronavirus now for 4 months. Have you had any symptoms at all?
Yeah, I started losing in Chinese checkers. You have to check that attitude of the game. I started losing in fucking Chinese checkers, Tony, and I don't know what the fuck to do.
Well,
I've been listening to Skinner. I've been playing Chinese checkers.
and you bet on in roulette, black or red on roulette.
Black 22-inch Tahoe lifted. That's what I bet on. That's what I was trying.
Okay.
Driving to Memphis, Tennessee. It was
A little fun fact, a little inside information. William actually caused quite the scene last week around the comedy store. He was pacing around. He was talking very close to people.
and he told me that because he's running this place. Really called me out.
No, that wouldn't be the way.
Right, man, is that what you're gonna do, motherfucker? You piece of shit. Here's where you walk around. You told me to walk around. And now tell me you're calling me out for walking around. Redman, you told me that too. I get it. You're from Ohio. You eat Wendy's. You're 28 years old. I trust you. Seems to be your emotional carrier is a little bit too large for this flag. Jeremiah, you might hear what I picked up when I was in Vegas. Just me and you being in sort of the top part of that hotel. Just me and you being the guy killing everyone. And just me putting on your sword and you being running.
Without you, and everything.
And just reckless abandon shooting that AK-47 and you stopping shooting and me pointing the gun to your fucking head.
That's tonight's episode. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes. Go ahead, William. All the way to the back, William. Straight back. Straight back. Right there. Got the drawing from Ryan J. Email. While you all sat around doing nothing, he drew this. Look at that. You can get a little bit closer there. Yeah. It's all of us on an airplane. In honor of the flight attendants and, of course, your pilot, Captain Hinchcliffe, with my first officer, Brian Redman. We're going to be taking off for another, we'll see you next week. Shout out to those of you in the parking lot that were awesome enough to join us here at the Comedy Store, making history in this 100-year-old building. You know, we're making it happen, fitting things into the proper slots here. Hoping things get better sometime soon. We have William Montgomery in charge of making the new vaccine for COVID-19, so I'm expecting a cure now any second. Here, go that way, all the way back, all the way there. There you go, then stand there once you get there, all the way. A lot of fun stuff happening. We'll be back next Monday with yet another show, which is exciting stuff. Shout out to Vito's Pizza, RyanJables.com, CavemanCoffeeCo.com, and Lucy.co. Get off your cigarettes and your vapors. Lucy.co. Use the code KILLTONY, and they will literally let you try their product for the minimum amount of money by law.
Yeah, and if you've tried the nicotine gum before, you know it's expensive. Usually, it's not that good. This is tastes very good, so try it out.
Gum is $1. Lozenges at $2. Get your lungs stronger than ever during the coronavirus by not catching coronavirus. Trying that out. Here's the part where we check in the Jeremiah Walk-Ins. Who has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders out?
With Dr. Phil and Shanks, actually.
That's very exciting.
Very exciting.
Kiltony fans are going to love that. Adam Ray plays Dr. Phil. And, of course, Jeremiah plays Shanks. He's got his Venmo piece of paper there.
At Jeremiah-Watkins to cover all parking fees tonight.
Those of you that...
And then I'll be in Arizona at the end of the month, July 30th and 31st. Denver is canceled, but Arizona is still going strong.
Wow. And definitely not there's a way better shape in Arizona. It's weird that you want to do that, gig.
And then I got the Luis J. Gomez shirt up on.
Is that a real shirt? It's a real shirt. That's real.
There you go.
It's such a weird shirt. That's good though. Jeremiah has been taking some creative chances lately. He's got new songs out. He's going to be dropping more of those. According to what I've read in Billboard magazine, there's a whole bunch more coming. So we're excited to see some of those romantic songs.
I will have a number one song.
You know what? I agree. You put those energies out there, and people that believe in hope will clap at that. How about him for Jetski Johnson, everybody? She was here tonight. That was her. She's back with the coronavirus. She's Jetski Johnson. What else, Jetski?
Everybody who messaged me when I was gone and checked in, everybody here at home listening, thank you so much. That was so nice. And if you are alone, hang in there. It sucks, but yeah.
She saw what you wrote her. She heard your thoughts. She did not smell the second.
Smell anything.
Chroma Chris was here tonight, everybody. Unbelievably funny. Incredibly great on the bass. So glad to have you back. Filling in the sounds of the band to make it so much more powerful. What am I missing, Chroma? Thanks, buddy. You can just check me out. Check out the Baby Boys on Spotify. Yeah, they do albums. Great. Thank you. Eddie Reagan and the Baby Boys. Is that right? Yes, we're actually just the Baby Boys. Just Reagan, isn't it? And it's the Baby Boys. Yes, the Baby Boys on Spotify. There you go. And last but not least, the backbone of the band, Joel Jimenez, everyone. He's mostly sorry on social media. His new podcast, Mostly Sorry, is out. What else, Joel?
Yeah, we're going to drop it on Wednesday this time since we'll be working tomorrow. So we'll see you Wednesday at 5. Me and David Deary.
I love it.
Big thanks to David Deary.
Yes, big thanks to David Deary. You know, he's got a tough gig, and he really helps us out tremendously on this show. And sometimes, oh, there he is. He's right there.
Well, I didn't even recognize him.
Yeah, we love him very much. It's such an important role, and we care about him deeply. He's that David Deary on all things social media. Catch him working with the great Donnell Rawlings, and
He's really good on Joel's podcast, too.
yeah, he's great on Joel's podcast. Works with all the funniest people. And we absolutely love David Deary. He's a great comedian, a worldly traveler, and just an overall great guy. He keeps us safe. He's strict about the coronavirus. I remember when we were driving to the ice house that first week, and I was saying all this shit's bullshit and everything, and you're like, no, Tony, this is a really big deal. People are getting really sick. I have friends in Italy, and I'm like, this fucking nerd is scared of this disease, and it turns out you were completely correct. And I was an asshole. Yeah. I've been an asshole a few times.
Hey guys, check out my show, Virtual Reality. If you like virtual reality, I play virtual reality.
Same with me. My new side project, Roast Master Class, is booming over there. I just had an episode with Sarah Tiana drop where we went over for the first time ever anywhere the unheard and filtered script that was controversial and talked about on many platforms but never heard before. We went over it, and on episodes of Benji Aflalo, David Lucas, this week I'm interviewing Jesse Joyce, the former writer for the late great Geraldo. So everything roasting is happening over there. That's at patreon.com/inchclip for that exclusive content. Thank you, Gino, again, Speedweed, and Better Box Studios for keeping us holed up during the majority of the pandemic. RyanJGmail.com for Fritz and Michael Mayer Comedy for all the coolest merch.
And thank you, audience, in the Comedy Store.
And the Comedy Store. Thank you, everybody.
Does each part olabilir? And not to say, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell her what you should invest. You have that is a good thing, take the money and go. Let me see that. She did right now. Ain't coaching, so let's say, friends killing, right? Clients for good news. So we had
Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Henry.
Yeah, what's up? We are live. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. And here we are for another fun episode of Kill Tony. Brought to you by our amazing sponsors this week. And here's a little bit more about them. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet. And when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through third secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time I realize that I have ExpressVPN on, it runs seamlessly in the background. It is so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wire. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/KillTony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. ExpressVPN.com/KillTony. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/KillTony. ExpressVPN.com/KillTony to learn more. Hiring can be difficult, but if you're a company that's currently trying to hire, you face new difficulties. From safely reopening your doors to finding the right person for a specialized role, Housing Wire could relate. They needed to hire an ambitious reporter to cover news stories on the U.S. mortgage and housing markets, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's smart matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And that's how Housing Wire found Alexandra Rojo. Alexandra never imagined she began to report a job in the midst of COVID-19. Hiring was frozen, and the idea of looking for a job was discouraging. So she created a profile on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter matched Alexandra to Housing Wire's reporter job because her degree and writing skills were a great fit for the role. Housing Wire received her application only 4 hours after they posted the job, and a few weeks later, Alexandra started her dream career. ZipRecruiter helped Alexandra find the right job, and they helped Housing Wire find the right person for their role fast. See how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Glad to be here. Very exciting stuff. A very fun show lined up for you here tonight. And let's just jump right into it. Of course, there's no guest on this episode. However, everybody, there is a band.
And there's also Ryan J. Email sitting right there in the audience.
That's true. Ryan J. Email draws every episode. We're going to check in with his drawing later. All of those are available at RyanJEmail.com. We're all filled up on delicious Vito's Pizza special made ziti night tonight. What a fiesta. We have the great David Deary here with us, the great Gino from Speedweed, who let us move up at Betterbox Studios for the majority of the quarantine.
Delicious caveman coffee.
Yeah,
Can't get enough of those.
you can't get enough of those guys. David is here up in the bird's nest, keeping an eye on us, making adjustments smoothly with the lights. And we're going to have some fun tonight. So let's bring up the band, shall we? Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out what they are this week together as I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, Jinsky Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Hey,
That's all good. Yeah. Here they come for sure. Any second. Come on in. Look at this little one. Spunky little energy. Get out there so the cameras can see a little lady. You're being blocked by this guy. Hey, look at that guy too. Wow. This one has great energy. Incredible. Here they are, definitely movie theater employees if I've ever seen them before. Look at you, sir. I mean, you are a wild one. I've never had a barber during this quarantine, huh? What's your name? Spencer. Oh, you're still working at Blockbuster part-time?
Yeah, it's the last one.
Yeah, that's in, where's that, in Florida? And how about you, little lady? You came out great energy. Seem like you're not burnt out or anything. What's your name?
My name is Jen. I'm 16 years old and I'm an aspiring actress.
Jen, I can't believe you're 60.
16.
Oh, 16.
But I can play 60s.
It's heard that. My goodness. 16. And what's this young magician's name back here? Hello, my name is Brent. And people say I have the spinning image of Johnny Depp. Yes, they do. Definitely a spitting image of Johnny Depp, maybe after he found poop in his bed from his ex-wife. And clearly back here we have what appears to be fucking Adolf Hitler's attention deficit nephew.
I keep getting that same old guy. I don't know who this is, but my name is Snort. I just moved in from Eastern Europe and I'm 62. I get the only job I can at Morgan.
Snort.
Snort. I love the snorts. Yes, and all over good.
Yeah, Snort. What part of Eastern Europe are you from?
The east part.
What country?
East. It's been so long since I've gone.
It doesn't seem like you've been gone long with a thick accent.
I don't talk much at work.
What do? You tear tickets?
I go to home.
Okay. So we got Spencer, Jen, Brent, and Snort, movie theater employees, fully in uniform. Theaters got closed this week, even though they've been closed. Really, in California, it didn't close really anything, just nail salons, massage parlors, and card rooms. For those of you that were going to card rooms, a lot of Walmart, right?
In 64, just playing Mario Kart.
So you were playing a new system, like a 15-year-old system. Well, let's just jump right into the show, shall we, everybody? Going first, yet again, a murder on this show. One of my favorite comedians on the planet. I love his style. I love everything about this man. One of my favorite people just in life and in the history of the show. I present to you to get things jolted right from the start before we go to the bucket with the pre-selected names in there. Make some noise. Michael Lair. Here's Michael Lair.
I'm not mad at China for bringing fun in his life. China taught me how to fish up the ducks. If you look in the window of a Chinese restaurant, no hours, no name, just 45 ducks. No one takes more pride in their work than the Chinese duck maker. They spend so much time coming to America just to say, I bet it all on duck. Screaming to the guys, free spirit. They don't even call them windows in China. They call them duck monsters. The duck monster is the mascot of the Peking Ducks baseball team. China might have run civilization by bringing the coronavirus, but man, do they make a motherfucking duck.
Wow. Someone had took this week, huh? It was good. Yeah, that was yeah. Sometimes things are so funny that you're just like awestruck. Yeah, it was one of no, it's good. Yeah. Well, there you go. Where's that again? Where are you from? Oh, okay. All right. So Peking duck and the coronavirus they made duck. So who cares if they made coronavirus? That's right. Yeah, it appears as though Snort decided to wipe out his microphone during a podcast. It's very bizarre. Snort is, believe he might be in the Easter Seals Film Challenge. Eastern Seals. Oh, I don't But you've been pleasing a lot of people. I heard you have a big audition coming up. I'm working on a new audition. I don't want to take it this, but I'd love to see this on the alright. Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me? That's not the first scene. It's like where he keeps them like all labeled. Yeah, sure. Just go on the road with him sometime. Yeah, we got time. Place of a wig, it appears as though Michael's wearing just so we're gonna use our imaginations. What kind of wig? What would the wig look like if Jeremiah would have let you borrow a wig? A women's wig? Alright, so we here we go. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so SNL music, but yeah, you can stop it.
Why should you hustle? What's mine? Give me the stuff and get all the stuff. She loves you. I mean, everything. Two brothers. One converted. And what they're both brothers. One converted and one converted. So brother here, brother on. The other one is the father. The father was the father. In this case, is about Greek and let's say so tiene yo como una voz so brother there, he says that brother Abram, so that you take brother you know you take all the ways you should go and that's cool. However, when you should go, it's just like you're also having all of these pieces of
The only character you're submitting to Saturday maybe we'll see more another episode of course. You come along with your whole family, you come along, family and genius, right? Why did it make it like this? I think what I love is the I love it, man. Oh yeah, I did. You did hand me a folder of pictures. Should we go over some of these pictures? Is this really your that's your great wow, this one sort of looks like this one here sort of looks like a snowboard. I mean, these guys from the Zeros days.
What is that? Fabiola pizza? What did you say?
we're gonna put these on the YouTube and show the people. This is who your grandfather, your great grandfather. Oh, your grandma's uncle. All right, it's a little bit more distant of a relative than I would. I don't know if you know this, but my grandfather built the Pennsylvania Railroad. Yeah, he was the designer of it.
Oh, for sure.
He had nothing to do with the B&O. But the Pennsylvania Railroad of Big Deal. Redman just dips some of these old pictures and some of his mashed potatoes that he keeps always very close to. What? You have an incurable disease. You think you might start selling stuff in like the last I don't know what I would do if I had an incurable disease. You're planning like an auction towards the end or something like that. You should sell that magic trick that you did on last week's episode. Gotta make sure they're gonna work. Yeah, you went to a magician's store or online. It's not easy. It's not easy communicating with magicians. It was good, man. You know, peeking China, coronavirus, peeking duck. Speaking of ducks, you ever play Duck Duck Goose? You can start playing as long as the person who says duck. Not the goose. That was good. You nailed it. I'm still picturing you wearing a women's wig right now. Anything you're ever going to ask Jeremiah for, you could just ask one of us. I'll help you out.
swell
There
when
you
it
go.
can
We like it when everybody does good around here.
And if you need us to put money in your market here, you know, when
actual
the
boss
cards
is
in there to knock out
some
market for you, we
I'm
love that.
surprised
So
he
let's
didn't
say,
ask
what
you
is it?
yesterday to go and do that.
I'm working with
I mean, last week,
city
my
if
handicap
I lift
deck,
it up, it's
I
fine.
put Carmen Mother in my market ticket.
So what do I do?
And
Actual boss is
All right, Michael Lair, everybody get things started tonight. We love you, Michael, the great Michael Lair, everybody. Hey, fuck yeah, Spencer Chen, Redmond Sports.
But again,
Very exciting. Who's Michael's the hat? Okay.
Joel, come on.
A lot of noises back there, store.
I'm gonna play disinfecting microphones.
Yeah, I know. Twice.
Hey, love like that.
Even though you're the only person on that microphone, it's pretty impressive that twice during one performer you would clean it. I know.
It's weird because Chroma Chris really wants to reach and pop sometimes. And it's kind of freaking me out with his Johnny Depp.
Okay, well, if he does, you can unplug it and then clean it and then plug it back in.
if you want to see the photo,
How about that? Snort.
then
Sounds
I
great.
use the logo
Things are here in the United States.
Thank you. Wonderful country. Great to see you.
All right, we have some people in the bucket. Let's see what happens here tonight. I'm going to reach my hand in there, and we are going to meet a stranger. How about that? Time for Stranger Things. Oh, wow. Well, from one man in a wheelchair to another, this young man was here and signed up. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the stylings of Kyron Bentley. Here we go. Kyron Bentley. He is looking more than you welcome. Hey. Kyron Bentley.
I fucking knew that shit was gonna happen. That fucking is great. I can't even remember what I said enough. Michael, I do remember the last thing I said to my dad before we got paralyzed. Oh, I said, are you still holding the ladder? This is fucking awesome, man. I have done stand-up for 14 years. Stupid party. Oh God, it's hard. Right now, everything's such a blur. Goddamn coronavirus. I'm sick of worrying about it. I want to go out and actually catch it. Just to quit worrying about it. The problem is, people with coronavirus, they're stingy. Yeah, hold up in quarantine. Like, that's the Dutch.
Number two.
Kyron Bentley, everybody. Hell yeah. There you go. Hey. All right. That was fun, dude. I knew I was going to find that Michael Lair. Just, it is weird that the bucket has a mind of its own that is wild. I love your holding a ladder, Jim. Very fun. Stand up, coronavirus, paralyzed. Is there just being regular paralyzed? Does that cause a bigger threat for coronavirus in some way? Like, I mean, is it every spinal cord injury is different? Yeah. Like, I broke my neck, so like I had very little function. So I had compromised lungs, and this one cigarette, so yeah, probably killed me. Yeah, probably. All right. And I mean, yeah, they worry about being paralyzed and take your balls away, though, huh? Hey, you're out here. Maybe your balls don't. I can't feel them. But they were. Where do you lose feeling at? Oh my God, like right through my chest. Damn it. How did that happen again? Yeah. You've been on the show, we've talked about this. Yeah, but I like to lie about it. Okay. Yeah, what do you like to say sometimes? My favorite is I dated a bodybuilder girl, and I was performing She squeezed my neck so hard, bro. Likewise. I love that. And that was 14 years ago, the snowboarding accident. Yes. Are you doing like some wild trick or something like that, or did you just go too fast? Too fast off the jump. Damn. Just trying to do a regular old jump, no like flips or anything. I wasn't that good. Right. Awesome. Shit, right? Okay. Well, that's fun. So what have you been doing during this quarantine? What have you been watching movies, Netflix? What's your favorite stuff that you've got during this? I watched one last night, Son of a Gun. What's that? Golden Heist movie. Ewan McGregor.
Favorite? He has accepted himself all of the disclosed he's not even
Every day feels like the same day.
incredible.
Yeah, what is it? No, what's that on? What is it, Ryan? Greyhound? Ryan's talking with his head, and it's what's that called? A drawing thing. I couldn't hear it. Greyhound? Greyhound, yes. I love it. This time he said Greyhound again with his head down and then lifted up his head like not demons.
Trolls 2.
Have you seen Greyhound in the movie theater, people? Have you seen Greyhound?
Greyhound, because about the property.
So what else other than watching movies? What do you do for food? Do you cook yourself or you Postmates? I got food stamps. You cook yourself. What sort?
Yeah, you put yourself in a boiling hot water, and then you add some salt and pepper.
Yeah, I'm not eating, so that's over. Ready real quick. What the fuck did you say, Snoller? Earlier, what did you say?
Now showing Tony's anger. He said, why would he cook himself? I said, because he
you have food stamps, you say? Yes. And what do you do with them? You just go to the grocery store yourself, or no, you caregiver? I'll show you. Government pays for the car. That's all the shit I get. That's awesome. Like everything.
tree.
Yeah, that's Red Man lives the exact same life.
I do.
He's the one that does all those things.
He already has the butterized pie because he's his wife.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Brian. Oh, Red Man. How's that been going? How's your motorized bike been going? I saw a video you posted with you fake pedaling.
It's great. The pedaling's real.
Yeah. If I know when I pedal on a bicycle, it always goes wee, wee.
The bike has different modes. It's like a mode that's just like having being like a regular bike, but then if you want to like go fast, you can just straight.
Oh, I know how it works. I've been on a bike before. I'm with you, Red Man. I used to have an electric scooter when I lived next to you. You may have seen me. I used to have a little chopper, an electric chopper. We called it. My brother and I had it. It was baller as fuck, man. It was it really was like a little Harley Davidson. Look at that. This is 14 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun, man. The cool thing is, like, I didn't realize how close I was to it. So just like going around the zoo and stuff like that. And
Yeah, you live like less than a mile away from one of the most beautiful parks in all of LA for the last decade and a half. You just figured it took you, all it took you was one electric motorbike for you to follow. Me and Doug Burbank stopped at the Starbucks. Well, that's it. No more California that way.
Red Man is going to be fatter too. Some fat joke.
Kyler. Any other fun facts about your life we should know about?
I like to draw, and our team, I drew a picture that I brought for my Jane, well, I figured he draws on his house, so I drew him.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Holy shit, no one drew Ryan. This is an interesting moment in the history of the show.
He's not gonna look up.
Brian's just mumbling the word gray into a straw and corn right now. So fucking great. He's a pretty interesting looking character. Man, first person to ever draw Ryan J. Able to paralyze him from the chest down. Whoa! Look at that, Ryan. Accurate. I think Ryan's perhaps he's seen him before. Either that or he has no respect.
I know. Like, let's reading. Tony ran halfway through. I just did.
Guys shoot him in air. Don't check. That is very impressive. Now, is drawing something you've always done, or did that mostly start after the accident?
No, I've always drawn things, but
It's really learning how to hold the pencil because my hands are partially paralyzed. I can't use my fingers. So learning how to hold the pencil and I learning how to control and get the details that I like. I mean, it's not as good as I would like it to be, but very fucking impressive, and it shows a lot of heart. It's a very cool thing to do to draw Ryan J. He's drawn us, I believe, over perhaps, I don't know, 400 episodes of the show. How many do you think you've done, Ryan? Definitely over 300. Well, Kyler, awesome stuff. Very fun performance and a very fun interview. Thank you so much. Kyler Bentley, everybody. Kyler Bentley, he just did good on the show. What do you know?
Tony could say, he's going to text from Carolina. He read the DMs from if he needs that. So, yeah, I'm reading the DMs right now. He screenshot.
That's interesting. Spencer and Jeremiah seem to have a little bit of a bond. Michael, are we missing something here?
Okay, I think we need to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, Michael, are you getting your phone out? You getting this Detroit couch with this? Can that light swing to where Michael is? Yes. Yes, it can. There is a God.
He's starting to find out for the last time.
That mic's already been disinfected. Is there a microphone on that Detroit? Or no? Okay, yeah. Put his own mic back in there. Michael, wheel back up again. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Kill Tony Show history, this is a curtain call, an encore performance by Michael Laird. When you have a limited time to live, you get to perform as many times as you want on Kill Tony during an episode. So, I know you wrote something on you. It was hard.
In the meantime, I talked to Jessie, and she thought it was really weird that you didn't ask her for women's wigs.
Do you have your own wig?
Yeah, I got plenty of women's wigs.
I'm surprised. You could ask me for women's wigs, women's underwear. I have all these.
He dresses up like one every night.
That's right. That's what I was implying. You know the joke I just made. All of you say this, none of you would have been helpful. What the fuck are you talking about?
Was that true?
DM.
What did you say?
Married and Michael.
Oh, this is quite the standoff here. There's a part of me that thinks, I mean, this is a tough one because I have a feeling that Jeremiah may have wanted to help you on this one, but now you're getting called on your bluff. But at the same time, I could also see Jeremiah not want to share weights with you. He's very Jeremiah has been quoted as saying only Black Lives Matter. So there you go. Just
we are pushing up 2, 4, 6, 7, 1,
this is my favorite part of the last 15 episodes of the show. Go ahead, just the part we want to know.
Jeremiah said, you the wig / beer master if I ever need to borrow? Jeremiah said, I usually don't let stuff out because I have to organize for a specific character. But if you're in need of something specific, I can probably.
That is heartless and cold. That's basically like you can go fuck yourself and be a professional and get your own way.
I feel you, bro. Especially in the age of Corona. Respect. I'm straight. Now you're calling me out like a bitch on the show. Let's go there right now, right here.
Wow, you guys should have a fist fight. I got like a way up. Just listening to the show, it was very slow, and he almost fell out of his chair.
It blew my hair back on the other side of his stage.
You
just started something huge.
Look at that, he's gonna give you a wig with smallpox on it next week. Alright, the only thing I love more than Michael Lair on this show is Michael Lair twice on this show. So there he was again, the great Michael Lair, giving us 4 very compelling, interesting times. Shout out to Jeremiah Watkins for sending in the screenshot of the DMs, giving us some of the inside baseball behind characters in Kill Tony. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This young lady became famous on the show in Ventura, California, being pulled out of the bucket on both episodes of that show. Fun fact, those were the last 2 shows in front of a live audience, and she's back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Duval. Here's football, everyone.
No, take the job. 2, take the job.
I'm so happy to be out of my house. But I have to say, being quarantined at home wasn't that bad for me. I kind of made the most of it. I had struggles for sure. Like, I struggled between like when Netflix show I was gonna binge, or go to the 27th podcast that I'm gonna watch while I rub one out, and actually that's pretty much what everything turned into. Is I broke my own personal record many times, and felt like, wow, I think the pandemic was going to go on for that long, and I burned myself out big time. And I hit my masturbation threshold. Anyone else? No. Okay. Well, yeah, I thought it was, I thought I broke myself, and I watched the comedies. Dollars benefit for the employees. And I saw Bobby's butthole.
Yeah, what happened when you saw Bobby Lee's butthole? I gotta know the end of this.
I definitely started to get kind of but I lost my shit when I saw Joey Diaz unfold this fucking.
Alright, I guess I'll play some music. She saw Bobby Lee's peaking duck. This is what your fourth or fifth time on the show, and I think every single time you've talked about your mom.
Not every time.
Not every time. I mean, I don't know. It might be every time. You definitely, you're very sexual on stage.
I have no idea.
Yeah, you're a sexual woman. Now, is that true that you
I
masturbated?
only get laid enough.
Is it true that you masturbated a lot during the quarantine?
Yeah.
Is there really? I know you were making jokes there, but is there something that you watch or like I don't think women? Perhaps maybe it's just a stereotype that I'm not correct about.
No, I'm pretty good at doing it. I've got it down.
You use your imagination when you watch stuff.
Sometimes it's watch something, but there's doing a lot of crazy shit. Netflix or whatever now, I just straight up. The show called, a movie called, it's called Love.
Yes, go.
Yes.
Love a snort, you know.
Yes. The whole thing scene and the homeless scene just
And that's the type of stuff that you like to rub it out to.
no, actually, I was kind of shocked to see the whole thing, and I actually watched the movie. But no, I don't really need visual. I just kind of just look at the
And what do you do? Do you like use something in particular? So you seem like a kind of lady that would have like one of those like big giant vibrators or something like that.
Anything. And sometimes just a tight pair of pants works.
A tight pair of pants. That's the noise of a tight pair of pants, right?
I'm just saying that it's not one thing. It's just lots of things.
Right.
It's mental.
How long does it usually go?
So again, actually kind of spicy. I was like, slow killer.
I got
Can't do anything.
watch this stuff.
Oh, okay. So that's fun. Have you hooked up with anybody during the quarantine? You say that like that was like a very like over the top answer. Are you being sarcastic?
No, I've been very calm. I've been very isolated. But even before the pandemic, no,
What's wild is that you seem a little bit less crazy than you did before being isolated for 4 months. Isn't that weird? Like the crazy people are getting normal and the normal people are going crazy.
I'm still doing that.
Like what's one of the craziest things about that? Since I've gotten you to admit that you're nuts, go ahead.
As sexual as I may sound, I haven't had sex in a very, very long time.
How long are we talking about? How many years? 5 years. Is there a reason? Is there something that you're ashamed of?
No, I just, I get to know people and they laugh at my jokes and if they end up doing something out of my mouth, I'm like, I've never put my dick in that.
You don't talk to many people.
Well, I just started to, still want to go. I'm not getting impressed. Don't try to rewind. I ate hardly a cow when trying because there was no sleep like that.
Have you heard of something on Tinder?
Yes, I have.
You have Wi-Fi?
Some of mine are
I do have Wi-Fi. But no, I just,
5 years. Have you been on dates? Like, what's the last date you went on? Did I take you to dinner at all?
well, I go with friends. Like, I'm friend zone people. Because, like, I walk into a room, like, I want small sausage. It's like, that's
years in the movie Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage.
It's a good movie. Okay.
Alright,
That works.
thanks.
That works very easily. That type of thing.
Maybe Nicolas Cage movies.
Yeah.
Okay. 8 millimeters.
Yeah. Face off.
Very good Trish. Never mind. Forrest Gump, okay?
Snort, not only did you say the wrong movie, but you had no accent whatsoever.
I did learn the English today to be called American Treasure for your book. Yes, in the school, you have to say it like an American Treasure. The opinion about you, Sarah? American Treasure.
Snark is the guy that's on the Operation Box.
Okay, so Jesus, you're out of control.
Coming from a box that must be operated like American Treasure.
So what do you like to do? You've been isolated. How do you kill the time when you're
I actually have been working on all my videos to submit my whole passion for writing, and I want to just, I feel like I'm kind of trying on, like, I'm not wearing a diaper tonight.
Oh, that's right. You're wearing a diaper pre-quarantine. How could I forget
And then
that?
I said I had a fans only account, so I wear diapers, they're like only fans.
Why did she wear a diaper again?
I can't remember.
That's like
It's the nervous thing where like I have stage fright, and I think I don't know if I don't have it, but right now with no one will be in here, I'm okay with myself. It's really weird.
Well, Blueball, you are, as Storm would say, an American treasure. I am glad that you signed up tonight. It's always a pleasure to have you on. You're very different. You're a wild, wild spirit, ladies and gentlemen. That is the comedy style of Blueball. Blueball, forget about me. Blueball. Alright, time for a regular, everybody. This young man, great joke writer, unbelievable roaster. I love him. He's my brother from another mother. The thriller in my vanilla. The rumble in the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. The one and only king of the
White women, Black Lives Matter. They also some shit to complain about. White women are saying that calling them Karen is the same thing as calling them a nigga. Like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Did somebody spray you with a fire hose while yelling Karen? Did a nigga chase you down the street with a German Shepherd while yelling Karen? I protested when protesting Black Lives Matter. I protested like niggas did some shit. Like I protested in the suburbs. Some niggas that had shit to lose. Like I protested with some doctors and lawyers. Like, oh yeah, y'all got time. I'm protesting y'all. But I saw a white girl so thick during the Black Lives Matter protest that I started checking all lives matter. This bitch fine as fuck.
Hell yeah, David Lucas, I love it. David I love it. White women, Black Lives Matter, white women, Karen, Edward. Those are my notes on that. Hell yeah, stretch it out just like you would a white woman. That's right, that's me. That's me. I'm actually the white woman That's true. That's absolutely true. A lot of people don't know this, but David Lucas actually good in my home. I seriously want that cane back when you get
Tony's cars got that rubber bands.
Why would my car smell like rubber bands?
Just latex.
Oh, yeah. No, that's true. That's me. I'm a gay Arctic fox, and you are a straight giant black man. That's actually That's actually one of the things that I've been doing is supplementally income.
Like electric car specialist.
Yeah, I also work on electric motorcycles. I give a Red Man hook tune up.
That shit, nigga, when I see Red, because I saw Red Man pull that on like 15 miles, and then today when I saw that shit on electric, nigga, I was laughing so hard.
I know, trust me. Why you guys think I'm like trying to pull fast lines? So when I said I'm getting an e-bike, it's fucking cool. I saw that too, Brian. If it makes you feel better, I haven't joked about it. But I did screenshot when you posted it on your bicycling when you're actually exercising. That's like me having fun on the way. That's like me tracking where I went in my Corvette. I went for a 20-mile jog today in my Corvette. Well, Tony ran 130 miles an hour in the 10 freeway. My shit's faster than every bike with good video that's in there. And instant torque, it doesn't have like the gear. It's like a Tesla. He has instant torque to get his instant torque. You ever ride an electric bicycle? No, come on, that's not a game show. We make everything gay.
Everything I do was gas. I tell you, I need to have a hybrid premium level.
Oh, okay.
It was a great car.
And the one that has like the weird wood. The cars go slower because you're in them. Like you can't hit the max speed because you have the weight of like a small family. A small like Mexican family. I make dogs urinate. This is what it's not. This is why you don't see another show where the same two people for 74 episodes in a row. You make dogs urinate. This is literally be the final episode. This was that show. They'd be like, oh, that's it. And exactly be like, oh, they've run out. Data's like, this said, Tony makes dogs urinate. That's funny. No, it's actually true. I actually go to the dog park sometimes. I'm like the dog, you've heard of the dog whisperer, the dog whisperer. Yeah, I go up and I start tickling the dogs. I do. We both love putting nuts in our mouths. Yeah, we both love climbing trees and staring at guys from above. See, I can make gay jokes about me too. That's it. That's all I can joke about. That's it. Like the Tennessee Titans, not bad. Except the only tight on me is my butt. It's tight. So David, what else has been happening? What do you got going on in your shoes?
I went to the beach today.
Okay, you washed up on shore? You went to the beach to go right? So what you did, you walk on the sand? Was it quicksand? Just start sinking like the horse in the never-ending story.
Hey man, you get your seats, Chris Cornell, nigga has a lot of here.
I look like deceased Chris Cornell. Anyway, but you know a lot about Black Hole Suns.
That's how you work with
Really? So you went to the beach? What happened at the beach?
I just chilled. Yes, of course. Sunday,
Maybe only sunbathing, only kind of bathing that Red Man does.
Because it's not real meat, but it tastes like real meat.
You know how addicted it is. Well, okay.
Chicks potatoes.
They be like, yo, taste better than red back. Oh, shit. An Asian girl. Oh, fuck, man. This is wild. There's a lot of drama. I like this tonight's episode of Countdown Beats. A lot of inside information. I'd love your Asian impression, by the way. Can I hear that one more time? Oh, my God. Black guys are allowed to do any kind of impression they want, by the way. If I do that, it's racist. If I go, oh, your dick tastes better than red man. They can't cancel the podcast.
They can't cancel the nigga.
Right. That's what I was going to say. If I was allowed to say whatever I wanted, that's cool. No, I can't say that. And I will say this, is that you're always fun. We always have a blast. Always fun conversations and great jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas. There you go. So on to the next one we go. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, I have pulled yet another name out of the bucket. This is this young lady's first time on the show. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the comedy stylings of CC. Here we go. It's time for CC.
Alright, hi guys. Thanks for So I think as a nation, like I'm appalled at how we've been treating like sex offenders without knowing the whole story behind it. For instance, I was arrested about a year ago for masturbating, and I called it all. Like I have this thing where like I masturbate in my sleep, you know, so it's like sleepwalking. You can't tell that you're actually doing it. Like, so like for instance, like if I'm like having this dream, like I don't know, like I'm kidnapped by ISIS, and like they're like, oh, you even need to, either way we're getting in, you know. Of course, I'm gonna finger myself, like I'm only human. Like, anyway, like it wasn't my fault I masturbated in my sleep, and also it was my fault that I like fell asleep in church when the eyes open. But like, it kind of looked worse than it was. You know, so it's like I didn't like have to do jail time, but I had to do like community service. So like, you know, that big brother, little brother program, like big sister, little sister thing.
There you go. Absolutely. CC. That was CC's Hi, Cece. Hi. How are you? Oh my goodness.
You have to sit down. You can't stand there for a couple minutes.
Following the footsteps of Michael Lair and Kyler Bentley over there. Maybe we can get you a. So, Cece, this is your first time on the show. How long have you been in comedy? This is your first time ever performing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow, look at that. That's interesting. Something you've always wanted to do?
I mean, no, not really. I just like hearing people laugh.
Are you just running past the comedy store? Like it's still being.
Yeah, I'm running.
You do some workout here on?
Because I came straight from jiu-jitsu.
Oh, that's good. You do jiu-jitsu. How long have you been doing that for?
About a year.
Okay. What level are you at?
Well, so I feel like, I don't know, I've only been doing it a year. I feel like if you compete the black belt, you should automatically compete a black belt.
Have you beaten a black belt?
I have.
Really? In jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
Or something else?
I did jiu-jitsu.
Like go fish? How did you beat a black belt? Was he just wearing a black belt?
Well, I ride a
It's
motorcycle.
just a businessman outside of the gym.
I ride a motorcycle, so like my legs are super strong.
Really?
Yeah.
She thinks black belts are black people with white belts.
Can we maybe, you know, I don't know if you know this, but Snort here has been doing jiu-jitsu. Would you let her wrap her legs around you and swing?
You ain't going to touch another human during a worldwide.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Maybe they could wrestle 6 feet apart.
Yeah, can you guys do, yeah, right.
Wait, someone that we do like.
That's what I want to do.
The go-go plata.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not even an easy move to do.
It's not.
It's incredible. And was everybody really impressed at the gym when you did that?
Kind of.
Wow.
I mean, it is kind of crazy.
And you made the person tap? My goodness gracious, that is very impressive. What else do you do? What else are you into?
Ride motorcycles.
Okay.
I mean, mine's an action person.
Right. Yeah. How long you been riding motorcycles?
Also about a year.
Do you ever take the area that you traveled and post it online like you exercise?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Again, I did not post it like, hey, I exercised today. I said I went on a bike ride today.
Like you have to say I went on a fun electric bike
I
ride.
did. I even posted a link to the motorcycle or the e-bike. I mean, what's funny is, if I was going, hey, I went on, worked out hard today. Well, look at where I worked out today.
I just picture Reagan sitting at home with his VR set on a chair.
That's how funny it is when I get mad on the show.
You're finally seeing it after like 6 months.
No, I know. That's why I continue to do it.
Well, these are the jiu-jitsu that you want.
Planet.
No shit. You want to talk?
Wait, did you meet Eddie? I feel like you have a boner.
No, but honestly, like that is kind of like what gives me the allergies.
Go ahead.
When they get a boner, like, yeah, they start to be like all like nervous and they start to make mistakes. I'm like, and then I just, wow.
Can you feel them get boners sometimes? Damn, that's wild. So it's like you use that to your advantage.
But yeah, because
Wow, that is impressive.
when there's blood going to
See, that's what happens to me when I do jujitsu with other men that are boners. And they're all like, hey, what the fuck? And I tell them out. No gi. Yeah.
Which location?
the one on La Cienega.
Where is that? What's the again? What?
Scott Epstein.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I went with like Annie.
I go to Andrew Epstein's gym.
Andrew Epstein.
Or I meant Jeff Epstein. I read a Prince Andrew article today. Got crossed up there. Jeff Epstein is the famous chemical. Okay. So, that's in La Cienega near what street?
Went.
Okay, so pretty far south.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like passive memories.
That's fun. What else have you been doing during this quarantine?
I've finished writing like a bunch of scripts that I've been working on. But like it sucks because I started writing all like pre-quarantine and whatever. And so I can feel like now I can't do any of them. Like,
Yeah, that's yeah, that is a predicament that everybody's in.
Has any Robo ever trained one of their classes? Any of the conspiracy theories?
no.
I guess he has this thing where he like do a 4 class of like talk with everybody and it's just so he gets like the most recent conspiracy theory. And so these guys like I'm just here for jiu-jitsu. Clever.
Okay, that's fun. You have a boyfriend, Cece?
I don't feel
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, one of the jits into the shits. I'm saying. Got Mitch on that one. How about you, Jen? You ever do any jujitsu?
I mean, I could if I trained as an actress, but I haven't yet.
What characters do you like to play in acting?
Whatever part I'm given, I can play them all.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can get you to do a little scene, maybe with Spencer here. Can you guys know your movies? Can you do like a scene out of American Treasure or something like that, or
American Treasure.
maybe Forrest Gump or something. Like you can tell them that you're dying or something like that. You have AIDS.
So I'll be Jenny, not far off. Imagine.
And you're a retard. Not far off.
Forrest, what are you doing here?
Can you see you?
You know this isn't gonna work, Forrest. I'm sick. I'm sick. I have AIDS.
You guys want to keep going?
I'm really in this right now.
What is AIDS?
Oh, Forrest, you're so dumb. You'll never understand.
Did you try to bring it down for me?
Listen, just go run, Forrest. Get out of here. Run, Forrest.
You want me to run?
Run, Forrest. Run.
You don't actually have to run. You can just ride on an electric scooter and Okay. Oh, God. That's so funny to me. All right, CC, this was fun. Thank you. You led us into a scene out of one of the great movies, 1994's Pulp Fiction, picking up Forrest Gump. There you go. There is CC right there. 1994 Best Film at the Academy Awards. That's why I said that. Confused myself with the 94.
I kind of think that if you get a black belt, maybe 3 times, you should automatically be a black belt.
I think so too. I mean, every other competitive right? I think that seems fair. I mean, if you're boxing or you're pro wrestling and you go against someone with a fucking belt and you beat them, you get their belt. I think you should get a black belt. There you go. Good work.
I might have to meet you.
Absolutely. All right. Round around we go. Back to the bucket. Only one person left. I know who this is. This young man was on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he is a cool dude. Amazing door guy here at the Comedy Store. Great comedian out of beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite people to kick it with this year, 2020. One of my favorite new friends of 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, Mitch Burrow is here. Mitch Burrow.
Yeah, I know I don't look like it, but I fuck sometimes. Last time I was fucking a chick, she had her dog in the room, and I was like, hey, you gotta get this dog out of here. And she said, you need to quit being weird. And I was like, no, you and this dog need to quit being weird is what needs to happen, because I don't think this is, I'm not the weird one. What I want is you have an audience, and I don't like it. And she's like, no, you gotta stop. I was like, look, I know this is weird. I know it's weird because this is a category on Pornhub. That's how I know it's weird. There's a lot of weird shit on there. People are fucking their stepsisters. They're fucking their stepmoms, which, first of all those are very unrealistic. Not a single one of them is named Tammy, so I know that's not this a real stepmom, because that's what Flynn's name was. And I never wanted to fuck her. She was great, but that's not what's important. Here's the thing: there's fucking your stepsister, there's fucking your stepmom. You know what's not on there? Fucking your stepsister while the family pet watches you. That's not on there. All right. Can I just say something real quick? Jenny, when you're playing Jenny,
you go, Forrest, what are you doing here? Bitch, you invited him to tell him that he's got a son. Did you ever watch the fucking movie?
It was a character choice, Nick.
I'm glad you didn't die, by the way.
I found out later that she didn't even, I heard a rumor that she didn't even have AIDS, that she had something else.
Hepatitis.
Is that true?
Yeah, because this is the 70s. They didn't get AIDS in the 70s. Also, she wasn't a gay man, so like it wasn't like at that time. That's all
She was a heroin addict. Yeah. It was very scary.
Get over there. And this is still very early in the AIDS. It was hepatitis.
Is that true?
Yes. What is that? Frogtown? It's just crazy, dog.
Never a case of AIDS in Frogtown. You been to Frogtown before? You would say it's an
American treasure. Frogtown, baby.
Oh yeah, you go to Frogtown a lot?
Oh yeah, dude, I love fucking drugs and shit.
That's right. When you're not in Hogtown, you go to Frogtown.
Mexican skateboarders. That's what they got in Frogtown. I know one of them.
Yeah, people in Frogtown are very proud to be from Frogtown. It's one of those places with a lot of pride.
It's like the South. They shouldn't be, but they are.
Right. People from the
Because you guys have a Confederate flag in Frogtown.
Do you snore? I've been there once or twice or 30 times. You seem very You seem mad about something. Oh yeah.
Actually, it's just
Mitch, is that true that you had sex with a girl and her dog was in the room? What kind of dog?
what part of that do you believe?
I believe it. But I also believe that the girls you have sex with, they probably only have one room. I feel like this was probably a studio apartment. She's like, what room would you like the dog to go into?
It was a shared apartment. She had a roommate, and I was like, put it in the roommate's room.
Right.
Something. It was like a little retarded dog.
Oh. Okay, so it's like,
I mean, it was blood. I don't really know if that's retarded.
It was blind.
What is that? Just blood. Not right. Especially when you see that dog kick it up, it's hard. You know, it's like, oh, I've got a dog. Oh, that dog's special.
Its eyes. It's blind. Ugly fucking dumbass dog. I hate him. I hate him.
If the dog was blind, like, get out of the room.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you afraid it's gonna see?
That sense of smell is crazy.
Mitch is afraid that blind dog's gonna find his fucking like duty hole.
You swapped Jenny out the weird time she and I were about to start a real big podcast together.
Oh, she was gonna go from Forrest Gump to Forrest Plump.
How long were you sitting on that night?
You really believe that life is like a box of chocolates?
Everything that has to offer.
Except for the running parts, you have nothing in common with Forrest. Okay?
I ran today.
Yeah.
I raced an 11-year-old.
Really?
And I won the first half. But he got me on the way back.
Was he blind too?
No, he just wasn't fat, and it really worked in his favor.
Damn. An 11-year-old. What did you race an 11-year-old? How does that even begin?
Used to be Norga Airfield champ.
Yeah.
His son was visiting.
Okay.
And I was hanging out with him at the beach today. Completely unrelated to David Lucas.
The door guys were at the beach today. We didn't even know.
I like to go on Tuesdays because the Meteorological Society's out there checking the tide, so I just run out there and fuck up.
Wow. Yeah, when you think, when you hear that the meteorologist is out there, you think that's a guy that specializes in meat.
See, I tried to beat you to a fat joke, and you just jumped over me every time.
Yeah, just like you do. Just like you.
So yeah, I challenged you to a race. And it's just too far.
Just like you're on the home phone and he caught up with you.
I have an alcohol problem.
That's great. You're hanging out with Funk Chow. He's a legend. He's been on the show numerous times. He's Chinese rare. You did a weekend with him for as everything closed down. Because I make fun of him.
He taught me how to say, I miss you in Chinese.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, what is that? What is that?
Well, It's real.
I believe that.
Well, I did.
Damn. Oh my goodness. Every time you do that, there is a call. You guys remember that movie? What's happening?
60 cans. That does not hold up very well. I just watched it the other day. There's a worker. There's that creepy person at their house. We need to wash the sheets after he sleeps. And they just talk about the Chinese. You know what's fucked up? I lived in Japan for 3 years and speak some Japanese and can do a great Japanese impression. And not allowed to do it. It's very accurate. I'm not allowed to do it. Because you can't do Asian accents.
Arigato.
It's arigato. Arigato house. But like, so the thing with like the Japanese, they use a lot of sounds when they're talking. You know, they're very expressive. So like, sugoi means great, right? Or katsu. That means I'm angry. But you like to say katsu. Oh, katsu. And that would be like, I'm very angry, but then people would hear me do that and they'd be like, why are you making fun of anime?
That's why Japanese supports them. It's because they make all the extra public sounds when they're in the house.
Even when I was over there, fucking Japanese chicks couldn't watch the porn. Because the real Japanese chicks don't act like you're murdering them during the process.
They can't cancel anything. You can do this all day. None of you are getting it. So you already read your own.
We were canceled 2 months ago. But like, if you ever want to fuck a Japanese chick, you just go to her and you say yadi tai. That means I'm a fuck.
Don't do that right.
Yadi tai. Or and if you want to sweeten it up a little bit, then not the wakire. That means you're very beautiful. Yadi tai. I don't know about for that. Perfect. Dude, if I was a Japanese chick, I'd be fucking you right now.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. Oh, wait. Where are you going? Okay. We want climax of the episode. Mitch, anything else happening fun in your world this week?
Jeep broke down on the way here.
Oh, shit. What happened? What went wrong there?
Just exceeded the weight pace.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
No, it's overheating or something. I feel like it's overheating. That's great. I need it's overheating. I gotta die.
Oh, God, I can't believe it.
Oh, that was too good.
It was a cheap shot. Overheating.
Yeah, so I need like a thermostat or water pump.
Thermostat.
I need a thermostat, preferably with gravy in it.
There's got to be a part on the cheap that I can name it.
Is the other thing a thermostat or a what?
A water pump
A water pump?
or a fucking starter. I don't know. I just name parts of the engine under its appetizers. Hey, I'll do it. Jumper! Jump!
I love
That was a
it.
good one.
Yeah. Fix your car. Did you think about using the defibrillators that you have in the back seat?
That's how you jump it off.
Weird.
No, but I'm probably gonna work on it tomorrow.
That's not how you jump either. Alright.
People can subscribe to my YouTube channel to see me work on a Jeep.
Okay. What's your YouTube channel?
It's just Mitch Burrow.
MITCHBUR.
Yeah, that's it.
And on social media, you are
Everything Mitch Burrow.
everything's all one word, Mitch Burrow.
TikTok, I'll give you a personalized horoscope reading. So, you know, follow me on there. So, redneck astrologist.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Go on to TikTok, yeah, that's a successful thing going on the redneck astrology.
That's pretty good, yeah. He's doing it.
Absolutely. All right, man. Well, fun times, Mitch. Always a pleasure.
I'm sorry, I'm just very distracted.
I know.
I feel like, were you just sitting on something? What? Do you have another way to call me fat? I feel like there was another
Yeah, but I just come on, sport, do it.
Jerry
Here.
Engelman,
I'm saying that kind of thing.
What kind of Jeep do you have, Wrangler?
Yeah, it's a 1998 TJ.
Oh, okay.
It's the last model that had the 4.6 liter. It's the best one. As long as it's running.
Okay. What is TJ stand for?
The Jeep.
Oh, that's it.
I don't know. So he was at Trader Joe's. Yeah, you didn't see it. You think I go to Trader Joe's?
You have the jacket. You have the jacket of the president of Trader Joe's.
Yes. I was really hoping you would knock on the top of that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's sitting with them. You also just have a right. Yes, you get the shit fascinating. Something we probably got in this. What is that?
The first Jeep out here, there was only CJ, which is the first million Jeep. Then you had YJ, and then YJ, and then they moved to TJ, and then they just keep adding letters.
I mean, if we tell now, we would have smashed these dollars.
And so
What
what
is
is
the
the
He's the Jew I love to see yourself.
you ever looked at
The
Martin
religious
Luther
is
going on with your
one
team?
of the
It's
yes,
amazing.
exactly.
Yeah, marshmallow, peanut butter sandwich. I know what that means right now. Yes, I know it because it's you. Yes, it's delicious.
Here,
And it's not like I'm saying that you ever had a sport? I just know it was. Yeah,
All right. Fun times, Pittsburgh. There you go. Strangesboro, everybody. Coming up for the night, ladies and gentlemen, this young man, very controversial figure on the show. It's either love him or hate him. He's been winning a lot of people over lately, and he's also lost some people lately. He is a polarizing figure, and with no further ado, I get to the big red machine, William points out Montgomery here. Here he is.
Fascinating show. I don't know. So it says which part of I don't know. Take the job, you take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be fixed. You have that commitment to God, you got all the sorrows, and that is the thing, take the money and can't go ahead and assist you.
There's a minute from William Montgomery. For me, William, is what you're talking about. You keep saying last night, you mean last week. Yep. What
Holly was my best set.
Well, you were on quadruple Kill Tony probation for the first time ever with the management, the cast, the crew, who you defended both physically and
Tony was the crew as well.
yeah, David Deary.
What do you mean the crew? David Deary, I hate that fucking
Why?
pussy.
Why do you hate him? He's a nice guy.
I tried to kiss him the other night.
Yeah,
He reciprocated.
I know you're not supposed to do things like that during this whole
I
pandemic.
love that guy. You all seen David Deering recently? Look at his fucking pussy ass.
His actual problem.
Look at how he's fucking sitting, just like a bitch.
Oh my
You
god.
would sit like that, David Deering. You piece of shit.
David,
Why didn't you kiss me last week?
no one was sitting near you.
Dude, I'm sick. Okay, we get it. Everybody gets it. Killer infiltrate the interviews on Showtime. And Apollo set to get on the Showtime campus. Really excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Your pizza at Domino's Papa John's joke was great. Is that true? Do you do that sometimes?
It is. I ate the new Shack pizza. It's Queens is an extra large. It happens to be just large. It's the same amount of pepperonis, same amount of cheese. $1 goes to some bullshit charity for black kids. I'm not buying it. But I am calling up Papa John, asking, hey, what is this, Pizza Hut? Or Domino? Y'all have the cheeseburger from Domino. That is the diet. Jeremiah, looks like you have. What's up with your hair tonight, dude? Spencer, what's up with your hair? Love it, it looks pretty. Red Band, what's up with the hood over your head? What's going on? Because you fucked up last night on the AV. Last week on the AV. Why isn't it on YouTube? How's my best set?
It is on YouTube now.
Is it?
Yeah, last week's episode is now on YouTube. Another fun fact about last week's episode is that afterwards on that Monday night, my sleep schedule was actually
Hey,
evolving.
Michael, quit laughing like that. You know I hate your girlfriend.
William over here. So, my sleep schedule evolved a little bit during this pandemic, and I was actually asleep by about just a touch before 1 a.m. last Monday.
And I called you,
And
and he didn't answer.
and yeah, that is true. My phone, I forgot to turn the ringer off very rarely.
What is your ringer, by the way?
It's the song Money from Pink Floyd.
I love that. I thought that was Joe Walsh. That's Pink Floyd.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
I thought that was a Joe Walsh song.
Anyway, why were you calling me last weekend at 1:57 a.m.? By the way,
I wanted to tell you. This has been such a nice ride after Joel read it. Yeah, thanks, Red Man. That really adds to it.
keep going.
I just wondered if I could have gotten on the phone and tell you this has been so sweet and so nice. But after tonight, I had enough to start.
That's perfect. That's exactly why I called the call. Look at you now, you're back. Just a little bitch.
And my eyes are yellow.
You do have some kind of Jordan that's obvious. Have you seen a doctor about this?
Jeremiah told me to say that with Jeremiah. Thank you. Spencer, you told me, you're like, hey, tell everybody your eyes are yellow.
These guys all work at movie theaters. Well, if you ever do anything weird when you go to movie theaters, you ever take any, you ever sneak any food in there
I
yourself?
made out with a black chick in one.
Oh yeah, what movie did you see? Do that? Whoa. All right.
You know, I saw him at last show at 2 a.m.
Oh, really? You called me out?
No, I was playing reality. Yeah, if y'all haven't watched Red Man Search on Reality, start watching it. It's to die for. It's a wonderful thing to watch. Red Man, what are you doing on there, dude? Virtual reality? What are you talking about on that thing? Get off of it. Get off of it. People are tired of it. I'm tired of it. Get off me. Are you fucking with me?
There is nothing else
It really moves when you move your mouth. It moves too.
Yeah, thanks. It cost me $100.
you know, you know, that's it, we're done.
What do you mean? There's one left.
So listen, it's very interesting. It's different.
I support small businesses.
Why is it so?
Hey, hurry. Like the last couple of months, you're all set. Everything's been just. You're really going to call me out on that? I told you what happened.
What happened?
My dog died 2 weeks ago.
How did it die?
His name was Scooby Doo. Accidentally fed him poison.
What kind of poison did you feed him?
I injected a T-bone steak with a bunch of Clorox bleach.
Why'd you do that?
I was just looking up YouTube videos and I did it and I left it on the floor.
So what kind of YouTube video suggested that you put Clorox bleach into a T-bone and feed it to your dog?
I get it. I want to break it. I want to break it. I want to I want to. Nevertheless, we're committed to go ahead and do these activities.
You want Spencer to get your back?
Get the destruction.
Spencer? Do you know William?
And couple
Do you remember that, Spencer?
It really is such an interesting idea.
You guys kids, that's fucked up. Spencer's 15.
Whoa, William, another fucking comedian.
That is the main song of the intercom. Red Man gets tired of all the light jokes. He called him a song.
Okay, alright, everybody relax. William,
Big sound.
Guys, settle down over here. This is
Yes, struggling at it. Toggle on rock.
6
Reading the real is about. And it's rare. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's possible that the challenge is the same.
Is it? Really?
So, you can get I mean, how was your test? Am I going to get a tattoo? Yes, last week. How was your test that you took last Wednesday? I have strep throat.
Oh, that's good. It's a good time to have strep throat, actually. Much better to have strep throat than the How's the spot on your belly? Can we get an update on that? Can we see what's going on there? Let's see. It's being blocked by a shadow right now. Can you? Where is it?
It's gone. It's a root envelope. It's waxing waiting. What is that? A moon joke? I just learned of it. Is that a fucking moon joke? Yeah, man, it is. What's wrong with my belly? It's as giant as a moon. Yeah, it's funny.
It does sort of look like, can you lift up your shirt one more time? David, can you get in there again? It does look like the part of the Death Star where like ships fly into. Like Vader flies a ship into that.
What are we doing? Why are we flying into? So it looks like the dumpster where that snake creature is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Swamp, I believe that is the planet. Tatooine, maybe. That's it.
See, not really. Not really.
It's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah,
Sarlacc.
That's it. You have the Sarlacc pit. It's really unheard big.
Is there anything in your What do you think's in there? What is that, a black rock?
Oh, you know, how do we say? Maybe. Oh god. That's weird, William. Oh shit. Oh shit. You do that when you're out on the streets.
Sell off all of
With
your
swimming pools.
like sell off all your free.
Oh my god. Do you at least make sure there's no children around when you do it?
So what's the watch
Usually swimming laps.
That's what it's now she says
Okay, sometimes it's fun when, sometimes it's good when an episode just sort of like cruises down, nice and slow, and we get to like, really appreciate all the comedy that happened earlier on in the show, you know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the longest tenured regulars in the history of the show, the great William Montgomery, everybody, there he goes. There he goes. This was another episode of the show. We did it again. Fun stuff happening all around the world. Let's check out the drawing from Brian J. Abel. Let's see what happened here tonight with the movie theater crew. Sometimes works on Blockbuster. There we go. Get on up in there, Ryan. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's another movie theater type homage thing. Am I right? Yeah, there's the concession stand. I see me. I see William with horns. We have the great fire breathing. Is that Snort? Oh yeah, that's David Lucas. Yeah, that makes sense. Cat, everybody, Michael Clear on the tank. What a crew. Snort and Jen down below. Spencer up top, slinging concessions. Chroma eating the nacho cheese out of the dispenser.
Go to rentemail.com. He also has a lot of auctions. I just saw a really cool auction of Joker. Yeah, it's going on right now.
Everything's at RyanJAbel.com. Go eat Amino's Pizza. Get your coffee from KBigCoffeeCo.com. Get your underwear over at Shane. Hire someone at ZipRecruiter. A bunch of fun things you can do to show support for the show. Your lozenges for nicotine over at Lucy.co. So good. So good. I like the cinnamon. Red Band likes the wintergreen. A bunch of other fun stuff happening. I have Roastmaster Plaza on my Patreon. Everything roasting that you might want to know. Actual tons of content, man. We're doing Jesse Joyce this week. Just interviewed Sarah Tiana, Benji Cuomo, David Lucas, Donna Owens, Jeff Ross. Fun times. We just talk about making fun of people. So that's exciting. Red Band.
Check out my virtual Red Band. And also, Brian Wolf's Dead Air and Brothers in Person. Which we've been doing last week. Okay. So check that out.
Oh yeah, I have a whole new merch store as well. Attached to my website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. Brand new shirts drawn up by the Big Vader. Those are mostly Roastmaster Class days. There's also a cute little Hinchcliffe Red Band 2020 shirt there. I like it. Jeremiah Watkins has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders. I'm sure of that. Tell me about it.
That's Dr. Phil and Starbucks assistant manager. I think that was last week's episode. This week's Shanks and Dr. Phil.
What else? Jeremiah, anything else?
Jeremiah does Rockets on mental places. You guys live here in the Tempe, Arizona area at the end of the month. I'll be doing some shows there the last week of the month on Thursday.
There you go. Tempe, Arizona.
Yeah, and if you're on YouTube right now, head over to YouTube.com/Jeremiah Watkins and subscribe.
There you go. Also, hit subscribe for this show if you haven't yet. Jen is actually jet skiing. Jesse Johnson, quadruple J's tonight. You're a jet ski Johnson on all platforms. What else? Jet ski.
That's it. At Jet Ski Johnson. Thanks, guys.
Chroma Chris. Chroma Chris. Did I miss anything tonight, Chroma? No, I was checking out Baby Boys on Spotify. That's right, Baby Boys on Spotify. THEBABYBOYS. And then, of course, the Rachel Virtual Jimenez was here. Believe it or not, that was short the entire time. I know, it's shocking. But then go ahead, John Bird, you have a new episode of Mostly Sorry, which is also your name on all social media platforms.
Yeah, me and David here, we are American Treasures.
That's right. I absolutely love it. Are we missing anything? That's pretty much it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good night, everybody. Oh, thank you to everybody out on the patio that came tonight to the comedy store. We are streaming the show out there.
Thank Charlie for Beatles for the CD.
We'll be back next Monday with another episode of Kill Tony live.
So long as Robert there has not present however, if Robert there is just now in this case, Roger Gare wants to continue the existence of the idolatry but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this mission? This mission is not I don't want to say it's not included, which means that once it breaks, it's still valid. So therefore, again, Brother Gare doesn't actually care if it remains in his full state. And as Zero's breaks, who cares? It still has value. Usually was like, that's funny, correct? I want to call you, I missed it.
Hey, this is Raymond coming live from the Real Famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get out!
Give it up. No, Shiny Russia's like, back to the bottom. Rabbis will make your pie to be shot. Whereas normally the US perhaps this case should be problematic. But a lot of myself, as long as the Gare has not yet actually put the pressure of Vito's Pizza, delicious Vito's Pizza.
Yes, why would they make it all here? Like,
Speedweed, great Gino, joining us, always has our back. Great Grossmaster Fox is on the fucking Patreon.com/Jeremiah is supposed to go on the road again, but today he's announcing the cancel, filling in. Keep headline film on the dates. It's a surprise. But he's supposed to be going wrong for the lineup. What else is going on? Crazy. You gotta get up to get down. Talking about Russian novels. It isn't always easy to talk about Russian novels. Because Russian novels, saying that I think I lost my show. We were putting it all together with excuses like I had a long day of work. Sorry, honey, I'm still feeling it, or I think I'm in the bed. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about. Young doctor, the real medication, and simple safety.
You can get a free online evaluation on Care. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment.
Communications Corporation will ship it to you free. Shipping. The whole process is straightforward, simple, and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony. An online business.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Need an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to Roman.com/Tony today. Give a Roman $15 for an easy treatment. Wow, in a moment. Let's GetRoman.com/Tony. GetRoman.com/Tony. And boy, oh boy, are we excited to announce the return. Favorite sponsors. You guys know this. Fans of the show. If you're having a rough time getting locked down since then, I want to tell you about some of the products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD is the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from that plant and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products. And they're just great. I rub it all over my body all the time.
Here's some Infinite CBD products I think you can get you through the hard times, Tony. CBD AM Plus difficulty concentrated while you're working from home. This has CBD plus caffeine for mental clarity. CBD gummies, that's my favorite. New flavors like sour, full spectrum, companies spectrum. Why people say that? If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. CBD Moog, you know, it feels good. You got time to kill, treat yourself. Actually, that's really good. The music's spit. Try it out. The music's amazing. If you on your fucking stump of a dick. Yeah. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research and users reporting benefits like reducing anxiety, reducing inflammation.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to get your products. That's InfiniteCBD.com, and if you use code KILLTONY, you will get 20% off of what's your part. That's InfiniteCBD.com, promo code KILLTONY for 20% off. We're just gotta get we never know. Sometimes I lie. I say tonight's gonna be a fun show. Bands and I don't know. Regulars might be there or whatever. Other podcasts, they know what they're going to talk about. They have a big point of bring behind the camera that you never see, in which they talk about things that they don't know about.
Anyone who's going to call it back here.
We do have a band on this show that commit to being different characters every episode. We don't know which one is inspired of. Jeremiah Washington, Jesse Johnson, and Roma Chris. Here we go. Let's see what happens tonight, shall we?
He himself doesn't worship like
Here they come, I'm sure, any moment now. Oh, we know this crew. Oh, wow. Okay, I thought it was newscasters, but now I'm confused. Could be 80s comedians. Striking a mix. Is it newscasters?
Oh,
it is newscasters.
no, it is not. The sound is not the hit. It's one puppet, something too smooth in baseball, Tony. There you go, sportscaster now. Newscaster. We do not steer all news. Yes.
Okay, well then you're not newscasters.
Sportscaster. Broadcaster, whatever you like to say, Tony. Yes.
Hey, so these are new characters.
No, they debuted about 4 years ago. Very forgettable.
Okay, well, welcome back. What's your name?
My name is Teddy Massingill. Yes. M-A-S-S-I-N-G-I-L. Massingill.
All right, and who's the spirit next to you? Massive coat.
Only
I gotta fill up muscle here. Wow, my name's Gary Balls. Gary Balls.
Gary used to be very fat.
Oh, okay.
That's why the coat is big.
Who are you?
My name's Forrest, Tony Forrest Dump. Forrest.
Why do you have headphones on?
I have to listen to the people that get the stats.
Okay, how about you? Hey, Tony, it is Grand Slam Sam here, coming from you from the sidelines.
Actually, baseball is back in season.
And this just in, NFL canceled their preseason. Did that really just come in? Oh yeah, no, I didn't. Yep. Okay, we got a bunch of sports guys with us here. I know you guys asked for it, for them to come back, and you got what you wanted for sports.
This has been 4 years in the making. A story of a comeback, the underdog, the Rocky story.
You know, you look a lot like, maybe I'm wrong, because I get them all mixed together. There's a lot of characters, maybe you look like the 80s comedians that we've had on the show.
That is actually my brother, Zippy.
Zippy, and you guys have the same outfit there.
Actually, no different mustache. Zippy doesn't have a mustache. When you do thousands of characters, they all start to look a little bit alike.
You all look like all the guys that have fun. We have sign-ups in the bucket. Somebody's five sign-ups. There you go. Red Man showing his age. Sally Jesse Raphael reference.
From deep old Hollywood.
Salad dressing Raphael. David Lucas is in the audience. Roasting already. Salad dressing Raphael. Let's get the show started. You know, we started the last couple of episodes with Michael Bear. Kicking off today's show, people love it, they hear it, and hate it by so many more. It's incredible, ladies and gentlemen. Here's William Montgomery.
What's up? First and foremost, I want to give it up for salad dressing Raphael. He is a good friend of my uncle's. I wrote the set. A couple ice houses was going down a couple nights ago. You know the difference between cancer and a child? My dad's got it. Who needs Jesus when he's got a metal detector? This is me working at Disney World. Check out the castle over there. Coming out with a movie, it's called Spiky Pineapple. How do I hold this thing?
Wow, William Montgomery.
What was up with that dive?
You really,
What happened there?
you left a lot of space for laughter there at the end. You must have thought that spiky pineapple joke was going to
I did. Have you recently on your pineapple?
Yes,
They are spiky.
yeah, yes they are.
Yeah, I see now. This movie is called Spiky Pineapple. Literally, I don't know how to hold this thing.
Why would it be a movie? Why would you make an entire movie about spiky pineapple?
He has accepted himself all of the responses. He's laughing at
How much did you write? 200 pages. Wow, barely. You wrote something other than jokes this week. I was just wondering exactly what it was. Does your dad have cancer? So, did he used to have cancer, or he just
Yeah, he did at one point.
Really?
Pretty much a miracle. And he was I moved away, his cancer was gone.
My goodness gracious. How about then the Jesus memorable joke? We talked about this one second. If you don't need Jesus, you have a medical care. Can you explain?
You don't need Jesus. You have medical debt.
What do you mean?
I mean, so many times.
Jesus is a fisherman. Is he? And was he a fisherman? What passage of the Bible says he's a fisherman? Do you know? And that's you know?
But you know, I think he's coming fisherman because of
Five loaves and two fish. Are we talking about Red Man's Midnight Snacks on Sunday?
A meal of biblical proportion. Hallelujah. Yeah, when this red man can die.
Oh, William. Red Man.
I've been sick or red man's ass.
Why?
I'm definitely not going to die of laughter.
Whoa.
Come on, what is that? Well, red man? Because even when we asked you to explain that joke about the metal detector, it still made no sense. So can you let me explain that? It's one of my best jokes, man. It's one of my best jokes. Okay.
William, back up.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about
Sick, I got 104.
Let's talk about another one of your jokes here today. This is me working at Disney World. Hey, check out the
Hey,
castle.
look at the castle over there.
Did you ever
You're a second grader.
I didn't even think a second grader would make it.
Look at the castle over there. My point is and I swear to God, if I work up here, it's going to be saying, hey, look at that castle over there. The Cinderella's castle. You're working for Disney now.
You work in a storage facility. The job that
I
you have
actually
to
had doors on.
do. Did you
If
really?
anyone has a job, do you have a job? Gino, you got a job for me?
Nobody's really hiring right now.
Okay. Oh,
I literally had tens and tens of people offer you jobs the last
now I
year. You finally need one in the middle of a global pandemic.
in a pandemic, I need a job.
But you didn't accept any of the high-paying jobs that would have changed your life and alleviated your alcoholism with the
That was several months ago.
Yeah,
The economy's booming. I'm drinking a bunch of alcohol, Sprite bottles. And you're telling me about these jobs, and I greatly apologize. I should have listened to you. I need a job right now.
What kind of job are you?
I'm gonna be back in Memphis soon.
You are. So what kind of job are you willing to do? Just so that the listeners out there know, there's a lot of the face of the show. We have ZipRecruiter. There's a lot of people hiring. My question's next, just so that everybody knows, what's the worst job that you've done?
Yeah, worst job I've ever done.
No, William, listen. What's the worst job that you're willing to take right now? Golf person at a cut. Well, you're not getting that job. You're not getting that job. Cuts are closed. Even the putting courses.
I need a job, Tony.
I know. So let's
I mean, what will I do?
yeah. That's what I'm asking.
Red Man, are you hiring me? You were saying it the other day.
Ryan, can I get a job at Trader Joe's?
Who's Ryan? Who's Ryan?
Okay, William, what type of job do you think you'd be good at?
So,
What would you do at a Petco? You know a lot about
Work
Petco.
around the fish.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, so let's do this. I'm a customer. I walk into a Petco. You work at the Petco. Look, can you help me?
so as
Yeah,
long
were you looking for a channel cat? Channel cat? You looking for a channel cat?
What's a channel? I'm a customer here. I was looking for something.
David, why'd you talk to me?
I was looking for something.
Come on.
William, there's no crowd.
Yeah, what happened? What happened?
William, so I'm at a Petco. I'm a customer. Hi, I'm looking to buy a stroke. Can you help me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Jenkins. Bob Jenkins, and I'm here to buy a squirrel. Do you have a squirrel? Yes, everyone knows. Yeah, medium is 2 feet. Everyone knows.
It's $1,000. A 2-foot fucking squirrel. It's $1,000.
Do you accept cashier's check?
Yeah, cashier's I accept cash.
That's it.
A 2-foot squirrel.
What kind of Petco is that?
It's a 2-foot squirrel. Thanks, Mom.
What is that?
That's perfect. God, what was that? Even has spikes on it. Exactly. That's what made my joke funny. Holding a pineapple. Coming out with a pineapple to me.
Have you been talking with your parents? Yeah, they care deeply about you. What have they been saying? Do you know how to grow like cheese? You do?
Yeah, like cheeseburgers.
How would you make a cheeseburger? Can you explain it?
Right, 10 minutes on either side.
Well, no, I don't know about that. See, this is what's interesting. This could be a good idea for you. You could start your own cooking show. Literally tens of thousands of people would follow you. I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I could use cheeseburgers. 10 minutes on either side.
How would you prep the cheeseburgers? Would you just buy them already patted up?
A lot of onions. A lot of onions, a lot of flowers in the kitchen.
Is there any beef involved?
A lot of beef.
How much onions and how much beef? 2 feet?
2 feet of beef.
Yeah, like this strong.
Is this a joke? We could call it really young.
What?
If you had a cooking show, you had it really young.
Why would you do that?
Why you at? Why you at young? Really young? Is that funny? Are you writing jokes for William? Youngery? You so much. He did literally listen.
Our annual conference
You're retiring?
Tonight,
Why do you think that is?
Sponsors Dr. Annie Wolf, Commissioner of the website, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Sean Ben, Steve Hirsch's, and the Level, Nathan and Beth Adler, and father Ben Adler, father Butler Mordecai, Ben Moreira. Movie sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory box of Mother Rosen Applebaum, Ruffalo,
There you go. Oh, Redman got his first and only fart sound out of the way tonight, so at least something good came out of this. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. Deary
looked down at the list today. We are picking up from San Diego on base 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs off from the bottom. That's what Matthew Ulof at Univar Properties. Again, Matthew Ulof at Univar Properties. That's what we feel about Univar. Here, Ali is sitting behind the Yusuf, the Kabbalah, my guide. He has the following question. This is a fascinating question. Some for wish for the INS. What is the halacha if an author hires a Jew to smash barrels of INS? Right, so if that means I'm going to the next meeting, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of INS. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is a Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages in this process? Remember again, in yesterday's that we gave the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed activity or dealing with items that themselves will be values. Here, the applicant is asking them to do something with the INS and is asking you to steal the INS. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the law? We are reading those big people also. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of AIs. Why do I want the existence of AIs? Because the barrels which are break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break them and I use it myself. So when it's interesting enough, I want the existence of the INS. Because I want it. Therefore, the movie that makes the process go that we could actually just do it. We have been on Kivan, we know that the line of Rashi. The Israel said, what's it that you don't show up?
Okay, well, that's a big difference. That's what Bruce Jr. wrote when he wrote his jokes on the drive over.
So when you start with the Shaman Lamb, I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on him. Actually, Shaman Lamb, he does for us. So you can see that since it's true actually was, it's true that it's true that it's correct, and he actually was, the Yamin necessary to remain in existence. I don't want it to happen. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from the INS, and therefore, yeah, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, only if you just look at it, this is the instruction of the INS, is instruction level as well. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, what else will existence, again, ultimately, the instruction of the is ultimately, again, it's fascinating. However, the Matthew says, Yishbar B'Shalom. The Matthew says, no, take the job, Jew takes the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have less to do you got a weak thing, take the money and go. Eight
It's crazy that you're from Philadelphia and you're getting some worse
Back to you in the studio.
Dave Sarah, what do you do for a living?
So if you're hoping for help, it's trying to build a client that you can't go ahead and assist in terms of like, oh, you need to sit first, you can't do that.
Yeah, what do you do?
Hope is not dealing what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do. Last week from the Uber back on the road to the finish, let's say he hires me and it's silver. To me, they're very planted to I know. Let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do it even though they get paid for working with life, right? And I want the existence of it. Because it provides me a big on the home and use that my muscles. So we can ourselves. So here from here, this is what we want. The Matthew says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from this forbidden freedom when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction of it. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of your forbidden freedom, because you are the ones who chose to get paid for it, it's going to be so. So there's a Savua, the second one from the top 64. Savua,
This conversation now, what are you doing in the back?
That only is their permission to transfer. That only is their permission to go ahead and sinister, close activity, but you can't do anything that's sustainable. For example, over here, but let's say someone's trying to pick a line, right? Touches them to line, it has to put up a fence around the line. The people says,
looks kind of like a cop.
why?
You do have a cop face.
By definition,
I thought you've been impersonating Todd
fence has nothing to do with plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us saying very well. And methane means moving. The methane means covering the seeds with dirt. And look at you get off the site because there you're actually directly saying you're driving a fire. Keep it
Stealing second.
and it keeps us even if anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fence around the Ryan, that's when you come in and look at the Michael's and here's what they do. You cross such from the kids up the line. Plus it says, do not plant the Ryan in the field. In the Azalea, and we know the prohibition of planting. Next time you know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself. Like even if putting up the fence. I'm a low kill line. That's what it's like. It's interesting. Words. So again, you know, it's actually kind of spicy. It's a low kill line. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of change. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains the best of the Gemara says, and you will be Tesla Shari. Ultimately, interestingly enough, even if they're going to give up, how are you going to give up? The prohibition ultimately, if you say that sustains it. What about if somebody's going to pay me to help me use it? It sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. It does have to be that thing that rather someone who's this. Not one of these. That one might be okay to this really understand. So it's actually comes to that one. This is that one. I don't even want to put it in that. So that one only can be a key of that one. But maybe you can be trying to plant it. But actively do something that some type of like putting a fence paper is what. So putting up a fence is something. And you can get paid for that. And certainly a thing you can get paid for uprooting plants. So that's not appropriate. Which the Gemara says, often as stealing is very interesting. This is weird. It's the obvious pursuit. And ultimately, again, I have a really good thing. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's what I'm doing. The Amar, leaking what I'm not going to steal on us. Ultimately, that is even from the opinion that I'm not the last thing right now. I'm not going to favor something. Like you have to have some money. Almost look at what most of the but to do something to think about results, that's objective. I have keep it handy. I thought that's going to be a key block. I'm going to be a key block. I'm kind of trying to get and if you take 6 block shopping, you say something points at the key block. Even though the key block is a more expensive approach to the condition of life, they're not really clean up planted. Not really financing the actual planting itself. People put up a fence to sustain it. You might need people like you to uproot the line to get rid of this earth and this liquidity. It's absolutely permitted and you can get things to happen. Usually what it does is so low that there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. That's good. This is crazy. See what I mean? This is like the equivalent of like that's it, we're done. There's nothing more to this lesson. So it's very interesting. So therefore what this means is ultimately, let's say, how did we struggle? This whole struggle by the peace and Abdul wants to break his balance of Yanis. He asks me, he wants to hire me to do it.
So you woke up the next day, you guys wake up Saturday morning, said, Scott, you didn't even wake me up last night. You're like, yeah, my buddy invited me for a drink. He's like, we could have gone to that drink, you didn't fucking wake me up, and then you were fucking us back.
I'm just trying to help stuff. But nothing said, do it and cover a lot. It involves the destruction of the result of that matter is prohibited item. Even though, yes, I do want the infinity system of the MS. I get that. I want to break myself. I want to break it. I want to learn to do it. I want to upgrade it. But nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do the activities. Yes, we can get the destruction of full destruction. Zero destruction of ultimately is a big thing. Nothing says you get paid and cover a lot. I must say, it is a really such an interesting idea. Kind of part of Western society. And that is important. Members of society, just as a general culture, in society, we should go take the culture. That's more. No, that's not what we should do.
It's on character, funny, it's all that. Good times on that.
Lifestyle choices.
Stunts.
Really? That has to be our place.
Dave, anything else we need to know about? Fun times, good jokes. I think with an audience, that puppy mill thing is just smart, funny approach.
At first, it was kind of a little touchy.
Because if you let people
Very nice. Dave, Sarah, everybody.
Yes, reading the world
Another young man.
is a problem. It is a problem. It's not easy. It's not easy. That's part of the and some of you think that like the world will just blind false. I just because we do the world's dirty. Yes, again, it's right. Because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little that lives, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, sometimes you have to do it, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is good. Well, if you even get to the side of the process, that's what it's for. Tomorrow goes like, but 100 lost sleep, so again, the same side as and the after all the question is, how do you sleep? You come about like, we may have a list from the other one. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Apple sells his item?
Welcome.
Take on the
The best part of that song, by the way, is if I was the king of the world, tell you what I do. We don't give a fuck anymore here on Hill Tony, everybody. We are talking about a song right now. Alright, very good. Losing our minds.
God told them, guys, sell off all of your idolatry, sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you can let's say watch what's for the year. She says over here, if you look at Rashi, you actually look at the suicide. Only is scary, but she's scary. Also, you got to know what's going on. If you convert, it's still holding that much. Then that's a direction the direction by June number one can never be big. Never have its identity. They take it low. So it tells you instead of football, you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you convert to the money from it. What do you see? Obviously, you see the wholesale. So it's idle, that cash is permitted to change your license. My time, you shouldn't have some of the airports on the average proceeds, sell on that tree. Hands of the is permitted. I have been shining to the kingdom that I came today. God, I thought maybe that case is obviously they're negating the theological hurt. So how can you say the advantage is up? So that's what I don't know. I don't know.
Once every 9 years. This is what Terry wants from me. 5 ahead. Oh, maybe that's you. It's a terrible donation for orphans, and Jeremiah Dash Watkins a little bit. No, parentheses, right? The little bit of the description when you're paying him $20. We got a song, I Need You on YouTube. It has 3,000 views. Back to you, Teddy.
I left $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his young. That's a famous motivation. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to case number two, same thing, $11,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours, I got to sell my idol, I got to sell my Nessa. Then he comes up with the proceeds are for I effectively know a much donation measures. So what's the essential? I don't say what's his news to cases from Rosheshes. See from the Shumba, how we make the notes of the so yeah, this is circle characters, okay? Will give you a circle. Roshesh is the second piece. Where the apple says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go and sell my wine. I want to continue existence of people. I don't want to continue existence for one, right? Because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore changes because it's the person hustle. If you look to the community I got in Russia, we just said before, but that's not. That's not. I was also when you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence of that idol for the themselves because I want the money. I want to continue existence of the INSS because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? But none. There is no response. So your should be in other groups. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one that they're both acting brothers. One converted and one stopped. So brother there, brother up. You know what happens? Your father died. Your father died. Your father died. In the estate is idolatry. And let's say primitive items. So there, you have to know the Lord so how to get in this? So brother there, it's safe to brother Apple. So brother, you take all the items. You take all the items. If you do that, then you should go, and that's cool. However, you should go, it's just like the other, obviously. All of this presupposes that there is not yet actively taking possession of the items. Obviously, once that happens, there are no recourse. Right? But there is no you can see this. You can get nothing to get back over the side. It's much more hard. Once it's in the flimsy, that being carried with it. So as long as Brother Gare has not yet taken possession of his items, no problem, there's no point in dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Gare is in possession, then yes, it's ultimately a noisy. But however, myself, now in this case, Brother Gare wants to continue existence of the idolatry of the Yahweh. But he's not doing anything active to notice continuing existence. Therefore, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Rabba Barula Mafisa Naboris becomes Harakas Vishwara. What's the case of the Mishnah? This Mishnah is not an item to a thing that is achieved, but breaks. It's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Gare doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, he cares. It still has value. Which we must say, that's called that works fine for an item. How would you explain the case then of value? The fast have been
Strike five.
apparently each person comes up with Adrianic person so therefore we put one million that you can take a shard of that person there, put it in water, in that case, also Brother Gare doesn't
And the crowd goes wild.
Which the rest of the world even if that's even if Brother Gare doesn't care about that right? He does care about not being still lost. It's still lost. You're bringing a right in that is based on the inheritance. Yeah, no. Shiny Rush is like, yeah, that kilo bana. Rabbis will make a by the Rusha. In other words, Literally, the United States, perhaps this case should be problematic. But I look at myself, Shazam will make me find the Rusha. And as long as the gap does not get actively taken possession of the Kesha,
Well, you know what? That actually reminds me of a funny story that my brother reminded me of.
Right, so you take this, you take your whatever stuff off of the yes,
When
you
I
want
first
to
moved to
continue
LA,
existence.
I once took
Why?
my
Why would you make it like that? People are going to say that shouldn't be
and they tried to give me a ticket for riding the bicycle in the lower area. You're not allowed to do that. But it was fucking stop. And they had to chase me, and they ended up getting me. It was a whole big record. It was like fucking 16 or 12. And they're like, we're gonna write you a ticket. I said, yeah, like I don't have an ID. I'm sorry to mention, I needed to know that I could fly. Right? But I'm like, that equates to like lying about my information because it's ticket writer and he said she didn't but I was halfway through lying, so I got all the way to what's it in like Burbank. I only know the only zip code I know in LA is my actual zip code, so I told him 90210.
As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money,
Like that, and they were so excited to give me a ticket at work. I know, fucking straight. And I was like, why the whole time, dude? I told him,
was a choice between religion and
has anybody ever told you that you were like the Green River? Right, James? That's true. BTK.
Not because of it, because it's too
Now?
much. So if
Because
you have put in that situation, you have to make it there, and you send your coffees, you say you have to see the price of the items, therefore allow to many items, it is rather over. Also in the place.
No, not
Roughly by source. Imagine, when it is so, she is
if Dennis
I don't
Rader.
understand.
Have you ever thought about killing
And
him?
it is the same business.
We've had cereal. We've actually had a burger on the show. See, that's
That's funny. He reminds me of
very, very Clark Kent. I know it was Clark Kent with a touch of rockabilly.
In this precarious situation. I think that's what it's remember that all this is the same people sitting together. Another question. Gary told someone else to talk about so let's say this is
All right, Zach. Well, fun times, man. Thanks for coming on the show. Finally made it, dude. Zach Bogus, everybody.
just see tremendous results. The look at structure and way to make us succeed.
Yeah,
Getting
where
almost
he
to
said
the
that I helped him to his
feel like a very simple,
wine.
feel like a
Ladies and
very
gentlemen,
simple,
that
feel
part of the
like
thing we bring up. A
a
regular who I
very
have seen adore this man does a great job
mess ups. Let me
the
say,
show with me this past week. I've been crazy.
that's a beautiful
The
future.
show,
The emotional wants for success, more than you want
private
success. As I want our success, more than you want success. Open my lips, wonderful
I love this man. Very funny. Roaster. It's gonna make fun of it. Ladies and
to put
gentlemen,
us on a path
with
to
a brand new
success,
minute
not
of
to
stand-up
smack us
comedy.
down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, it's not understood what we need in order to be successful. It's not understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Together, they do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all I want. No greater accomplishment than world. That's in this world on the next one. The next one comes down, constantly incredible question. How many years ago? Here, Tosha. I'm actually about to ask you. What's your name? Kenny Gare Tosha. Kenny Gare Tosha. Go ahead and polish the gate. Exactly. And actually, as we go to gate is a part thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So the Gare Tosha goes in there. What is the difference? The reason is not what is the definition of Gare Tosha. Rashi points out that the top of the graph, Gare Tosha, they know all the avodas. Ultimately, the English doesn't worship idolatry. The abomination of one's but again, she's like an accident in everything else except she doesn't worship. Like, she believes in a pushback. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In another respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? He says, on one hand, the other one about to work out. We say, only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. I mean, you got to really say like this. Anyone who's going to call it by name, if you're a parsha of it, then you can go out and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So he doesn't know she's in the parsha of the so because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, and he has the clock to go ahead and give us.
It's true. When I lost weight, what I did do. Didn't come back when you regained. Of course it did. And when I lost all that weight, my dick had, some of the workings, stretch marks on it. Yeah, it did. And it's weird because my dick's like a little darker color, like it's brown. And it had like these white, like spaghetti veins on it. Oh, God. Or it could have just been spaghetti.
Actual possibly. So let's say that listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, working in the place. I see a whole place of singers. If I lift it up, that's fine.
Because I mean, skinny guys can perhaps also live in just mention here, maybe I don't know. I feel like we would have an advantage perhaps also in the
pull over,
like getting between the legs, we would be like sling it in there.
and you can engage this decommission. Like, you watch the decommission. So
They
go
say
ahead and
you
engage
fucking
with the
skinny guy.
decommission of the fire. Committed, however, they're getting Shabbat of the other, they not only other
You have
people,
stamina, you have
but
good
again,
cardio of a good How about you, man? You have the cardio of a guy that rides a bicycle, or no?
I tell you what, Jerome, I go for like seriously, I'm like opposite of whiskey, dude. Like, if I'm drunk, I just like
oh yeah, when he's on
You exercise for hours, 7 nights a week.
7 nights a week, 4 hours a day. So it's right. I have my virtual headset. I think maybe like the seal. So like if you're like the flapping, the flopping and the flapping.
I think you guys flip in your t-shirts.
It depends on shape I'm not.
He's
It's like embarrassing. Red man takes his shirt off, everybody's like,
I don't know. right? Ultimately, again, also means an actual act. We might shit in worship, but it doesn't mean non-worshiper. So we was able to go ahead and
Get this shirt on. It just makes it look
both an
worse.
actual
It's like now you
get
have
let me know. Get social media. We're
just take
going
off
to
your
research
shirt.
and ultimately to be much in definition of a result. Incredible. Which word says no, 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 no. The only way to across the community not true. Rather, Christianity will be the only person to decommission the terms of actual highway
What kind
worship.
of jersey would you wear?
I get to cover it. I used to know the stuff. We said that. And things like this. Really said it. You could write it.
What jerseys?
Is that a result? And it's funny that it says racial status. It is increasing. Racial says percent of our percent of markets. Racial teaching markets. You have two options. Right? And both worship Paul. Or both worship markets. So obviously, again, Apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Safe thought is zero above his idol. Oh, you see, it's teaching something different. Let's get one who worships Marcus and one who worships Paul. What's the number to here? And after we worship and idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So this is the really key about this movement. Number one, an active to negate his
Kobe Bryant's jersey number.
Number two,
There you go.
an active to negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an active to negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible, incredible. So you are saying, let's do it again. More light about it. And so who's the real kosher? We split out his idolatry.
I have a gay booty hole jersey.
Gentile,
It's got the
we need
dildos
idolatry.
and booty
We
holes.
need idolatry.
So I pull it out of my booty hole. It looks like a dildo.
Just this is a different show. This is a different show. What's a different show?
Yeah. You've heard of a tank top? My jersey's a tank box.
Says it's any
Yeah, yes, we did. We had a great time. We had a fancy meal. Took Jeremiah and David took us to a restaurant called Salt as a meal. David needed any more salt in his diet.
and
We went there. It was a great meal.
that's a good
That's a good
show. Good. That's what I'm
Jeremiah had
saying.
a pork shoulder with a Brussels sprout.
I wasn't used to the fancy food because I usually eat Aldi meals.
You eat all the meat that David eats all the meat.
You eat the sweet meat.
That's right. I ate a straight up booty hole tank. That's my name. That's right. What's your favorite type of candy, David? Alright, I said I love the stinger thing. I see what. It was good when from Jesse or Jeremiah. Shoehorn is Macy's in the freezer. What else? Is there any wrong way to do it?
That he there, he accepted himself in
I mean, if you ever had a
he accepted himself behavior, he has accepted himself all of the mitzvos except for one of the truths. He's not being unconscious. Everybody goes on. You're not catching the ass. Yeah,
you know what? I actually do that. I had corn in my candy because I have so many different candy. You ever read this one? No, it's not a game. That's not a game the girls like me doing. everything I do, I actually do and sit on a pool. Actually, it's a dildo, and my bicycle handles are both dildos, and the pedals are booty holes.
And this is even in the city, when you're driving in
There you go, folks. Alright, there on the stinger thing. It took exactly 8 minutes after I said I love the stingers for them to realize that yes, I'd show like it's not even. I liked it. It's also earlier. It's 100 times better than not doing a show, and it's 25% as much fun as doing one of it. Okay, we got through it. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas. There we go. On to the next one we go. Another great set by David Lucas. Here we go. Back to the bucket we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Shaggy, everyone. It's Shaggy.
Sharp $12 ultimately for every other thing that he does. He's like motor says it's one with like the SF, but obviously again motor so it's not too puzzle. Actually let's tell me else, let's just tell me else, what is tell me else, the sharp part of the seat for the shop regarding the money
There you go, Shaggy, everybody.
So now we just got this
You've been on the show before? Getting what? I was fucking terrified. Really? But you've been here a lot. I've seen you on your right. And it's your husband that does not know. He's with you. Right. He signed up. All right, for your first time. Yeah, that was great. We couldn't even tell. They were you and do some fun. You grab a seat right behind him. We won't even have to change the microphone. You guys are husband and wife. Ladies and gentlemen, here's her husband, Evan Jones, everybody. Here comes Evan Jones. It's Evan Jones' name.
They join together. That's joint fuse to name one whole. I hope it is if you have a Jew, you do not join he can yield his rights. Let's say you shot the star. He can yield his rights to the individual. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is drug is the rights. He can yield his rights, but he can yield his rights. What it says, he saw the Lord. The Shara Shabbos of the Shul, without solutions. Ultimately,
Six Flags is just white trash. Like Six Flags is a theme park. I'm not sure what the theme is supposed to be.
At least public promotion is
I'll talk cartoons and flags who gives a shit. Let me like.
There you go, Evan Jones. Can't believe you're here. I am back. What happened here?
I went, at one point I looked like a sitcom dev in the 90s. I was like a Danny Tanner. And then I went to another Uncle Jesse, and now I'm like going elephant. I think it's
Very, very, very good show.
I wrote all that. I wrote like a whole 5 minutes about like theme parks right before theme parks didn't exist. So I've just been sitting on a bunch of theme park material.
All good. I think on David Lynch word, I'm not sure what the same bench was going back was sitting behind you.
Yeah. I think I was like able to say it puzzle that
Right now.
right.
How long have you been on stage?
Like 10 years, 11 years, something
All
like
of it
that.
here in LA?
No, mostly in New York. I moved here like 3 years ago. So it was just like I started in New York, and then I started doing some just DIY road stuff, like maybe 4 or 5 years in there.
How long have you been in LA?
Since maybe like 2016. Just before there was a weird thing. All the guys were kind of weird. It was like jock thing that gets made, and so it made it difficult to move up. So
In New York. Yeah, right. Yes, they had very tough guys. Yeah, New York's all tough guys until they're hard to make.
and then I also very into like psychedelics and weed and stuff, and a lot of New Yorkers are like people say cigarettes. Like I had those like fucking 6 coffee at the day. Yeah. So they would just be like, "Who the fuck is this guy trying to talk about this weird shit?" And then also it's like I have a lot of social anxiety, but I don't feel like I should. So they took it as maybe arrogance or something, like not being able to socialize for a while there. So
No, I get it. I know exactly everything they're talking not exactly wide open to a lot of innocent free-spirited things.
even like those things conceptually and material, it's like if you're not like angry or sad, then you're fake or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%. You cannot show any happiness whatsoever. Even if wildly successful, even the best comedians in New York seem angry, even though they're happy. Okay, that's fun. What part of New York did you live in?
When I first moved there, I was staying like dorms. So I was going to New York Film Academy, which was bullshit. So I was just staying in dorms like Manhattan. And it was Brooklyn, and then I lived in Jersey City, Astoria, but back to Manhattan. So it was all over.
How about now? How about in LA?
Just moved to Rampart Village. I really actually oriented in like Hollywood, proper like right. Well, it was like Airbnb for like 7 months before it was here. Because Airbnbs had like all the rent way jacked up, and even though like a weird place that like crackhead hotel recently on $12. But then Airbnbs crashed like New Mexico, so there was a bunch of them shooting way better place.
How do you survive?
I was working in a weed factory, was laid off right before the shutdown, so I was able to get the news unemployment. I just started back because this is the only gig I was doing that is happening right now. Yeah, dogs are fucking dope. That's also what makes it awesome. I just get to hang out with dogs. I get good Instagram videos of dogs and people. Yeah, like Shih Tzus, Brussels Sprouts.
I used to have a Brussels sprout. Yeah, it's famous now. It is, in fact, it just made its companies teaching a box of shepherd.
What is the
Is there anything you'd like to say about Chihuahuas?
getting coronavirus more often.
Yeah.
I would say that's fake news.
No. Chihuahuas.
Fake news.
Chihuahuas get the Shih Tzus started.
So the media, the enemy of the people.
Do you know anybody that's got the coronavirus?
Yeah.
Do they know how they got it? Most of them know. Some people that I know that have got it don't know how they got it. It was like some serious coffee person. Am I correct? Gary Pulse. Oh, I know. Oh, you do? I thought you didn't know. Oh, there you go.
That was a baseball bat, goddammit.
My dad lives in he was like in the VA shelter downtown. He hasn't gotten it, so I don't know how you get it. I feel like that should be cool.
Chihuahuas in there.
So, why you and her in an interracial couple, any wild times with that? You guys ever like trip to Arizona?
It's really honestly, it's here, people who are not really supportive.
Right.
So they'd be like, we love what you're doing. They yell at us from cars, like you go, girl.
Oh my god, that's so fucking
Yeah, because nobody gives a fuck. I go on those dates with my dad, this is everything.
I realized one day, we did get a dumpster the other day. About the day you were fucking got it. What are you looking at?
But here it's like weirdly people notice racial thing. I think because they're trying to like cast you in something, so they'll like notice racial things. So I feel like there's not as much like crossover or social interaction or something. I don't know. I guess that's maybe also the city is set up that way. It's like segregated structure.
You mean take the job, get the money, and throw it up.
Yeah, it's nice things.
Take the money and go.
Out of bounds. Yeah, we're having a big old titty. Little baby. It's fucking damn baby. It's confusing me.
As a white man, let me ask you this: as a white man being with a black woman, is that your first black woman that you've been with?
Did I dated full time? Yes, but not that I like hooked up with.
You're with a black woman, are you ever concerned that perhaps you have a special package?
It's not that my name is like obsessive, but it's just like I don't know. I did the first naked show in New York. Yeah, everybody was like crazy about how big my dick was or whatever. It's not like the dick that would like stand out for a porn gang thing. I think it's just like aesthetically perfect. So it's like
your kid's gonna have big tits.
yeah, like a very nice dick, gigantic titties.
It's incredible. We have a big dick correspondent on this show. Let me just see where he is for a second here. Let's check in with our big dick correspondent. Hey, why don't you come back up to the stage, fucko? Big dick correspondent Forrest Gump, everyone. Left the stage where the show is.
Sorry, it was so big I needed to let it breathe.
Forrest, you're known for having good events.
This is true.
Yours also made its debut in a New York making.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for Evan Jones or any concerns about his Big Dick program? You guys are any concerned club or something? New York Big Dick Association.
Maybe start a new baseball. That's what I meant. Two balls, one bat.
Well, Evan, very fun, amazing set, man. All the way through from beginning to end. Very, very good. Shaggy, thank you so much. Our comedy debut. What a beautiful couple. We love what you guys are doing. There they go, Shaggy and Evan Jones, everyone. Alright, we're gonna squeeze our one last bucket full up here. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this guy. He became famous during one of your quarantine episodes as he famously had sex with William Montgomery's girlfriend. William did. He's back, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new minute. Here's Mario Tonti, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go. Mario Tonti.
Back to your country. They used to be racist, but now it's just their voice. So again, that's actually kind of slices. Couple months of quarantine. That's probably can't tell us, but looking at me when I had an abortion, Asian girl for 10 years. That's exactly what I did. She said she wanted to come talk with me. Tell me to come inside if she can't. She also couldn't come. So either she got the two mixed up or I just heard her wrong. That baby swing left on the baby. I lived in LA for 7 years and it was the first time I did the Korean thing.
Mario Tonti. Mario Tonti. Incredible.
So much funnier than William Montgomery.
It's incredible. He came right into the show that William is around. Kicked off his set with a William Montgomery formatted like joke, much better than all the jokes that William did tonight. Plus, followed through with continuous wet set the entire 1 minute and 9 seconds of his set, using all of his time, unlike William, who dipped out at 41 seconds tonight. So you came in, you fucked his girlfriend, then you came in and had a better set than him on his show. How do you feel right now, Mario? How happy are you right now that William left for?
He left early on. We're actually best friends.
Whoa, that's great! Look at that! Oh, okay. No, I don't feel it. That's not the Korean girl, right? That'd be an even bigger revelation. We found out so much. You carried your baby for a while. How's the little baby? Hey, baby Mario, we know about that connection. Mario, right? Is there a little baby Mario? So, Mario, what have you been up Everybody talks about the stimulus package, but that's an extra bonus. Even if it wasn't thank you, Mr. President. You're such a good job. Keeping us out of sorry, I would also want to nothing more when you just pass being gone. We talked about that earlier. What's your
How did you start this first job in education? And how come wants to destroy wants to bring some battles of Yannis? He asks you, he wants to hire you to whether they can bring any $50 a battle. Remember, on one hand,
you take your comforter to the beach. Jesus Christ, this guy takes his fucking duvet to the beach. What is your comforter?
do it and cover up. If you involves the instructions of that matter for the video.
That's great.
Even though, yes, I do want to continue the existence of the iMessage. So I get it. I don't want to break that. I don't want to break it. I don't want to guys to get beaten on. So I want to open it. And nevertheless, I'm committed to go ahead and do these things. Get people that keep posting of the destruction of people. So destruction of issue ultimately is a good thing. So I'm not going to say we get paid and cover our lives. Because I will say it is
My
a
comforter is like I
it
lost
is such an interesting idea. Kind of a part of Western society.
Red man gets skin bars. This just in. EP on the white stuff, Tony. Come on the black stuff. Red man is a high class gentleman and he enjoys Miller High Life, champagne and beer.
Oh, yeah, you have a lot of fun coming out of that, especially when you have a tushy.
That's
That's a great ad for Tushy. What a great ad for one of our sponsors. Hey, flash your ass with water so on the stuff on the plate. Hey,
It cleans it out there.
here's the Tushy, little Tushy. You know what I mean?
something
Hey, there it is.
when there's something that is
Savaria,
because if you let
tell us about it.
then it's
Oh my God, are you doing the heroin? Really?
ultimately again become a part of the body.
That's what happened. How'd you get arrested?
Yes, spreading the message of power of love. Because reading the world
Why'd you get
is a rough. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's hard to control the challenges we see this for us.
How did you get from just a tail light warning to searching
what
They smell something in the car.
and some of you think that like they need to just learn close. Like
Great, bro.
because we're doing the world's dirty work. It's hard. It's often the world can't see what's good, what's good. But nothing tells us sometimes it is a little good, and sometimes nothing says you start to call it. Sometimes you have to identify
Forrest Gump.
to smash it, you have to destroy it.
We actually watched Jurassic Park together.
You are wearing a Jurassic Park shirt. Why is that?
But also, when you get to the start of the process, that's what it's the model goes like, you have other USP, so again, the same camera is seen. And you have another question, there's other USP, if you come by like, you may have this reality of the so what's it, this is very interesting. What happens if one sells his item? So Apple sells his item and he has like $4,000. Does that money
Oh my God, that makes
take
you the
on the
deal.
same identity Meat professors done that the other day.
So what ended up
Does
happening?
it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the country? Or not? So I'm doing that. So it's very interesting. So over again, and not we started now on the other public talk. So nothing says
That's Red Man's policy on everything.
that money does not need to be idolatrous. Rather, that money is just one thing.
Pull the electric bike over now, sir. Pedal with this heroin in my hands.
Luckily, I wasn't gonna pedal anyway.
The suicide is fascinating. So that comes from like this.
Pedaling
And it's
heroin.
looking at the rabbi, where I think I've seen Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. Now I've been told that you guys,
Strawberry chanted months, ladies
sell
and
off all of
gentlemen.
your idolatries,
One
right?
of those
Sell off all
episodes
your
where you
idolatries.
started
Then
cold
you have the cash.
And
After you do that,
the
then
true
you
Joelberg
and listen and watch this.
kicking out
Here.
the coronavirus.
And Rashi says, Rashi,
Or you not say anything else interesting about it that we should know about.
remember, if they convert, it's still a year. That much very much technology and virtue. And that's when like you never run, you never be big.
What's
Never
Hinge
have
videos?
they think it's
I
enough.
don't know.
So it tells you instead of what while you're free Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you convert to your money is coming. What do you see from that? Obviously, you see from the because a lot of Einstein besides his idol, cash is committed to the United States. My time, or you shouldn't have started on your let's go coming out of coming out to the proceeds and sell it hands of the committed and the little shiny feeling that way God I bought them. So these are cases. Since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol. So how can we bring that back to these other results? So that's why the person's I don't need the help. I don't need help. That ignore says here's the social emotion that we were the one for although those folk are in the I began handling up to $1,000. So
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Fun set, fun interview. Mario Tonti reporting.
Or 9 minutes of the city case.
Mario Tonti.
The proceeds of what's the ultimate thing
It is that most special part of the night.
Let's say we have to sink it, so
Ladies and gentlemen,
case number one, sink case. I lent $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item. That's an item right here. He brings me the proceeds, he's back to debt, moved to case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a hour, I got to sell my idol, I got to sell my business. Then he comes back with the proceeds, I took the email, my explanation, my I want to the existence of those because they want it, therefore she just deposits the proceeds to us. And this was it. If you look at the team with the government, this was this that's what the lawyers will say. When you but I'm not doing it for the existence. Yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the happens sells it for a lot of money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want money. But I'm not doing it to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? But tonight, there is the excitement, there are she or should have been able to. So this is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both converted. So brother there, brother. Make up what feels if that's your racism, feel like man. So every racist white machine I like that. That was a good set. That was like a it was just like a weekend update. About Michael's eyes and Jeremiah Watkins, right? It's very interesting. So as long as brother there has not yet taken possession of his however, if brother there took possession of his so this is ultimately what he sees. Along the Mesa, now in this case, Brother Gale wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Mesa. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case of your discussion? This is just something that evidence has made for this. It's still valid. So therefore, again, Brother Dare doesn't actually care for the main source. That's the even if it breaks, who cares? It's still Harold's value. Usually knows that's fine. It's connected with what's the problem, right? That works fine for an idol. How would you explain to a friend the Pharaoh's temporary? So
This is going to happen next week. I'm very excited about it.
He actually points out that the Adriana person
Whoa! Monologue off! Oh, actor versus actor. Mono a mono. Wow! The business. I love this challenge. Jeremiah, do you accept the challenge? Thespian versus thespian. Mono versus mono.
Doesn't care about the fact that right? It does care about it. He still wants to continue existence. The help of Jerusha's Gerhana helping the right things. You're bringing a right ring in the case of the inheritance. There, no, Shani Jerusha's here. That he will buy.
I thought he was saying grandma. You say grandma?
Literally, the United States, perhaps this case should be problematic. But Halacha Lesa, Chazal will make it by leadership. As long as the Ger has not been actively taken possession of the Yesha, so the idols is absolutely permitted to work this out with the right? So you take this, you take this, but yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by Ger? That people are on Zera Shem Ger. They are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion,
He just said that I will no longer believe in God after he does his monologue next Monday.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited.
Sick.
Did you put your own sticker when you went wheelchair on your Tokyo? Zoom in on that? That is Michael Lair at the top right corner.
I was wondering if they gave those to yeah, a little bit of trash dog, you idiot.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's right. All right, great. I've got so let's go to 15 minutes for you to read the certificate.
As long as you have your health and educated us. Because if you don't have money, it's just and many people do not stand up to the
It's true. I always thought that was your real name.
Yes, my mother actually named me Pussy.
afraid that
You have to take a thing.
and ultimately again this is your show, so maybe again, it's not people want to come in a situation where they make a hair and it's in the items, if allowed committed items, it is how you don't recognize this. Imagine I'm ready to sell shears and it's a new and start foods. And I think there's a business partnership with you. So Chazal allowed certain things to happen of the Rusha, they were not normally allowed to occur inside the context as well. Because they don't put the person in these categories.
It doesn't mean anything to her.
I think that's sorry, but all this is the same people that want to see another question. Garrett coach now should back so let's say this is
I'll make a deal with you right now. If I lose, I will take your ALS for you like the great line.
Wow, it's gonna suck your ALS right out of you. It's gonna have flies in the box of
Unwanted. wants us to succeed. Siblings because of this, you have a very simple, stuff is really for us to smells.
Michael, there, you're the fucking best.
Mess ups.
I'm really exposed. These eyes are
We want your boys for success more than you want for success. Because I want that success more than you want for success. And during the lives, all of the scriptures, are only here to put us on a path to success, and not to set us down when we go and we make a mistake. But again, it's about to understand what we need in order to be successful. It's not understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's what we know. That no greater this world than the next one. The next one is on, comes from taking that process. Very much. How do you guys enjoy it? Dear Costa, not sure about those. What's your decision? Hey, dear Costa. Hey, dear Costa. Go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. And acting as the ability to negate this idolatry, thereby definition it from its status of theological significance. So, dear Costa, listen, what is it? I'm going to see this more focused about the definition of idolatry. Actually, points out fairly top of the graph. Dear Costa, ignore all the avoidance. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. Regarding the Shalom, it's only the Shalom. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in nothing sparkling. He believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's an angel. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? See what it says? On the one hand, the other philosophy will talk about. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or give a cult of a name without a name. And maybe that, or we say like this: anyone who's going to put a binding name, if you're in the pressure of an apple, then you can go out and this guy is in the pressure. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the pressure of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the clock to go ahead and negate it. You must only know that nothing. So then that's what nothing is. This standard, we call it the battle of Baruch. So nothing says that only someone who worships it can negate it. And someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Director shall doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must erase it. Erase it. The cell shall does that. So, what if you find idolatry or idolatry? What if you like because what's that? What actual bossy? So what's it saying? Memory. So let's see. What is this case? I'm working with the show. I'm working with the I see a city line. If I lift it up, that's how I lift it. And once it's been acquired by into a social activity. So what do I do? I just love us. So if I do over the province in the back, I can pull over an apple. Then I know what's infected. Pull over an apple. Yeah,
You didn't even think you got one word out, and the only word that sounded released was mother.
Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in
Somehow the headband made him blind and mute at the same time.
However, again, you should also know though, and you don't only open and move up. But again, don't fuck people out. Okay, so that's another that people can up in the you should know every step of the back of all this for coming shalom. You shall have it. Another for coming back. You decommission or have all these other. Yeah, all these other offices. They check you out. Whether he will or he doesn't. Might of God, might of what is it?
You're not looking at
What is
Jeremy's
it? But if he worships or doesn't worship, even if if you want to say that doesn't talk about then I used to love yourself how you already said and said before has the ability to actually decommission his elements and the elements of first. And a lot of the older
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great way to end tonight's show with the extremely powerful Michael Lair next week. It's him versus Jeremiah Hawkins, mano a mano in a monologue challenge. Rambo versus Rambo. It's gonna be a goddamn slam. Giving Jeremiah the thumbs down. He's also giving the thumbs down to the far left speaker of the stage. He hates that. Oh, he just gave one of the neons the middle finger. And he's telling the neon to go fuck himself. Jeremiah is the opposite direction of their left. Oh, not that way, Michael. That way. That's not, no, that's the guy that went up. Ladies and gentlemen, MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Anything else, Michael?
Check out this video.
Yes.
Mr. Seal's video is available right now. Give him a view, give him a comment, give him a like. All the content fans.
That's right, because they judge it off of views and likes. Is that correct? What are the other categories?
Let's get one who worships Marvelous and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty of the year? And after who worship an idolatry, he doesn't worship. So this is so really feel about this detail. Number one,
A lot of people in the Easter series come with
well, number two,
honest milk is really
his friends they go if they worship the same idolatry.
I'm fine with that. It's nice.
It sounds like a man that feels like he's about to lose to children with special needs.
His friends
You were
idolatry.
fine with not winning 2 weeks ago. Instead,
No liability.
well, we'll see if you can beat Jeremiah Hawkins of the Jeremiah, let the record show that he is losing and he's still special needs film composition, but he's confident he's going to beat him with a monologue extreme confidence that he can beat you. A girl with Down syndrome that's 4 years old is dominating him right now. But you, easy pickings. What's your YouTube called? Michael Lair Comedy? Go to Michael Lair Comedy channel. Look at his Easter Seals video. It says Easter Seals in the heading. Can't miss it. And give it a like. Please. Stay with us, honey. Don't let us lose it. Don't let Michael lose it.
I don't care what
Michael Lair, everybody, MichaelLairComedy.com. Let's check out the drawing for Ryan J. tonight. Let's see what we got here. Here we go. Here comes that. We'll get in a little bit. Just push it on in so we can see different parts of it. Wow. Incredible detail. Incredible. That is just mind-blowing. Ryan J. .com. Look up the Kill Tony heading on that website. You can find every print ever done. All there. He is the house artist for years and years and years now. Incredible stuff. Hey, Jeremiah Watkins was here, everybody. Jeremiah is to enroll in North Carolina August 13th to the 15th, Minneapolis August 26th to the 29th. And it's a new episode of Jeremiah Watkins out with William Montgomery. His Venmo's at Jeremiah-Watkins. Just want to give him free money. Jeremiah, anything else?
YouTube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. Head over there. A lot of great content. William Montgomery and today's sketch. We're
There you go. How about the great Jesse Jetsy Johnson tonight, everyone? High kill ratio. I mean, jeez. Those moments. Gary Balls was here. Gary Balls within the numbers. thought it was Gary Bowles the whole time. Jet skiing is at Jet Ski Johnson on all social media. What else? Jet skiing.
That's it. Come on,
Come on over and hang out. Hang out and spend a few hours on our social media. You can even take over our social media if you want. Our password's probably really easy to guess. Just make sure you have two-factor authentication. Room 69 is the password. Ladies and gentlemen, Chroma Chris was here the entire time. Believe it or not, that was Grand Slam Sam. Grand Slam Sam. Coming to you from the side. What else, Chroma? Did we miss anything tonight? Oh, no. Thank you to Orange Hands. And also, you can follow me at Chroma Chris on Instagram. What do you think about tonight's episode? Oh, Tony, you knocked it out of the park. And I know the fans of the show are never going to believe this. This character so deep. Believe it or not, Forrest Gump was actually Joel Jimenez tonight. Oh, I even knew that. I couldn't believe it until you took off the wiglet. Dude, Joel is mostly sorry on social media. What else, Joel?
We got a premiere of Mostly Sorry podcast. Me and David Jerry tomorrow at 5 o'clock YouTube. That's it.
That's right. David Deary is at MF David Deary on all social media. Follow this guy. I mean, he has his little hands in all the funniest cookie jars. He's with Hassan Kotoni. He's with the great Joel Jimenez, and he's with pretty much fucking who I think is top. The funniest movie great Donnell Rawlings over the Donnell Rawlings show. David is a wizard in these things. He's a great person to have around, a great energy, and we absolutely love him. At MF David Deary. Right, man, anything else?
Check out Blues and Cursive at Despot.tv with my great David Lucas and Brian Holtzman's podcast. Coming out at Despot.tv and check out Gabe and Virtual and Virtual Right Man on YouTube.
That's right. Go to InfiniteCBD.com. Use the promo code Show to get 20% off. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony. Get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. And if you want to make fun of people better in your normal life or learn more about wrestling world, the history of it, talk to some of the great writers about other writers in the history of it, great trollers, ghostwriter on this week, great Jesse Joyce, who's been on Filter, and so many other things. That's patreon.com/pinchclip. All right, that's it. See you next week.
I started was trying to figure out, does he get attention to negate idolatry, the theological definition of idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, I get attention is unique. But in every other matter, it's like an act. Doesn't that mean that just as an act can theologically definition and negate that Holy Spirit, so too can I get attention? And you can get attention? To which the Gemara says, no, meeting with Shuskin about the Shus. No, actually, means something else. It means actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? Because it actually means Samuel. So, the word, the Shabbat Shabbos is the most like it's just on Kiddush concepts. If you have multiple Shabbos, you can get and from all people at once. I mean, it's just broken over that weekend. Like, Kiddush essentially means like season they join together. And that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. And what it is, if it has a common professor, what's it? I think it is the other two is a not join into it. So it is beautiful to satisfy. It has to be if there is a non-Jewish blessing, what it is, you have to write in the rights. You cannot simply wrote his rights.
This is Ray Bay coming live from the world famous comedy store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. It's Tony Hinchland.
Hey, here we are, another beautiful day, live at the Comedy Store. Special treats planned ahead, and it is happening. We're lucky to be able to do what we love. We do what we love for a living, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. Rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Madsen Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Madsen Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madsen Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madsen find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you. Try it out for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns or social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. Do you remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD has the cleanest, purest CBD in the world. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we use, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help give you credits. They have CBD and plus, if you have difficulty concentrating while working from home. This has CBD plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum, gummies. If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. And of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. Exciting stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan J. Ebelt is here. Every show is available on RyanJEbelt.com. We have delicious Vito's Pizza from the Great Charlie. Right before the show, check out Vito's Pizza. If you live anywhere near Southern California, it's the best pizza you can get around here. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been absolute months since we've had a guest on this show, and there is no one I would rather have, I can say with no ego, than what a lot of people, including myself, are saying the guest of the year of 2020, perhaps the greatest guest we've ever had in the history of the show, one of the funniest comedians on the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a special treat. The return of Donnell Rawlings, everybody! Holy shit! Holy shit! We got guests. We are back with a guest without our camera back on the tested everything. Temperature check.
I know the last time I was here, it feels like this year played by the fucking rules. There's no rules to this shit. And I didn't even mean to be on this show. I was driving fast because I wanted to have a drink. And I saw you fucking Corvette. I saw you fucking Tesla. I was like, feels like there's some money up in that place. It's a lot of money. You know, it's a lot of money when you have 8 sponsors before you be able to do this. I wasn't even supposed to fucking read it.
And Donnell has an amazing podcast, The Donnell Rollins Show. I absolutely love it. One of the very, very, very few podcasts that I actually listen to.
It's such a conversation.
I'm just saying.
You're supposed to be someone else. Someone will come around.
Yeah, I mean,
How much shit is right? Yeah, not in the kind of way you know you guys are with that same shit. I've been doing it for like 7 months. You have 20,000 subscribers. This is bullshit we did for like 31 episodes. Like, this is the achievement as a podcast. It's figuring this shit out, right? Once you get that, I haven't had the opportunity to get you close.
What is the hell? Is the Jew allowed to accept
Sponsored by Pigs. Burger King.
yesterday's that we had set up funds of what may or may not
David Deary does works on their podcast.
You know what his nickname is? And the reason I hear his name because I'm thinking about him. I was like, sometimes it's the best thing to have your opportunity to somebody that's going to I want somebody anything with somebody
He's at David Deary on all things social media.
You know I'm not really proud of my money because he has this podcast.
That's right. He can't wait to. Only person asked for a Restream is it?
But I will say this about but you know what? It's our time to come together. And I will say this. This pandemic shut the first game down. Because you know you got this live podcast and business. And I was like, this is what we learned through this shit.
I like this. I heard his name called
That's what I respect about you and what you guys do is that when everybody was fucking fertile and everybody was like, what are we gonna do? You guys are what the fuck are we gonna do? That's what you call me. Yeah, you know, as much as I feel like it's pandemic tested my hope. You got some pussy motherfuckers just I'm just gonna wait until the government says it's okay to sell so you motherfuckers like this fucking as a part of this every fucking something different. Can it be killed someone, killed talking? You gotta live something. Really, like you guys give me inspiration. A lot of people complain about shit. And I was like, because I believe in this world, it's two excuses. One excuse and that excuse. At the end of the day, it's an excuse. We have an excuse. Somebody, we have a show on Friday. Somebody had nothing to say past on Monday. We have a great excuse not to do that show. It's an excuse. We get back to the show.
He didn't miss a single episode.
And I'm telling you, I've been Yellow Springs, Ohio. Working with Nashville for years. I came back to California just to get myself taken back to Springs so he can see the feel kind of get comfortable.
Now I'm kneeling at the altar.
Nigga, come no way. Nigga, I didn't know I was a canoe nigga. Nigga, wonder what you do. Nigga, motherfucker. And I was like this. I had this note when you bring canoes, it's like that beat up shit. This white dude pulled up in like a Tesla. His canoe was coming to you. It was quiet, it was stealth, it was everything. And I didn't fall in love with him. But I was falling in love with nature. So, you know what I'm saying? White people
keep it nature secret from
Yep.
us.
Yes, we have. We don't want your kind out.
I don't want niggas on the record side. You don't want never niggas.
Wait till you find out.
Never niggas.
Wait till you find out how beautiful the desert is.
Oh,
The forest. You have no idea. Mountains, dude.
Yo, let me tell you something.
Golf course. The ocean.
I've been in Yellow Springs to get some motherfucking nature. What really is important in life so much. We live here where, for the most part, all of us up here are country motherfuckers. We're forced to be city hollow motherfuckers. Pandemic hits, and it makes you say, oh, I gotta go back to the question. And we just talk about change. Life is what it is. It's so simple. Nature. Nature.
That is absolutely been long. That has been the breakthrough of the past couple months. The first month of this thing, I was literally like, what the fuck? And then the last
So you don't have to nature.
well, I
You
do.
know, Hollywood, you're a bear company, you're still a
I'm
Hollywood.
surprised. I throw this shirt
I'm a
off.
kayaker, son.
I'm almost as tan as you.
I'm a kayaker.
Okay, sexy.
Really?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I know them all like naughty by nature motherfuckers out there in the rivers here in gorgeous.
well done. Now, good news for you. There is, maybe you forgot, there's a band on this show every single
No,
episode.
the last time I saw this band, they were all trapped in the shower stall because they didn't want to broke up.
That's right.
Yeah, they was like this, and all I could see, this is so funny, all I could see was like white faces on the shower curtain. Like this, go back to the second again.
We're very serious about it. I went back there to tell them we're starting 5 nights earlier. They're like, stop coming back. They thought I was going to walk all the way
They
over
were
back.
amazing. You guys are doing, I'm telling you, man, you're doing a fucking great job. I'm so happy that all this guys can stop and continue forever. It's one of the best fucking nights in the business.
We're going to have fun tonight. Let's find out what characters the band is tonight. Maybe
Because I used it, I know this, I know that record.
that's sort
Because
of
you told me, the rule is, they're doing their shit, shut the fuck up.
right. And I was sort of just
And I shut the fuck up, Tony. I shut the fuck up, Tony. And I wrote more rules. Your questions is a show.
yes, it is.
How much David Lewis can you slice?
Well, I think we're going to find out later this evening. But right now, we're going to bring up the band. Let's see what they are tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I know that sound. Oh, yes. No doubt about it. It is the Millionaires. Many great appearances here in Los Angeles on the road. The Millionaires are, without a doubt,
So you still get money?
famous guests in the history of the show. This is very exciting. This is the first appearance of our first female millionaire.
Tony, can I do it? I know this is so happy.
Fun fact, Jeff Bezos' wife is the rich ex-wife, is now the richest woman in the world with a grand total of $36 million. And then he went and paid her off, right? You know about this? And then he just got, paid like $84 million.
You know what else is I do it? Fucking black person. That's where every rich bitch.
She went from Amazon to the Amazon.
Every rich white chick, when they have a divorce, they break up. I know this is from, it's not a kid's program. They get black cock up. Steve Jobs' wife is fucking the ex-mayor of 15. They do that. I don't know. It's like Sergey. It's like, black cock is
Oh, hell yeah. You got $1 million in the bank. It's time to take it.
Can I be happy right now?
Yeah.
Hurry, it's
All right, sorry, this is so great. I can't believe we have a guest, and I can't believe it's I love it. Thank goodness.
My hands was on the street.
Thank goodness we're getting a lot of Jeremiah speaker parties.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. He's a billionaire. Welcome back, billionaire Jeremiah. What's your name again?
Reginald Fontaine.
Reginald
Now,
Fontaine.
Tony, you told me before the show started that you'd be calling us out early, and then I said, who's the guest? And you said, no, wrong. You said, no, nothing will not be called.
What happened, bro? You took a load. I'm in the load. Aren't you dead? I don't talk a lot.
And I chose my profession to talk about it. And it's true. And you're fucked up because you gave a lot of motherfuckers last time a punch. Well, this is our first female billionaire in the history of the show. What's your name?
I'm Victoria Fontaine also.
Wow, are you Reginald's wife?
Correct.
Oh my goodness. So
Maybe I'll get the first name.
hey, you know what that means? Black Cocker. Right. And then how about you, young man? The name is Roger McWaters. Roger McWaters. And how about the guy on the drums?
Timothy Burton.
Timothy Burton. Now remind me, Timothy, how did you make all your money? You're a billionaire.
Honestly, I can't talk about it.
Okay, Timothy Burton coming in hot.
You need a new laugh, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard that laugh, and that is right. That is without doubt the man who will be kicking off tonight's show. He will also be at the end of the show, so we have a special monologue battle. But kicking off tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen, it is the one, the only, the great Michael Lair, everybody. There we go.
Holy shit, okay.
Hey, in the blast from the past, driving movie theaters are back. It's on the big poppin', sock hopping sounds of glory. Now, on bunch of alleys in the custom members got put in jail for taking money from downtown Skid Row developers. In their defense, they said we got this screaming shit and we wanted to pay the jokes on that, right? So when I could walk, I used to fuck all the time. And I never had an STD more than the doctor being like, I don't know, we'll just shoot it off with a laser. Thank you. All right, Michael Lair. Man, the band sounds good tonight. Hi, Michael.
Hey, Tony.
What did they shoot off with a laser? I must have missed a part.
My country, feeling an STD, with a let's shoot it off with a laser.
Oh, that's scary. Have you ever had anything shot off with a laser? What was that look you just gave the camera? Zoom in on his face, and I'm going to ask him again. Let's see what happens again. Have you ever had anything shot off with a laser? Have you ever had an STD shot off with a laser? Okay, what is that look? I can see on the screen you keep looking at the camera. Hold on, let me ask you one more question. Have you ever had an STD of any kind? What is that? You used to do a lot of fucking back in Chicago.
I said, I'm just gonna live my life.
Oh, I'm seeing
I'm
that.
one person, but they check out I fucked everybody. It was good, it's good time.
Later tonight is going to be taking place in a rather monologue battle tonight for the movie Rambo First Blood between that Rambo over there and Mr. Reginald Fontaine III is going to switch into Rambo here.
Yeah,
You a fan of the Rambo movies at all Oh, that's the BT version. Tyler Perry's.
You're the same people that put you with this going on. It's Rambo.
Tyler Perry plays all the characters.
Guys, tell him he wants to do something because life is what was up. You fucking came from the past.
Yeah.
So give me a break. That's going to like
That is true. Michael, how's everything going this week? You're
real for disabled family.
how's it going? You winning?
I had probably 20 friends with tech share my opinion, and I'm getting destroyed by every person with a disability who makes yeah, it's embarrassing. You thought I was rude. Me, these disabled filmmakers not smoking weed. I've been in the game for 20 years. I've only been disabled for 24 months.
Well, maybe it's fuck. Do you have any idea why? Like, is there a real big deal? I have a theory on it. They definitely twitch a lot, that's for sure. I don't know if they are on the app, but they are twitchers. Maybe it's because they have been handicapped for so much longer that they've gotten good at being handicapped, whereas with you, it's a new thing, and you're used to just being a great filmmaker without the handicap.
Exactly. It's like when I get up in the morning, I say, walk off on the ground 'cause I can't.
But you pick yourself up, and that's all that matters.
I get 10 staples in my head. I call you and you say, what if you next to the show?
No, I never said that.
If you decide to break the 100 times, you say,
Michael, you might be losing the video competition, but the good news is, at least you never had an STD. He's voting for your Easter skills video. He just put in one of the
thank you, bro. I mean, you election and respect. That's what my new goal is. Goat beans.
That's that is all I Michael, we're going to keep it flying through. We have a Rambo monologue to go through later. So we're going to fly through it. There goes Michael Ware, everybody. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. And to the bucket we go for the first time this evening.
And Rose again, I kept talking about both of them.
Only for the 60 seconds during the interview where you can sing it.
I just spotted a text message I should not have seen unnoticed, and it was quite appetizing.
Yeah, what's going on over there? All right, Michael, this is very exciting. This is, I believe, this man's first time on the show. He's one of the unbelievably talented door guys at the Comedy Store, falling in a long line of legends and history-making doormen at the store. Everybody absolutely loves him. He has an awesome style, a really great stand-up comedian. Let's see what kind of minute he does here tonight when I bring up for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Wade, everybody. Here he is. Here's Dave.
Hey, what's up? Oh, shit.
Hey, it's Dave Wade.
Alright, man, it's weird to be raw dog in the air like this, I'll be honest with you guys. It's a little too good, might come right away.
was in a 7-Eleven the other day. Somebody sneezed. I almost burned that fucking place down. Looks like this place is over, bro. Fuck that. You smile a lot. If you haven't noticed, I smile a lot for a depressed person. Because nobody wants to hang out with a sad bitch. You're not allowed to be sad in LA. That's against the rules, right? You better take your movie as to Seattle or New York City or some shit. LA, you gotta pretend like everything's working out. You're like, hey, I'm just waiting to get back in that thing. And then, yeah, help me. Boy, a minute seems a lot longer when you haven't done stand-up. It's so long, right? And it's like crap. Meow noise. That's not coming. That's enough for me. Are you gonna give me how much time? Okay, we can keep talking.
Wow. Dave Wade stretching it out to get their 60 seconds there. I love it. How are you, Dave?
Oh man, I'm all right, man. I've been playing frisbee. That's what I've been doing all my time.
Regular just catch frisbee or frisbee golf?
Frisbee golfing once, and then I've just been going frisbee.
You just frisbee with other people, right? Yeah, it's a hard thing to do by yourself.
Yeah, my roommate was like, hey, are you good at frisbee? That's what he asked me one day. And I was like, what sort of question is that? I mean, that's a fucked up question. Are you good at friendship? That should be the question. Because you need a friend to frisbee.
That is true. That's you know what? You could have added that on to the 45 seconds.
I should have done that.
You would have had a complete sentence. That's great. So it's frisbee new to you?
Oh, my being outside is new. Like Donnell was saying,
You guys play frisbee?
only time black guys play frisbee is trying to play bullshit. But we don't do it because the fucking game. That's a gateway drug to me. If your son wins a world championship, son, he's sucking dick. So there's anything wrong with that. It's just a real life show. I'm just saying, if your son wins a frisbee competition, chance him.
Wow, I never considered frisbee. It's very good that his functions that it takes to keep him moving up.
No, I just don't. You can't just hold him. You gotta smile with his face. That's what it becomes. You'll never see a dog motherfucker over like gotta get that face, West Hollywood face.
You ever go up, Dave?
No. Especially not after that.
Right, exactly. I don't think any of us are going to content moving again. Don't want any dildos or booty holes falling out of my butt. So Dave, what else has been? How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been way too long to be on this show.
Probably not with 45 seconds.
That's a good point.
You really say that.
Can I have my critique?
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody knows that video was running on the show. I was challenging things for so many years. I told you first.
getting ownership over wants to succeed. Sometimes we have a very steep hill to cross, a very steep hill to climb. It's probably really fun. Just such a person has the ability on one hand, the product about the real politics. We say only when the worship of God can be considered. And give us hope of a new way to live and then we have 34 years. Anyone who's going to come a time in if they have a pressure of a thing, then you can go off. And this guy, he's in the idea. So the funny thing is, the guy's very simple. So because of that, even though Boston said, doing social media for my life, and we have to come out to God, we gave it.
Dave, anything else crazy we should know about? Any fun facts about you? Oh, were you take field goals? You still know how to do it? Dude, you should fucking pick up your football. You have a football anywhere? Alright, Dave. Fun times, Dave. I'm so glad you persisted with Brett. It's very awesome. You're a fun character. Hopefully you'll come back again soon and join us again. There he goes. Hey, wait, everybody. Dave, come back. Dave, come back real quick. What's your, where can people find you? Are you working on anything, social media or anything? WAITE, right? Yeah, the door guys show is so great. It was a funny 3 or 4 weeks of his video. There you go, stay wait, everyone. Dave will plug you in. Alright, this is a very, very fun time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special moment in the history of the show. Fun fact about this next comedian, the last time he was on a show with Donna Rollins, a lot of people were excited to see what was going to happen. Donnell patiently did not interrupt his minute of stand-up comedy. He impatiently waited through the minute of comedy and then proceeded to roast him. And so now he gets a minute uninterrupted back in front of his favorite comedian, Donna Rollins. Ladies and gentlemen, regular, brilliant comedian, the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, it is David Lucas. Everybody, here he is. Your music doesn't really matter. Here he is, David Lucas. See, this has been over a minute. I'll come in. I'll
no, but I'm asking.
I love
I'm
it.
going to be
Take them as incredible. He has to go get his phone because it doesn't fit in his pocket. That jacket was so far apart. Coming in here dressed like a gravy seal. Now the military is the only branch that won't worry with David. No, I just think that was a little bit more like a pun. You know, this is good. This is fun for you because now you have another minute or another time. You know, anything really that is a lot of cable culture. Like fat
And
too.
essentially, like,
How do you dress
it's
in
like a
camouflage and still have a shadow?
No.
You can't just say no. You can't just say no. People are laughing about it. Just trying to this little podcast. He's just selling a lot of cocaine. That's a lot of cocaine. Match jacket. Fuck it. Wears ammo. I just wearing a green shirt. Your stand is still. Your stomach is fucking shaking. Your stand is still. And you fucking still shaking. Why would somebody That's true. David's only fans is what people say with that TV. You should talk about anything on phone. Don't talk about how you make shit. Did you find that? No, you don't like to wear we can race. Oh my god, are you serious? We're about to do a foot race right now? Oh, you're gonna change your shoes, fucking Mr. Ross. Yeah, but that was against him. And we were gonna say, talking about yourself, you were racing yourself. And now you was saying you was listening to that. So that would absolutely swing. I still know what's you're great, David. Alright, there he goes. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. David Lucas. Right, the good fight. Hey, that was fun. System on the rocks. System on the rocks. Not on this one. It's exciting. I pulled a name out of such a small first time. We have no idea who this is. This is very, very exciting. Makes noise for us. Smokey Augusta people in the room. There's a couple people in here clapping. Here comes Smokey Augusta.
Funds or income generated from what may or may not be included activities or dealing with items that themselves will not survive. Here, the
Smokey
applicant is
Augusta.
asking you to do something via your website and requesting extreme license. They're paying for it.
You know what? Instead, I'm just gonna cut you off right there. Instead of roasting someone that's not here, let's just do whatever else we're gonna do. We do that. Alright, Smokey Augusta.
I want the
So let's watch the old Red 47
one
and realize when my casual relationships
I
work out. Not enough
I
pain.
lose the opportunity to have these that are not just enough.
And what I did
I
realize
want
what I did was finish the seven. As president, relationship with Oscar.
therefore the will be
You've been lucky with 2 years, lost their pride, you know, lost like some
we
pride.
have been on cable.
They have a favorite takes that out of the bedroom.
The Israel says no typically much of how
So to say about that, but once you get to 3, usually good for short term. That's why I say just head rap.
so you start with action there. I don't know if you think that's
Behavior sex.
actually
Great spontaneous escalation. 2020. Big party for that shit. That's fucking right there. Once you get to Florida these days, freeze party, or the top part, you gotta stay away from it. It's been a good thing. Florida was slotted. Slot myself.
therefore maybe that's considered a process from your end. Therefore again it's possible.
Hot diggity damn Smokey Augusta.
Okay, well, only if it is much better.
My friend. Hello, Smokey Augusta. How are you? It's so sad to hear what happened here at Show Mythbusters. Are you the one that raped your sister? Or is that the other one? Obviously, that's not the only thing you guys are both sticking in.
Get the money and throw a rocky
Your sister raped you, right? Hi, Smokey. First Thank you. I love that. Feel free anytime. Smokey Augusta. Let's talk about it. How long you been on stand-up comedy? It's my second time. Second time ever. Where was your first time at? How long ago was that? 2003, so your return after 17 years. The people wanted it. And he's back. You know, this is like a crowd goes wild over those big return moments. What made you take 17 years off from the game?
I didn't really do anything. I was auditioning for something.
I can
Inspired me. I saw audition in the paper. I went for it.
In the newspaper. That's how things were back then. 17 years ago, you had to get an audition in the newspaper like that. Extra, read all about it. Auditions, Miami, Philadelphia, chance only. So what do you been doing with your life up until this point? You look the kind of guy that likes to cut your own wood. You build your own fires. You have one of those fireplaces with a little furnace in there. You have your own heated place. You stir your milk with your index fingers. How about the in the furnace that you ever have your own wood burning furnace? Is it a Chili's? Okay, that's it. That is true.
I'm not fake, I'm not pushing you. I'm not going to fucking more space time.
And also Guns Blazing coming out with, the movie references from the 1996 film Seven, perhaps was not as comical as, for example, we talked about with Dave Wade coming in, talking about the coronavirus, this, that, he's wonderful. Jokes of the movie Seven, which I'm guessing is 96, right? Jay, you have a better number than that? I'm guessing sooner or later.
I saw it on the paper, and then I didn't see it, and it was 11.
96, 97, says Ryan J. It's good enough for me. Some other hobbies, fun things. You seem like a guy that has hobbies. Go ahead and tell us about it. What are you good at? Special skills, talents, anything? September 95 was the answer.
I'm a Lamar.
Yeah, you believe me with you, do you? Jesus, I think I'm some kind of comedian.
So
You
again,
get into an interesting hobby, but rather than you collect something,
you
you
can't
get to something that
Trade, you're a trade guy. How about what other instruments are you playing? Alright, how about your love life? What's that
It's basically
why do you think your love life's non-existent? You ever go on dates at all? You ever just go to a bar and stare at a girl? Okay, so sticking on this, no dates at all? What's the closest thing to a date you've been on in the past? Ignore all of their questions and statements. Stick with me here. Closest thing to a date in the past year. Oh, that's fun. That's exciting. That was a fun.
But to do something to hold up with the sun, that's absolutely that's a objective benefit. I have ready keep it nanny. I thought that's ready keep up. I'm ready to keep up and kind of line work, yeah? So we take this lot shepherd.
I got to see Jeremiah and David Lucas and Jensky Johnson. Yeah, with the manager, you really threw your weight around there.
Yeah, worked in there for years.
Anaheim, you're a real angel.
You guys have outdoor seating at your restaurant, or is it one of the restaurants that are completely closed during all this time?
I didn't look up to know exactly where that restaurant is.
Only in Anaheim you might be able to ride his electric bicycle on the way.
David, look at those exactly where as a chef, do you make potato salad?
You like potato salad?
It's just good if he was a chef. It's big in the black culture to have potato salad.
Why you look me directly in my eyes and talk about potato salad?
Because you're right, you're not going to potato salad.
Nothing said, do it.
Exactly. So I was going to do some. I was going to be a
Is that true? Sure, Victoria Fontaine the third? Yes, I don't know why. I was doing an art project. I don't know why you ate it.
It wasn't even potato salad, Reginald. Anything? Have you ever been arrested?
Yes. For what?
Just missing a court date. Missing a court date for what? What was the court date for? Traffic violation, sex trafficking.
Yes, she don't stop. She kept going.
All right. Well, fun time, Smokey. Thank you for making your 17-year return on the show, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, Smokey Augustus, everybody. Okay, guys. What the fuck is happening? Jesus fucking Christ. Good God. Alright.
God forbid we finish the DuckTales on you with Pebble News and find out what the DuckTales.
DuckTales? It's a shit. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, very controversial figure. I mean, I gave him a silly intro last week and people got mad. So I'm just gonna say, some people love him. Some people really love him. Some people just love him. Ladies and gentlemen, William, the Big Red Machine, Montgomery.
First and foremost, Dave Lucas, taking a couple notes. Here are my first line. Donnell, I loved you in Spider-Man 2. Funny how unless I'm scared to dust inside my computer is about to call the cops. The weed is too deep. There is nothing more annoying than a bunch of whining, screaming kids on a plane. That's why I never flew with Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. I was over at Red Band's place the other night. Red Band, I got a question to ask you. Who designed the glory hole in your bathroom? I was able to see Red Band's Oriental wife suck his dick. It was wonderful. Remember that time Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin played the guitar with the cello bow? How the fuck did he do that? Tracy Chapman be the first known they in music history? You got a fast car. I want to take it to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere.
Hey, William Montgomery, everybody. There we go.
We take a fucking picture
From DuckTales, it's DuckTales. DuckTales.
We take it
Everybody knows the song. It's the song from DuckTales. It's DuckTales. DuckTales. Everybody loves DuckTales.
my theme song. You are so sweet to have played that.
A lot of people don't know that DuckTales is the official theme song of William Montgomery.
Black Lives Matter.
Oh my goodness, is that true?
Donnell, can you corroborate that? What'd you say? No, I literally didn't hear you. What'd you say? Oh, okay.
There you go.
The DuckTales song I heard was a theme song.
William, how you doing this week, William?
I've been better. I'm looking for a job still.
Yeah, how's that going? What are you doing to look for a job exactly?
YMCA swimming laps.
How about the job part?
Well, literally, I mean, if you go to the YMCA swimming laps, nobody's allowed in the YMCA.
No, but really, I haven't been looking for a job. Donnell, do you have one for me? Okay. Fair enough. Maybe I can what?
Yeah, so I'm not really. It's a ZipRecruiter.
Yeah, it's hard to understand. No, what'd you say?
They're on a very place.
Okay, I know I'm kidding. Donnell, I'm kidding. I'm on edge tonight.
No, we still doing protesting. It's serious.
No, I'm kidding. My parents almost died in the tornadoes last night in Tennessee.
Is that true?
Yep.
I never feel sorry for a white person.
Come on, my parents bought that house 20 years ago.
Is that true? Is that true?
Yeah, they bought it 20 years ago.
Did the tornado hit near where they live?
Yeah, it broke down the house.
What broke down? What house?
There was a tornado. What was that dumb little song you were about to play?
That was the sound of a tornado. Play it again.
Yeah, play that again. It was really helping.
That's a tornado siren.
It's a tornado warning. No, yeah, last night.
That's the center of tornado.
Yeah, we know. We tried to get the basement many a times. We had tornadoes.
Yeah,
We did.
used to get the towel closet.
Tornadoes, I think, are. I would prefer a tornado area than an earthquake.
So I throw you go in your house. Oh, what do you do in the basement?
Yeah, under the stairs, please.
Throw in the towel closet.
Or in a hallway.
The towel closet is where you go in the house.
Really near the towel closet, William?
Yeah, it's filled with green and then there's towels. Never used. What do you mean never used? You said that. Right, man, why'd you say that? I take showers now. Take showers every single day. This is what's still broken. Take a look at that, Donnell. Take a look at that, Donnell. Come on, get it. I'm God.
So what are you going to do for a job? Are you running out of money?
I'm coming up with a new warning.
Yeah, what's going to be called?
Tornado Twister. How'd you know it was going to be called Tornado Twister?
How does that game go?
It's a lot like Battleship,
Oh, it is.
but it's tornadoes. It's literally just like Battleship, but it's tornadoes. How'd you know that, Donnell?
Can you see it?
How'd you know that one? Look at my bio? Oh, my bio. I'm trying.
Are you?
I have a real hard week this week.
Yeah, tell us about it. Yeah, is that it?
McDonald's a couple days ago, they charged me for a Big Mac.
How much did they charge you?
$10. I should have known before I paid it. Yeah, I paid $10 for a Big Mac.
That's like 10.
They overcharged me.
That's like 10 double cheeseburgers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have $10. I don't have a job anymore. And if you go to Flappers at McDonald's, charge me $10 for a Big Mac. I hate it. No, he ate the second one. I ate the first one.
It's really a lot of anger coming through this week. Clearly, you're going
I'm looking for a job.
There's a pandemic happening. You lost your job.
What's that, Ryan?
It was trying, right?
What are you drawing over there, man?
That's the first time Ryan J. Eagle has ever lost.
Yeah, that's a bad omen. What is that?
That means we have
Donnell, I hate it. What's he drawing?
4 more weeks of summer. You're right.
What, are you drawing a tornado? Is that how you draw a tornado?
Wait, David, can you get on the camera here? Zoom in on Ryan.
Let's see that one again, Ryan. Let's see you draw a tornado.
He's going crazy. He's drawing a tornado. Oh my God. Clearly, okay. That's enough. William, is there anything else that we should know about before we let you go tonight?
Legally, went to a movie this past week.
You went to an actual movie theater?
Yup.
Did you Were they open? Yeah, they were open. What'd you see? Did you play the movie yourself? Were you the projectionist?
Yeah, they were some Tarzan, maybe they sweet Tarzan. They really hurt my tongue. So now you told me to say it didn't work out. I just want to eat my final product of the tornado. I would have seen it too.
Can you do perhaps we can close your set this week with an impression of you in a tornado? Can you show us, can you put the mic in the mic stand and show us what you would look like if you were outside during a tornado? There's the sirens that are happening. David's on the camera. Let's see. Oh, he's going poop everywhere. There's his foot. He's shitting his pants first. He's very scared.
Oh no, Mom! Get the damn closet!
Wow, that's a callback to that town closet reference from a few minutes ago. My goodness. What if the tornado is literally like happening right now?
Don't you care? That was the worst tornado. What do you mean, Donnell?
Let's say you're not in a house, right? You're outside in a field, and there's a tornado going over you right now. There's a tornado.
Oh, Mom, get out of the field! Oh, Mom, get out of the field!
Your mom's not in the field. You're in the field all by yourself. And action. Here we go, big tornado.
Hey, Lucas, get out of the field!
No, nobody's in the field with you. You're by yourself, so you can't just yell at somebody.
And a Black Lives Matter protest is coming right down the street of the tornado.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, what are y'all doing on the street?
That's what he would say at a Black Lives Matter rally.
What are y'all doing down the street? What is this, man? That's what they
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another very fun, silly week with William Montgomery, everybody. Oh. DuckTales. We step back from that ledge, my friend. DuckTales. Yeah, it is DuckTales. DUCK, it's DuckTales. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Molly Hale. Here we go, Molly Hale, everybody. It's DuckTales. They just ran out of salt. It's DuckTales. It's DuckTales. Here's Molly Hale, everyone.
Hi, everybody. My name is Molly, and I really wish that I enjoyed sunsets. My bubble is very dead set against it, and I do have this note in my policy, but I actually didn't write that policy. My bubble wrote that policy, you know? And I wish it was different because all my gay friends are like, oh, the butthole, it's a portal of pleasure, it's full of a million treasures. And my girlfriends are like, oh, if I get drunk enough, I might let him pop it in one time. You know, but my butthole is so anti-anal, if it even gets a whiff of it coming anywhere near it, it will just scoot right out of the way, you know? One time, I saw my butthole put on a fake mustache and pretend to be the mouth of a dude to get away from a dick. My butthole started talking about sports, and the dick got very confused, you know? And another time, my butthole put out two other fake buttholes on either side of it and started a game of three-card Monty in order to avoid a dick. My butthole was all, step right up, who would like to put their dick into a real butthole? You, sir, yes, which butthole is the real butthole?
All right, Molly Hale. DuckTales. All right. 60 seconds of straight butthole jokes.
I mean, I packed it in.
Yes, you can put in the butthole jokes. The good news is Redman has nominated you for the Mark Twain Award. He loves butthole jokes so much that it was a work of art.
They were smelly, but delicious.
Molly, welcome to the show. This is your first time on or first time meeting you?
It is my first time on. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I love the show.
You live in LA?
I do.
What part?
I live just east of Chinatown in Lincoln Heights. Yeah. Northeast side.
Nice. And how long have you been on comedy?
I've been in the comedy world for a while. I grew up in Chicago with Michael Lair,
Oh, awesome. Yes, indeed. You came highly recommended from Michael there.
based on my personal jokes, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, you know what? David knows everybody from the bus. That's what I always say. Anyway,
Yeah, I've never had blood sex for
I mean, like, it's fine, but it doesn't work, you know what I
why
mean?
doesn't it work?
It just hurts real bad.
I know.
Well, that's what you guys say.
They said man's G-spot. This is
Really? Even if you're
It's a cheat thing, baby.
you ever said it?
ever had a doctor give an examination?
Do I get paid to tag for being on the show? So
You look me right in my eyes like Donnell's son. I'll tell you that. For any doctor's appointment ever, I'll just take your word for it. I'm just looking.
Such a comedy great. Everything is always yes and with you until that question is right there. I know you for years. I've never seen you shoot anything down like that. We don't talk about that.
So what's your inspiration to keep trying?
oh, I don't have a
Guys, try this.
Yeah, they always want to. It's like they're
So
making,
your
you know.
jokes aren't even real.
Yes, they are real. I've tried to put my phone, but my phone does not want it. And so as a result, my phone goes to great lengths to avoid it. Because it is short. The fucking comedy store, dude.
Look at this smoke, dog. Look at this. Look at
I should have taken
If you had to guess the percentage of your jokes that are magical,
I put all of them that fit in 60 seconds. Like, these are all of them in their tight 16 seconds. It's a lot. A lot of predators. I mean, I think every man is a predator.
I realize I'm listening to a lot of them on today's show.
And I'll tell you how you make your jokes. Just do it. I'm just saying.
If I talk about my butthole straight for a minute and a half, I would totally expect to get fired.
Wow, you would expect it?
Yeah, in West Hollywood, absolutely.
Well, I think it's just you guys can't stop thinking about my butthole.
We can't stop thinking about your butthole because you talked about it for
Well,
2
it is
minutes.
very cute, you know? It's really nice. I can't help
When's the last time you looked at your butt?
it. I do a beer check like once a week. I like
I'm telling you, save yourself for a charge.
So, Ollie, what else do you do other than comedy?
Well, I also love nature. I'm a big fan. I try to go out and treat as much as possible. I think Los Angeles has some of the best nature in the world, just outside the city. I know I heard that.
What do you like to do nature-wise?
No, that's, I don't think you heard what I said. That's the opposite of
I
what I
like nature. What type of nature are you into?
I like all of it, the trees, the flowers, the rivers.
Okay. What else are you into? Any other hobbies or fun facts about you?
Yeah, I like to dabble in witchcraft.
Oh my goodness, really? This is very exciting.
It can be.
What type of witchcraft do you do?
Well, type specifically spell magic, but I also do a lot of essential oil magic.
What types of spells have you done on people? Can you talk about it?
I don't do spells on people. Yes, of course, I smudge people. Yeah, it really does kill the subject. Yeah. You gotta get your Palo Santo, from a place that you respect. That's not right.
You're talking about sage?
Sage is also a good one.
And it kept going out. And I was like, I'm not gonna miss this shit. So it's been smoked.
Just game grew up as a witch. A wicked. Wow, half wicked. Alright.
That's Victoria Fontaine III is a pure saint.
So, what types of big spells have you done on anything? Can you give us an example of something that
No
was
spell is a big spell. Spell magic is ritual. Spell magic is practice, like anything like alchemy. So you do it.
Is there anything that you've ever done with a spell that which you're like, whoa, we did something crazy?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that
Absolutely. Conjure a house. So I think properties for conjuring games, watching your conjuring them, but conjure the exact place that was perfect for us, and it came to us from two different places.
Here's my point. You know what? You know
Not
what?
all. Well, only my bubble, to be fair. I don't know anything about your
So
bubble.
this is me. You talk about ritual. So like, if you start to talk
everybody's got a butthole.
But I knew that the bubble jokes were the thing to do at the comedy store.
It's
So
not. Again, it's a huge misconception. But this is the thing.
and the belly button and the butthole.
We're in the main.
I really thought you were gonna like my bubble jokes a lot more, quite honestly, because I laugh at them and I think they're hilarious. But
Nobody cares if you care about yourself.
really,
Comment about yourself.
oh no, yeah, of course. I thought you were saying I didn't like my jokes. I think they're hilarious.
Red Man left like he's the butthole aficionado.
Oh, I like yours. I mean, I don't like my bubble. We talk about it. Well, you know, they're funny. Bubbles are hilarious. Maybe I didn't split the bubble in the right way, but come on, bubbles are funny, you guys.
I want to sponge a butthole joke.
Okay.
Conjured property.
Yes, like she said.
So are you saying that the homeless should just conjure?
Well, they're not practicing their spell magic. That's what
Or food?
What do you mean when you say they conjure?
mentally and thought about what we wanted specifically and did it in a way that was ritual and did it multiple times and then got exactly what we wanted. Put your energy into it, put your intention into it.
Witchcraft.
Intention is witchcraft. Witchcraft is intention. Absolutely, if you use it correctly.
That's interesting stuff.
That's a good one. That's right.
Well, very fun to meet you. Wait, what? There's a lot of fun in there. Wait, so the Red Man doesn't even like buttholes. He just likes food farts.
Okay, but the bubble, the way it comes out is
next come back again, and next time we'll figure out more about you. Here in a minute, and doesn't have to do with
you got it.
no buts about it. There she goes. Molly Hale, everybody. Molly Hale. Molly Hale. And she talks about her body. She does witchcraft and conjures houses. She does witchcraft and conjures houses. She's a witch. She's a witch girl. This is a very exciting part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first in Kilton in history. Last week, Michael Lair challenged Jeremiah Watkins to a monologue battle for Rambo. This all started weeks ago when Michael Lair politely asked Jeremiah if he could borrow a wig, to which Jeremiah, uppity Lee, replied, well, I normally don't do that. The rest is history. The rivalry started weeks ago tonight and will be settled. The loser of this monologue challenge, the rumor is that the loser will have boiling water poured on them at a later date in the parking lot of the Comedy Store. Again, I repeat, the loser will have boiling water poured on them. It could be Michael Lair, who has debilitating disease ALS. We might have to pour boiling water on him to this is what they agreed on. I don't know. I mean, I just an official in this. I didn't create this battle. This was just
I know. Because I want to shake the bottle. I want to see your bottle.
well, the bots are about to become bots, my friend, because
Joseph, I love most of the gear from shop. You could leave this one for sure. Not for a long time. Not to the INS. Or not to the INS. Because this would create idolatry. Like, but you are concerned that we're going to for a longer amount of time. They switch these words to religions. So for a short amount of time, it's over. For a long amount of time, it's Shlalo, Kielu. So the says, and these spoilers like this. What is that? Shmona taste like such, Shemet, meat, the honey, yang, set up in the oil Allah, Yengo, Kishmano. Interesting enough, I don't know this, but when I saw that ultimately again is wine, excuse me, is wine is like this blood, just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is wine. Look at that. Actually, Shmona B'Yayas and Yeno Mutabakar, Shmona Kodeshu Hashem La'Filat About the Shtias. But what does it mean that is oil is like this? Excuse me, is wine is like this oil. So the same way that you get enough from this oil, you get enough from this wine. You can't drink the wine to get yourself, and ultimately you can get enough from this wine. The sharp of Baba, ultimately, then for every other thing, he is like he's like a people. Shouldn't order Yeno yes. But relay motor Shouldn't says this one is like the ISF, but others say ultimately again it's motor ultimately again for this position. So it's actually part of the pick up the answer. Actually let's finish. Tell me else, let's finish this. Tell me else, what do you see from there? Tell me else, the sharp part by Republic received from your is like to spiritual shop is like an outcome regarding every other matter. The light itself, ultimately, again, it doesn't mean when we say that spiritual shop is like an outcome for everything. It's what is it? Which the Lord says, love, let's go hugging, let's go hugging. So it doesn't matter, especially when we get out of this multi-maker emotions and stuff. Guys, started with the transfer, guys, doesn't get emotion happy, to gate idolatry. If you actually do commission idolatry. So now we just got finished. And in this respect, and your Tosha is used. But the other matter, he's like a con. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission and negate that on so too can it get Tosha? So too can it get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, we can just feel about Tosha. No, actually, it means Shabbos. What is it for Shabbos? What's about it? It's Samuel. So, Lord, the Shabbos Shabbos is the Erev Hatzos. If you have multiple words that are going to go to a word, if you're not carried from a home to a command, to a word, right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of Hatzos. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. Remember, Erev. So you have to carry from the home to the Hatzos to the but halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the concert, he could use his rights. This is Shabbos started. I forgot to let this into the movie, forgot to let this on the Erev. He can yield his rights to the members of the concert. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Miller, Shabbos Shabbos of the Shul, without the issues. Ultimately, again, the other Yisrael Miller, unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael who apostate. So as long as externally he's not apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right? Public is doing Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't do Shabbos. And at least in public, he does Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the issues. Only if he didn't participate in the event, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Sheemish Harisham was a shot, in without all shots, but again, if he publicly violates shots, and essentially like if he's like an athlete, it's not enough for him to yield his rights and process his rights. Rather, you have to grant his rights. They should Yisrael, no single shots from the shots, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, or give Archie Yisrael. Right? Ultimately, you have to write. You have to write. So therefore, again, the worst thing that when you say, so was it just cause which states up, or the law was a how does with yield his rights over his rights. So, on the law, you should see to me on the phone. I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights to the husband. Or you should see that you tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquired the rights of this non-participatory Jew who is represented in the they talk this many people. So this is just in general about Erev Hatzeros. Again, you need a manifestation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who cannot participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or leave the back, or just simply negate his ownership rights. Muslim guidelines everywhere else to be allowed to participate. Even if he's an Israel ruler, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield, or he can go ahead and prosecute. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And an Israel ruler who is publicly a ruler is treated like a when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like a company for all other things, one of the things means you need a chutzpah with a ger kosher. You choose the chutzpah once they can do it zeros, they must rent straight from this rent rights ultimately again are the ger kosher as well. Now whether or not the ger kosher could actually run the group of Sarah, the message will say, you've seen some other stuff. Shkaya Kudima, what about one of those experiences such as history point of view, which you can do. Will say great spot for some for you, for all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual conference sponsors, Those are dedicating every German Brussels this year as a Swiss resource for this Israel. And the first sponsors for the month of Av, Abba, you and Torah, Stephen Rebbe, raising the honor of your parents, Israel Jason, Dina Drazen, and Moses writing a memory of the Stanley Moses writing on the Rachel. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan K. Wolf, promotion of the website of Dr. Wolf's out of Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Bush, on the Rachel, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai, Ben Orlando Ross. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum's memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rachel Bas Velar. The families in it from almost immediately through Shatan today, unholy Israel, which Rachel should be from all of us to do the Shalom of the Father, and all of the slaves to the success of the Father and mercy. Once we got with us to be based that piece of South 64. Really incredible job for us today. We are picking up on some of the base 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up on the bottom. Yes, we have not been doing what we got copies. So again, we have not been doing what we got copies. That's what we have at Amiga. Here, but Ali is sitting with them. University Yosef, we have on my right. Yes, on the great listen to the fascinating Safra Bushba Yainesa. What is the halacha if an hires a Jew to smash barrels of yainesa? Basically, rather than Apple comes over to the events today, I'm going to pay $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yainesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the ranges from this process. Remember again, in yesterday's class, we were doing the concept of funds generated from what we make on the items that themselves need to be survived. Here, the Apple is asking me to do something with the INS. He's asking me to destroy the INS. And the making part is that am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's that about? We are going to keep the those people who are us. So it's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? If I was to break my own, I lose the opportunity to break my INS. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, I can live the essence of the process, but the rational just want. We are in a Kiva, Kiva is up in the bottom of the Rashi. The Israel said, let's say the Kiva shall probably say, Jew actually wants the existence of his paradise. Shalom Yishtabu, Shalom land. I don't want to remove it because I want to break up. I actually shall remove because of us. So when we see that since the Jew actually wants, when we see that this is correct, the Jew actually wants the Yain essence to remain in existence. I don't want it to exist. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be closest from the Yain. Therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, we can just watch that and this is the destruction of the Yain essence, destruction of all this up. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, it wants to from existence, but again, ultimately, to describe the result of his ultimately, again, should be fascinating. So it says, Yishma the phone of Allah. Nothing says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to that is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see. So let's say an active tax has to make plans for giving it to. So we that session just to be weekend, let's say for example, weekend great funds, that's the kind of weekend for giving extra. So if you forget about this plan to go, you pay the June can't go ahead and assist in like oh, you need to see third, they can't do that. I have some 64. Hopefully we won't really what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do that shit. About the rim slash the phone, the people that are up the roads, the commercially, let's say, pirates, silver. To me, they've had plenty of that. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even when he needs a fee for working with Killer, right? And I want the existence of police because besides people on their own, I do have to work on us. So the people here, this is what you want. But that means that you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially. You found things that didn't pay them. When that benefit ultimately again results in destruction, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one to destroy this, you can get paid for it, it's going to be destroyed. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua, here's a big one. So if you use people's number, and the kind of flying it's very interesting. People have to use it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead.
No, I don't want you to miss the Rambo monologue. We'll get her a drink. I don't want you to miss this Rambo thing because I don't know what's going to happen here. I need you here for this Donna. So, I need a coin. That's right. I never found that quarter that I brought. It slipped out of my pocket. So, we're going to flip a coin and then we are going to, depending on which way the coin lands, that's going to decide who goes first and who goes second in this. I'm going to flip a memory card. There you go. That was great, right there. Just throw things. Flip a memory card. Catch. It's a catch. So, okay, let's do it this way. If it's the Sandisk side, Michael Lair will go first. And if it's the Blunt side, USB port, Jeremiah will go first. And here we go. All right. That sadness, ladies and gentlemen, going first tonight, the man who started all of this. Join the final scene from Rambo First Blood. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Michael Blair. Here we go.
So again, whereas actually practice license, I was like, low killer, you can't do anything that ultimately again communicates the existence of the life.
They do that one line. Yeah. What is it again? No,
That's Elo, versus the Elo, when you take Tesla shark, and ultimately just even if you're going to keep up, very going to keep up the prohibition of the sustains it. What about if somebody's going to pay me to actually use it? So the passion is it seems like that is going to be totally interesting. Versus not necessarily. No, it doesn't give that anybody rather who's like this. Rabbanon might be open to human Amisha. That is not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon you don't put offense. When you use Rabbanon, only that you keep up. Rabbanon, you can do plans. But actively do something that still gives the word. Some type of like supporting the offense they hold is what. So criminal offense is based that it's certainly a thing that you get used for reading some strength. It's not which the Gemara says, Chacham Askim and Israel, so the earth, the Chacham Askim, where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the campaign for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? So really, the Amar, lifting Lahem Matnastina Asr. Ultimately, the readings of the evening, that Allah and I said, you are not allowed to do a favor for me. But he actually had this video of Allah says on me. So all my focus on Allah says on me. It says, don't do that. This is count for free. You can't just leave for happening for free. Even if the free favor is instructed on Allah, you still can't do it. So it's not مش مقرا يكتبها لا the fact that you're saying this up from Buddha says if you're going to be a was not committed Buddha also became a Mafasina about it. It is not shocking. Kumar says, no, you going to be Buddha. And Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, so it's to give a favor. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to the Buddha, that's absolutely that's a good captain. I have to do as a human habit. I thought that's what they keep up. I'm going to be keeping a kind of line book, yeah? So it takes love shepherd. You say something from the keep. Even though the keep was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilan. You're not only Kilan planting, not only Kilan something actual planting itself, which I think important affects the sustain it. Even if people would agree to uproot Kilan, to get rid of his syrup, to lose it, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from them. Which the Gemara says is so low. There is nothing else to go ahead and express this way. This phrase is so low. This is like the Talmud equivalent of a mic. So low. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How do we start this whole started by the case of the Afghan wants to break his barrels of Gangness. He asks him if he wants to hire a new Jew to break his own, maybe $50 a barrel. So remember, one thing is yes, because therefore that means he wants to continue the existence of the everything from the results. He is trying to help us out. When nothing said, do it, and cover along. If it involves the destruction of the result of that matter being prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS, I get it. I want to break that itself. I want to break it. I want the plan to be updated on itself. I want to update it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get the proceeds of the destruction of the destruction. What about construction prohibition ultimately is a good thing? So Muhammad says we get paid and cover Allah. We must say that really is such an interesting idea. Part of Western society, mindset is, living that way. And that is important. It's members of society, just general culture, in a way society.
I can't hear. So,
Should go
Rambo, it's over.
lifestyle choices. That's to a certain degree that has to do with society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root. And when there's something that is yes, strongly it's something to think that like we just false, right? Just doing the right journey. And yet again, it's hard because often the one can't see what's in the it's right. Something that says Yishbar, something to have like one people, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, you know, if you do it, ultimately the process is different. The process is good, the process is good. And ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's for. We're covering the speech so again, the same kind of thing. And the discussion was covering the speech, the coming by like, you may have this coming out. So that's it.
Oh my goodness. Sylvester Stallone's voice. That is Sylvester Stallone. I can't believe we got the actual Sylvester Stallone to come here tonight. Oh my goodness, that's Michael Lair.
Yeah, I'm Sylvester Stallone.
That is incredible. That was very impressive. I thought you were the actual Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, I get that.
It wasn't until you waved and did a normal face, which I realized that that's Michael Lair. That was an impressive performance. Indeed, it's going to be very hard to beat that. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we bring out Jeremiah to get us out? Yeah, Jerry Watkins. I can just tell, I don't know this for a fact, but I can almost guarantee he must have hate that thing more than anything.
I've actually called him a fat.
Oh yeah, he gets that.
Jeremiah is a saint, so you can kiss the ass of
Alright, well, with no further ado, though, I do believe it's time that we bring him out. This is the man that you challenged in this. This all started because he would not give you a wig. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, with his version of the final scene from Rambo First Blood. I present to you the one, the only, the leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins. Here we go. It's Jeremiah. Oh my goodness, here he comes. Oh my god. Oh shit.
Oh shit!
That's why I don't know. That more says he starts trying to mention that we can love of Google spoke on LinkedIn. I won $1,000. So what happened? So Apple went and sold his ass. Right? He brought me the proceeds from this board. Yayiness of case. I went ahead and I went $1,000. He sold his Yayiness. And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's the what?
It's over, Rambo.
Ultimately, again, it's zero says. Now, however, coming up, Yayiness Ilapa, let's say the acquisition case, and this or they pay you, even the way you're supposed to sell that. I only got I'm going to sell Yayiness. In that case, it's possible. So here's the interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his Yayiness, goes off, sells his Yayiness, case number two, same thing, I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of days, a couple of hours, I got to sell my idol, I got to sell my I expect to be more my explanation. So what's this? I don't say what's this? Same from the shoe, the other than curiosity. So now this is the circle previous circle. But here's the difference. Second piece. The audience is right here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want continued existence of the continued existence of the wine. So because I want it, therefore changes assets and those things. And this is what's it. If you notice it, if you look here, I got the changes, that's it. But that's what the noise was saying. When you want and I'm not doing anything for the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until I have existence for lots of money. I want the continued existence of the INS because I want money. But I'm not doing it so that the continued existence of the INS. Why should it be us? Because none, here is the response of their life. So you're sure I'm not clear. You have two brothers.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
It's over, Rambo.
Oh shit, look at this. This show is completely out of control, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. Next week we will be pouring boiling water on Michael Lair. This is very exciting. I'm kidding. Michael, come back here. Take a bow. Come back here. Roll backwards. Jeremiah Watkins and Michael Lair. That wins. Jeremiah. Oh no, so Rambo's dead. Rambo doesn't die. Come on, Rambo. Yeah. What a performance. Both of you, way above and beyond. That is better than any Rambo movie I've ever seen what you guys did here tonight. Look at this. I mean, just incredible. Absolutely. I do believe the next Rambo, he is in a wheelchair, so really ahead of the curve on this one. Incredible performance, gentlemen. I think it's really tough to decide. How many of you think, by round of applause in this room, how many of you think Michael Lair won that? Right, that's pretty good. How many of you think Jeremiah Watkins won that? Actually, that's pretty close. You know what? We're going to pour boiling water on both of them next week. Yeah! How exciting! An unbelievable performance. MichaelLairComedy.com. Jeremiah Wonders on social media. Jeremiah Watkins on social media. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. He's got a big one this week, teamed up with Adam Ray to make a little bit of a Dr. Phil Meets the Billionaire, who you saw earlier. It's very, very, very fun stuff he's doing over there at Jeremiah Wonders. Go check out Michael Lair's Easter Seals video.
Yeah, give them some views, guys. So your friends, man.
Good. Jeremiah is also coming to Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th to the 15th, Minneapolis, August 26th and 29th. Those dates are announced and they will be canceled as it gets closer to them. You can buy tickets. You can't do a gig, but he will cancel. Oh, look at the drawn-on muscles there. That is impressive. Donnell Rawlings is the host of the Donnell Rawlings Show. Our first guest back. Come on, guys. I mean, serious.
I'm telling you, I really appreciate what you guys did. This was unexpected. I want to see it was here. I appreciate what you guys are doing and all the talent that came this day.
Literally, perhaps his case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will legally bind the shots. As long as the guy does not get active in possession of, I guess that will be items, is absolutely permitted to work this out. Right, so you take this, you take the proprietary stuff, oh yes, he wants to continue existence. Why would they make a liar here? That people are Zera Shem Yatsu. We are afraid to give again us to make a choice between his non-distribution and
There's no fucking music. When you have a audience, you feel it. But to be able to perform this is almost like producing a TV show. You guys do a good job of it. You guys do a good job of keeping Tony Brown alive.
Thank you. You absolutely made my night by popping in here. I mean, I just feel so happy. So thank you so much. I'm positive that the fans of the show lost their minds when we brought on a guest. It's almost a component of the show that everybody forgot about.
And we're dropping our podcast tomorrow down there on the show. It's a good thing. I'm really having a good time.
Go subscribe to that. Give it a like, give it a love, and Donna Rollins, thank you so much. You're the best. The great Jet Ski Johnson was here all night. She's on social media, Jet Ski Johnson. She's also the owner of the cutest dog in the world.
Wink.
Spike.
I just did dinner with Brian Holtzman, Redmond.
Two religious challenges and the difference between religion and we're afraid that he has to choose between Allah and ultimately again the solution, he may be tempted to choose the solution. Again, not because of again, because it's religion. So for example, in that situation, I'm going to make Allah better, choosing the ultimate is going to have its demons because of the items, if we're allowed him to keep the committed items, it is wrong of kind of knocking myself with this. Imagine when it is so, she or she keeps the illusion. And then she dives to us. And it gives us a business partnership with the master. So see from here, that Chazal about certain things in that context of you will show they would not come out of your mouth for her context as well. If you want to look at a person in this way, in this precarious situation. I think that's so we're always the same another question. Their attention, ownership, background. So this is very interesting. You can't get their attention. You can't get attention. Go ahead. Listen. Just look at your just say that it's a sour make look like you can. Just see who's in choice in certain situations. You look at the structure to make us succeed. The ownership over wants us to succeed.
One of his other podcasts is really fun.
I love that. The great Chroma Chris was here on the base all night long. He's at Chroma Chris on social media. What else, Chroma? What do you think about tonight's episode? Oh, Tony, it was rich, Tony. I fucking knew you were going to say that. And the great Joel Jimenez, Mostly Sorry's got a new episode of Mostly Sorry, his podcast. All right, Jay, let's see that drawing. Joel, anything else?
Most of the Sorry podcast with David Deary premiered again on Wednesday at 5.
Look at that drawing.
Yeah, that was nice.
God. Very Monopoly themed. Incredible fucking drawing. Bring that up here. We gotta get a look at that. Again, special thanks to Michael Lair and Jeremiah Watkins. That was much more entertaining than I thought it would be. Very great job, guys. I mean, I believed in you both well before, but I was just really impressed with your acting. More Jeremiah than Michael, really. I thought Michael was going to do what Jeremiah did and really commit. But Michael Lair made himself laugh halfway through it, and he will feel the wrath of boiling water on next week's show. Very excited. Right, man?
Hey, I got a new show for all you guys that actually like e-bikes. It's called Loophole. It's at Dutchmont.tv.
Wait, you have an e-bike show?
I sure do. Lean into it, guys. No, it's really cool. It's with Dylan Thompson. He's a really awesome e-biker. So check it out.
Wait, e-biking is a thing?
Yeah.
What's this show? Do you guys ride bikes on it?
Big friend of mine.
But you guys just bought it.
Yeah, we podcast. We pretty much look at all these videos and talk about e-bikes.
Wow, that's so cool. All right. New episodes of Roast Masterclass every single week. Fun stuff happening over there. That's patreon.com/HClub. Tour dates, all of August is being rescheduled, and it looks like September is in the process of being rescheduled as well. So good luck and thank you and sorry. I mean, what do you say during a pandemic? I don't know. But good luck to all of us, and hopefully we'll be back on the board again soon. Again, thank you, Donnell Rawlings. Incredible stuff. Good night, everybody.
So he calls it back. He was a walk chef. He himself was worse idolatry, but he has the Quran and what and he gave it. So, what I had in mind idolatry actual apostles was a sort of memory. So that's a part listen to this case. I'm walking in the church, I see a city wall. If I lift it up, that's fine. What is inspired by a Jewish kid. So what do I do? So I show up myself. So if I over the back, pull over.
Hey, this is Ray coming live from the world famous comedy store meeting room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Brian Redman, how are you?
Hey man, how you doing?
It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. We're back at the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Madison Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's Intel Madsen Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns and social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD is the cleanest pure CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we use, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM Plus if you have difficulty concentrating while working from home. This has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum, lemon spectrum gummies. And if you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. And of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very excited to have the great Ryan J. Ebelt here with us tonight of RyanJEbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters. Those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJEbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Better Box Studios. Go get yourself a candle at damngoodcandleco.com. Damngoodcandleco.com. And they even have an Inch Me I'm Dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe perhaps they restocked them. And yeah, check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KillTony. Get some Caveman Coffee. Save some money using the promo code KillTony. And delicious Vito's Pizza here in Southern California. In fact, not only do I eat their pizza, but I've been completely addicted to the baked CDs. Wait, I didn't get to tell you, Charlie, I did it again this week. I did it again. I Postmated it. I almost want to, if I were to put on the special instructions on Postmate, I was going to be like, what's up, Charlie? Throw in a breadstick. You can see that, right? Okay, I'm going to do that from now on. Those little breadsticks you brought that one time were like, I don't want to say they're better than the big breadsticks, but I mean, they're just tinier. I'd rather have like a couple tiny ones than like they have crazy breadsticks there. But it's like, for me, it's like a lot of work. I'm looking at this thing. Damn, it's like a loaf of bread. I mean, it's great. I just want a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't need a lot. Yeah, it's like you would love the normal bread.
You know, my new favorite thing is getting fettuccine Alfredo and then adding mushrooms to it. It's like cream and mushroom soup.
I get the ziti Fritos, and I added they have like small meatballs there. Either that or you like cut them in half or something. You just break them up. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a new. I have to make sure I'm not doing anything physical afterwards, you know? Like riding an e-bike or anything like that. No serious exercise afterwards. But anyway, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited to be here. And we have a guest tonight. Very excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the comedy scored its first rule that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right afterwards back then. So she had to break her tenureship of being a regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular, did it for years, now opens up for the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Ali Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown ups, everybody. Hi. Hello, Allie. How are you? I'm good. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm so happy to be here. I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you, so this is exciting. Welcome, welcome. You've been doing a lot of skateboarding on your Instagram as of late. It's very inspiring. Yeah, so I've had like this skateboard for 4 years because I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen. So I just stopped skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open, and he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw my board that I haven't rode in like 4 years, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it to a kid? And he picks it up and he looks at it and he was like, this is my pro model skateboard. So now we've been skating together. Yeah, very fast. Kind of, somewhat, to some extent. Well, I actually had Allie, I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did. I brought it. So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you could try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history. I am nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk. Like I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell so hard. There's a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Caine said in all of the Batman movies. Oh, that's Bane. That was Bane. I get all my voices back in. If I do eat shit and like end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular? Absolutely, you're gonna become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. You guys can come out on a little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, Allie, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present to you the best damn band in the land, it's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Hawkins, drummer Joel Hennis, Chroma Chris, and the Jenski, Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Oh, this is scary music. Oh my God. Just get out there, shut these people. I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be. You guys all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something?
Well, it calls and comes to channel nothing's over a theme show.
Wow.
And Oregon is in for a scare tonight.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Real for a second. I did not hit I did not. Hi, Jeremiah. That's not Jeremiah. What's your name?
My name's Vincent Shadow.
Vincent Shadow. I'm going to write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow. And who's this little golden guy in the shadows? All right. Who's this little golden goblin you got here? Is is it Edna Scissorhands over here?
Hey, I'm a skeleton.
Oh, you are? What's your name?
Skeleton.
Oh, hi, Skeleton. Welcome to the show, Skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark. Oh,
I can do these both.
and then there's this young cowboy back here. Skeletons and creatures of the night. This is your host on M666 Terror Hour. It's Cooley. Cooley? Your name's Cooley? These are my favorite main characters of all time. I know it's early in the show. I don't want to force it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these guys. And there's a beautiful woman here, absolutely stunning. What's your name, look lady?
My name is Joe Lyra. And I'm a regional horror host in Texas, Channel 9.
Oh my goodness. You're gonna put the floor in horror.
Well, you just stole my opening job. Back to you, the story of time. She thought of that for 3 months.
Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Do not forget. Horror. Oh, that's great. Well, Joe Myra, hopefully you have a little bit more on your sleeve, even though you don't have sleeve. Oh my goodness, this is a Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October the 1st. Great David Jerry is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before, and he's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody. Here's some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley. Yeah, here's Kyler Bentley. Hey, I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young. But they have a saying where I live, it's you're only as old as you feel. And I feel like a dirty old man. So I've been just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for HUD housing and voucher. So I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for that to happen. But I know who I hope it is. And oddly enough, it is not the alleged. Yeah, he's a good guy. Let's use his Wi-Fi. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility. Like every one has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have 2 Esters. So where there's a senior center missing an Esther. Yeah, Kyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny. Senior living facility. Is that true? I'm not sure. I've never seen it. No, I mean, you live in a senior facility? Yeah, that's cool. My mom once lived in a senior facility for a couple of years, and that was interesting. It wasn't like a facility. It was like a luxury apartments just for old people. But she qualified, yeah, she was old enough. You had to be like 60. You had to be like 50. It was like 20 years ago. It was for just a couple years. It was awesome. Anyway, so is it like how senior living facility is it like what I'm talking about was like separate apartments in a building? Is this like more like a nursing home or what are we talking about? No, it's like a regular apartment complex, but you gotta be senior or disabled to live there. Okay. Is it mostly senior? Yeah, I've got like a lot of survey around that. Yeah. You get hit on because I heard it was reporting it on by a fiction. That's like the number one thing I hear you so much.
explosive jobs that the economy is
Here,
Oh my goodness, Channel 9, welcome to Hilltime. It's very exciting. Do you guys ever play games? They have like community events or anything like that? Do you play bingo? Favorite bingo number is B9. Wow. Yeah. It's not really fun. It's not crazy. That's true. Bingo is actually pretty fun. Look at these now hipsters out there. Go to the bingo. Red Band's favorite bingo number is I8. Tony's favorite one is coming as mouth. That's not how bingo works, Brian. That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works.
Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show and I get much of it. There's people I love
How's the COVID hit the assisted living?
It's like, it's wild.
Yeah, it's wild. Mask required. Even if there's nobody around you.
Get your mask.
Yeah, exactly. We're freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late. Crazy. That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far? I mean, not far east, like China far east. Where? It's about 45 minutes. I'm looking at Joe Byron. Joe Byron is our senior East LA correspondent. Joel. Wow, real Joel Burns, man. Look at that. Good job, Joel Byron. Oh, good things for you.
You ever steal jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
Good question.
No, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 Domino's head though.
Red Band.
Like cheesy bread. That's expensive.
$10,000 on the cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000 Domino's. This will be a week in my life.
Why would that be? I don't get it.
That's my impression of Red Band.
You called him to tell him?
Yeah. Ooh, it's a better go.
Kyler, what's your sex life like? I asked for this.
No, but that's how I know that you're not killing Tony because the street guys asked me that question.
There you go.
It's pretty much non-existent. But that's not because things don't work. It's just I love you.
Well, you know, I'll get good news for you. Joel Byron is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Oh, look at this hairy arm. Can you do that? Hey! There you go. Slip that right in there.
Go get the purple dildo.
Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Kyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for the rest of the night? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting in my access right outside.
I love that.
Yeah, so
It's going to be a tight squeeze, I see. Allie, you've seen Kyler on the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down. And I was asking lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spinning games. I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations you have something in common is being orgasm.
Whoa, I didn't want to bring it up.
There you go. My goodness. Is that a secret? It looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery.
That tour brought to you by John's.
Is that a Channel 9 reference? Kyler Bentley, ladies and gentlemen, so much fun. Thank you, the great Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. What? Oh, yeah. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley stand up on social media. Absolutely. That's where you're going to follow him. All right, let's see what we got here. What we got? Sam coordinated. Is that correct? At the same time? Okay. Yeah, tell one of them to come over here. God, it's unbelievable. It's amateurs. Absolutely. Some retarded like to call that retarded. Not all. Waiting, ready, everything ready, prepared, professional, ready to go. It cost me so much. Wait. Okay. All right. Go grab Tony Gidley. I pulled Tony Gidley out. He works in the kitchen here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Here he is, Tony Gidley. We got him, David. We got him. Gidley. Tony Gidley. It is Tony Gidley. Here he is. Tony Gidley. Everybody, here he goes. Here he is, Tony Gidley. So you guys know what the most popular 2020 children's new names are? G-Lane and Maxwell. Too soon. There's a couple months left of the year. Still got some time to do it. The same, really, lot of breath. So, I was hanging out with my little cousins anyway. And I opened up the refrigerator for my little cousin. I said, "You want some of this 7-Up?" And he's like, "No, I'm only 6." I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" He said, "Yeah, line it up, motherfucker." And we had a good time. Basketball all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I hate that guy. So I'm sitting there screaming at the TV. I'm like, "Fuck Curry, I fucking hate Curry. Curry sucks donkey dick." And just then a guy came up from behind the bar and said, "Excuse me, sir, Curry is ready for Norwegian cuisine. Take it easy, bro. Nothing to make the three." Wow. It is in your head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Gidley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy? Incorrect. Oh, you've been doing it a while. I started in 2019 in January at Apollo, and I've been doing mics in a show called Comedy Chow ever since. Awesome. It's your first time on Kill Tony then? I'm signed up, but I've not been on those. Okay. You look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine. It's true. I started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated. Yeah. You've been exercising a lot? You've been out on your e-bike? No? No, I don't know what the fuck it is. No, it's nothing. Have you been exercising? I just went for a hike today. That's it. When you're, let me just catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. You're like, "Oh my God, you look great." You do something, it's like a 30-minute hike. I got all of my fucking unemployment money just recently. Oh, really? What'd you do with it? What was it? I want some vacation. Wow. Did you spend $10,000 on Domino's? What I could. You got hiking shoes. What else did you get?
I got a couple of pairs. I got like 4 pairs. I just bought shoes.
Jesus, so I'm excited moving on Melrose and June. I spent all my money on shoes. Size
Did you take a gray in the sting? 6 feet away, motherfucker.
My goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get?
I actually got shoes that are like Nike, all conditions gear. So they're called ACG, which is actually my initials.
ASG? ACG?
All conditions gear.
Oh my goodness.
They're the most comfortable hiking boots that I have.
Wow. Where are you hiking?
Kenneth Hunt.
Because I specialize in trash piles and landfills.
I grew up on like 14 acres in the woods.
Is that true? Where were the woods at?
Michigan.
Oh, what part of Michigan?
Right in the middle.
Oh my,
By the Capitol.
oh my goodness gracious. Wow, you are truly just born in an ashtray.
Absolutely.
That is incredible. What do your parents do for work?
Both retired now.
What did they used to do? Work in a factory?
Yeah, I worked at plenty of factories. My dad was a Vietnam veteran. He's a Vietnam veteran. Marine.
I can see. You carry the honest love to the bandana, the facial hair. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself.
Honestly, I haven't seen the longest that my hair has ever been, but yes.
Yeah. And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver.
Absolutely not. She's a prison worker.
Oh, close. Bus driver, prison worker, right next door at the white trash family employee benefit booth.
They have the same shapes, too.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders.
Sure.
You know she is.
She's a stout young woman still, yeah. Do you remember any stories that was there any of that guy? She was stabbed once. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, not she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would, like, cut themselves open just to, like, be able to go to the hospital or whatever. And then eventually that fucking scar would just hold up their finger. So they could just go to the hospital.
You call that 4-wire? Oh, they made her like.
They made her all kinds of flaps and like they made her just for her shit.
Oh my goodness. Hey, there's a picture of me raping you, bitch.
And they also masturbated and used my shit to me.
What did you think about that joke that I just spit skeleton? Oh my goodness. What's something crazy that we find a little bit wild about you, Tony Gidley? You seem like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet.
Crazy. I'm not crazy. I make beats.
You do?
Make a lot of beats.
You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody. It's one of the rarer live performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us.
Yeah, that's what beatbox would be one of the most dangerous things to do.
He's got one of the official Kiltony masks on. Very exciting. Of course, he's a big fan of the show. That's right. Wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow. That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work, you're actually working in the kitchen right now. You are on duty. You're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Tony in a very, very long time. That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the Comedy Store?
Oh, it sucks.
It does? What do you dislike about it?
Just the grease. Just grease.
Yeah, it's a lot of grease. Oh my goodness.
I heard they have s'mores there.
That's heaven you're thinking of.
How the fuck are you gonna cook a s'more?
They have your own
Air fryer. They have the air fryer.
get anywhere on my own.
Never fears. You're in heaven, baby. I can't go. I'm jealous.
Are you guys? Do you guys go to hell when you die?
They're negating, and negating was the theological significance of murder. So an optimum could ignore that for example. So maybe that's why the person's Eleni ben Güven says here's the proof. The social emotional mother, the mother of Volgas for other behaviors. I lent Apple $1,000. So the Apple went and sold his item. Right, he brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yaines in the same case, I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yaines and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? I'm
sorry.
Says, yeah, however, everything
So these are just characters that you guys play.
yeah, you know, so he thought, let's say, yeah, the same case, $1,000. So,
It was very scary.
How'd you do that? In that case, case number one, I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item, I know he gives you the proceeds, he's got the debt.
Okay, Tony, that's very back to the kitchen. You go, Tony, gateway, everybody. What's your social media?
Tony
Gateway 28. Alright, we're having fun here. Hey, look, one of the regulars is here. They were both performing at the same time, and he fucking went down during the show a minute ago. We wanted to discuss. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the big red machine, the red dead revolver, the red head with the red shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out. William Montgomery.
Y'all, I read this I was in New York City last week. I was about to perform Showtime in New York. What's your plans?
Of course, I want to maintain existence of that idol until we have access to a lot of money.
Smashing Pumpkins is a cool band name. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call ourselves Shooting Schools. I miss the old weather channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jazz. Now you've got World Strangest Weather and Jazz programming. Hey, check out YouTube. Hey, Red Band, when you receive a gallon of eugenics in the mail, don't blame me, queer. That's a testosterone joke. Red Band is pretty much a bitch. Here, you can really look at me that way, Red Band. Wow.
William closing on a joke calling Red Band a bitch. That is not an angle very much used on Red Band.
When I saw Red Band, I was in his place 3 nights ago. I was in his. I've never liked you. I was in his studio and his band throwing the fuck out. Orient.
The racist term from the 90s, you fuck.
Are you really not saying
However, if whether there are different possession, that is possible. So this is ultimately what do you see from there? Allah and in this case, Brother Gare wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yahuwah. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence. And therefore, it's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Rabba Baruba Mastizena Bogus Kamis Kalex Ishmael. What's the case of the Ishmael? This is just someone given us a senior with yourself. So therefore, again, Brother Gare doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not, even if it breaks. That works fine for an item. How would you explain the case then? Yeah, the finance contract is mostly based Adrianic, so apparently, we could actually put that
Oh, Red Band, it's Mulligan over there. Gabe, are you on camera?
They're very used to it. And she could take a shard of like this put it in the water, and retest it to
I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick.
Right now they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood.
There was some bubblicious bubble gum.
The Corona Bronas.
Bubblicious. Hey, Red Band, I did send you with the new genetic. Oh, he's about to get his pistol. Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be a minor. Red Band is about to murder me.
Yeah, no. Shiny Ocean
Yeah, where do you think we are in the Orient?
Bringing to the fight, bringing the new meaning to this.
Yeah, where is the Sasquatch in the Orient? William, say that. William is very disoriented. Thank you. I appreciate that.
William, you had some really great jumps in your set. I really like the smashing pumpkin. I really like the smashing pumpkin school shooter jump. It was very, very good. Very well written. Very in your style, in your voice. Well paced, well timed out. Got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you?
It's been pretty good. I am now a salesperson.
A salesperson?
No, a salesperson selling a board game, Jumanji. I've been running a bunch of board games. I'm trying to get that die out of my hands because we're not going to be able to play Jumanji tonight.
Jumanji?
I'm playing Jumanji.
You know my least favorite board game?
I sort of know like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Whoa, Red Band is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really interesting.
He is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know,
Where did you see this?
in his
Out of my house, being damaging out having parties all the time. I'm letting my house, my girlfriend is lying. Probably that story.
This is wild.
but he stuck his penis. It looks a lot like mine.
How did you weren't in his house, correct? Were you
I
in
was
his
in his bedroom. I saw his thing come through the hole.
What did it look like? What is it?
Sort of like a scroll grabbing onto my cock.
What did it look like?
That's my joke.
Doesn't matter.
What did you go?
William, what did you say that it looked like?
It looks like when Red Man stuck his penis through the shower hole in his his bending over. It looks like a small hole to peanuts.
It's sort of funny, you know.
A small hole to peanuts. And I didn't know
What noise does a squirrel make?
And when I heard a bunch of that,
You're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow? How about a horse? That's what a horse is?
what else is going on?
Okay, a skunk. Right.
Function wants for success more than you want for success. Because God wants our success more than you want for success. So look at the lines. Look at the scriptures.
A walrus.
Wait, this matters down when we go there and make mistakes. But again, just want to understand what is needed in order to be successful. not understood what we mean by being successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. There's not a, they do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all we want. No greater commitment in this world. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly successes. Hello, question. How do you listen to it? Dear Tosha, Mashi Makal's was very special. Can a dear Tosha, go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an apple has the ability to negate his enemies, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, dear Tosha, listen, what is a dear Tosha? Well, we can see it's not the definition of a dear Tosha. Rashi points out to on the top of the graph, dear Tosha, ain't no always avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like it's with everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? So he believes in Mishpah, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the product without the world product. And we say, only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not, but when you say like this, anyone who's what we call a barney man, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission it. And this guy is in the parsha, it's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has to come out and go ahead and negate it. You must only do that. So this stands up the color of the blood. And that's what he says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gerton shows us we can't be ability to negate idolatry. So this action, this was something. The social was something. The mission. So, went ahead and added idolatry in the marketplace. What is the marketplace? What's that about? Actual boss. So what's it? So remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking around. I see people sitting there on the floor. If I lift it up, that's probably right. And once it's required by you, essentially, it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual boss. So before I put it over the open problem, I get call over an apple. When I go see that, I get call over an apple. And if you have to apple, then you get to negate this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage with theological decommission of this life. Right? It's committed. However, again, we should pass on the other. Ain't not one of the other. But again, let's take it out. Take possession of it. At that point, they cannot be made decommission. Only will come in the battle of others will come in shalom. You shall have it. And only will come in that room. Decommission is the Avodah or the Avodah of his friends. They are done, they shaking it. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. My most God, my people, what is the word? What is the word? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Even when ignorance is then Hayu Shalom Shafari, where it said, you just said before, but it's has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid my shit with Elamah, Ovda Ovid. Right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means actual act. My shit, the losing non worshiper, here to worship. So he was able to go ahead and decommission open actual. Here to Shmani God, here to Shmani God. I want to see from here, but here to Shmani has the ability to be back up, ultimately, to watch the decommission of all the songs. Incredible, which the word says, no, the only thing will come rather, if I will be the only person who can decommission the results in actual idol worshipers. I would cover it. I will show up the shop. We said that. Then the prices will come. So we said that. Is that what it's about? It's not that what it says. It says, relational statistics, two different cases. Ratio, Z, the Z of R, the Z, the Z of darkness. Ratio is teaching you like this. If you have two actors, right, and both worship Allah, or both worship darkness, obviously, again, actor one can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and actor two can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Z of R, the Z of darkness. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Same thing here. Let's say one who worships Artemis and one who worships Baal. What's the balance over here? And after we worship an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So this is a really few elements we put. Number one, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, basically again, no lie about a gift function. Right? So who's to a gift function? You still like to have Hashem, any gift function for two things. A Gentile, who is really an idolatry, created idolatry, can they're not lying. That's part of it. Because this is a gift function, is a gift function, what's a gift function? Function kiva, so it's now given for a definition. What is the definition of a gift function? זה קושי כאילו בקבוצים הצבועים של הלעבוד Here says, is any animal who is accepted of himself from the three habits. It was a cover to sort of like for other entities. So in this context, the conscious of just means that things like taste. Any term comes in front of a taste. And here, he is idolatry, that's a gift. That's a gift from Shara. Good, that's what I mean. From say, Moshe Kiva, Amar Sheva Mitzvot, so Moshe Kiva, Amar Sheva Mitzvot, from say, the gift from Shara is any Gentile who has accepted for himself the seven Noah from the central part of the base. That's a gift from Shara Mitzvot, God, and makes it a gift from Shara. Even only they will go above the gift from Shara. Not true. Caleb said, actually, need you of these definitions. Satisfy the mission of your function. What is a good function? What is a good function? Zed, Jericho from the Velos, Shekiba, among the tiny provinces, Amulas, Patola, What's make this certain Velos? What is the definition of a good function? A good function is someone ultimately again who eats not culture, it's the Velos, and he has accepted for himself the rest of it says it's pretty shocking definition. So it's like really enough focus on the definition of your approach. That in there, he accepted for himself in front of the base of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted for himself Shem Yisrael. Acherim, he has accepted for himself all of the mitzvot except for one of the mitzvot. He's not in that portion. Incredible, incredible. When the Gemara goes on, Yachad Yitz, Yain, في كل إيش يقولون مثلا أوقات حاسس إنه يجي في الشهر بيجي في الطريق شيء بيجي في الوقت الشهر كيف حاسس إنه يجي في what's the what we consider here what we consider here we're concerned ultimately that God she says right now she says there in so many and so actually even with Allah, but not the woman asset. We're not going to come us in our base of operation. Even the Inu Allah, but even if we go, it's not a war, that kind of thing. So ultimately, it wasn't one movie, a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned getting these swap out, choose one, or is okay. This is true even in the city where the majority of these evidence are Jews. About manifesting events of Yahweh, by seeing the action we want to go. So since I look most of the year comes up, you can leave with one for a short amount of time, not for a long time, you're not to Yahiness, or not to Yahiness, because these are purely created idolatry. But we are concerned that we will pray for a longer amount of time, since she's going to so for a short amount of time, it's quicker, or longer amount of time, Shvaro, Kieh. So the Gemara says, and this moment is like this one. What is that? Schmöllekings kan man club jamais lika familiar sen population oil can be så långt Yengo Kishmano it just been up and from this a lot of my son that is that ultimately again is point to his point is like his point just like his very and just like his oil is it so to ultimately again is what Mas şuna hikayesi video kötü var. Şuna böyle şu slash ama işte yapması. O da zihni hikayesi. O yolu sadece yapmasız. There's one like this model. The same is to get the from this oil to get the most of this world. Get through the white. So, ultimately, you can get the most of this. The sharp cold cover ultimately and for every other thing, everything. It's like zaten şunu orada Diego yani relay motor relay voltage şimdi says is one is like the SF and obviously ultimately again motor ultimately again for this transition so it's not too puzzled about they pick up this session actually let's tell you let's finish telling us what do you see there they're telling us the sharp part of the we've seen it for years of things like Photoshop, like an apple regarding every other matter. The light is ultimately again what you will say which says love in the back of the gospel funding can have a gospel funding. So it doesn't matter. First we're going to get out of this gospel like a pushing myself. Got started with the draft you guys doesn't get pushing accurate to gain acknowledge, which will eventually decommission acknowledge. So now you just got finished. So in this respect, your Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, like an apple, doesn't get it just doesn't apple. Which is theologically decommission and negate that so to get a Tosha. You get a Tosha, which the Gemara says, no, not makes up love. Meeting the shows for the love of the shows. No, it's actually actually shots. Was about to speak seven. So, Lord, the Shabbat Shabbat is the most irrefutable. If you have multiple homes that will be first point, you can carry from a home to that today was important to have my theory essentially means we collectively evidence all they join together. And that joint food mixes to remain one whole. Then what you if you pass the concert, I don't think if you have the true, you do not join to keep it close. Let's see, shot started. I forgot to participate in the movie for participated. He can yield his right to the if there is a non-Jewish resident, and Allah is, you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. Watch this. The Gemara says, "We saw this. The Shara Shabbos and the Shor Murata, Mutarako Nishutsu." Ultimately, again, the idea is something that unfortunately again is being slow to states. So as long as it's not right, as long as it's totally right, it's lovely to keep shots. But at least in public, this is what's going on. But not delicious. Only with even participating, even just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else to do the possible. Sheep Sharu Shabbos and Shop, can you not delicious? And again, he publicly found his shots. And essentially, he's like an absolute family of his rights. Rather, you have to write these very short room, we spell most signatures in right? We spell ultimately again as the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, with the hugging actions by ultimately you have to note. You have to note. So therefore, again, the worst thing that we would say is that it's just false case of over the law, because of how it does, how it does yield his right over substance. So over law, we should see clear of that. I hereby give over my rights. My rights to substance. Or we should see what will tell us, or my rights are gated to you. Ultimately, of course, Data business, just in general, sales, and even professional competition units, in general, for each president will be not participate, even on Shabbos, to build his rights, or being the doctor that just simply negate his precious rights, and the country that has everyone else to rely on the country. Even if he's a strong woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again, he can yield or he can go ahead and by people, you have to go ahead and acquire this rights. And a strong woman is publicly on the work extremely local. Also, the most I said, when we said before that their push ultimately again is treated like all other things, political things, Chatzar, with a dear push of the unity of Jews, the Chatzar wants to make people of zeros, they must collect space, they must collect the rights, ultimately again, of the push. Now, whether or not the push for action is going to be a Zara, the nurse shall say, we've seen tomorrow's death, Shkara, everyone, death, and urban space, and just to say, all of you, you should be I think our sponsors for this year to think. Our annual 2012 sponsors. It's a truck of dedicated publisher and commercials. This year, this is Swiss first Middle's fan. So, and the first sponsors will not take off. Upon the Florida Stephen and Jason in honor of their parents, Israel Jason, Dina Jason, and Lee Rose Swag in memory of the state. Our third sponsors Dr. Wolf, National Yard Site on Wolf's father, Simon Smith, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch's, Nathan, and the family of founder Ben Edward, our father, Mordecai, Ben, Local sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his mother, Rosie Applebaum, Russell, Bass, families in the family, future, they will come for the organization, service to be successful because with that was these is really incredible now. Today we are some days 63 we are getting up to 4, 6, 7 lines of podcast. So that might be good about that. We are up. So again, we're not going to go up. We are up. We are so we are having the life. Here, but I mean, sitting with them. Yes, likewise, yes, Suffer what is the halacha if a hires a Jew to smash barrels of kindness as a reverence from what when they pay $50 an hour, you may be able to smash these barrels of kindness. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to sleep, to accept, to keep the wages until? Let's just remember again. In yesterday's battle, the concept of funds that is generated from what may or may not be needed activity or dealing with items that themselves will be survival. So here, the outcome is asking you to do something with the IMS, but it's asking you to destroy the IMS. It's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Yeah, we don't keep the lots of is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS, and I want the existence of the barrels with the breaks in their homes. I lose the opportunity to break these ideas in my losses. Interesting enough, I want the existence of the IMS because I want it. Therefore, it maybe that makes the patients, but it actually doesn't work. I don't have a roommate doesn't want to break it. Actually, sideways no, and cross the bus. So we see that since the true actual wants, right? True actual wants, the young essence remain in existence. I don't want it to be. So therefore, maybe that's specifically closest from the items, right? And therefore, yeah, it's awesome. On the other hand, holding it to flush out your and this is the destruction of the IS destruction level itself. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to also make existence, but again, ultimately, it's the strategy result it is the inevitable process. Ultimately, again, just a fascinating show. I'm a man. So Blackman says, Yishpad all the way. A man says, no, take the job, choose to take the job, get the money, and all what you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go that is a good thing. Take the money and go. My friend is here. This is not this is she did eight or so let's say so we had such a let's say for example we had great stuff so if it's only for conference class, we decide to choose can't go ahead and assist they can't do that kind of stuff. Hopefully we won't be eliminated. What can I do? I keep up roots, right? I keep up roots. That I am allowed to dash about open, lash the funding, but I found out the roads in the commercial, I can have it, let's say, hires me, it's silver. To me, they're very glad to come like that. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai. Because he likes me up on the whole, so if you forget this, that says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the forbidden item because you want to be the one who's going to get paid for it, so the verse says, second one from the passage. So who are Allah, who is the Power, and the kind of decline not only is there a provision to our friends, not only is there a provision to go ahead and facilitate growth, but you can't do anything that sustains. For example, I show this out over here, and let's say it's like put up a fence. The Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the actually putting up a fence by definition is part of the sustainment of putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual fact itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be awesome. Sorry, here we go. I'm not Asian, not Asian. The fact that it's harming the same not Asian. I look at you get all this respect again, this thing, you're actively directly participating with like keep us this advocate kind and they keep us this belief sustaining for example put up the fence on its layer that's really coming out of this law so right already here's what you keep it well such problem is right now plus it says do not find a line in the field in the Amazonia I'm going to provision of planting the kind how do I know that I'm allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even putting up the fence. I'm a little hard, low kill items. I still say so. It's interesting here where I'm making this more about play on words. A little play on words. So again, the words actually kind of slice it as a low kill item. You can't choose anything that ultimately again enables the existence of the item, even if it's not directly about the actual thing itself, which is something that sustains it. That's really awesome. Hilo, versus the Hilo, the new take just a shark. And ultimately, interesting enough, even if I say Kiva, I need to be Kiva, the provision ultimately, you can say what's got somebody going to pay me to upload a YouTube video. So the question was, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. It says, not necessarily wrong. Doesn't give that mean that everybody rather come on this this Rabbanon, Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to you in Amisha. That is not true. Quite to Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon isn't the offense. It's Rabbanon. Everybody accused of Rabbanon for taking you can find granted or actively do something that is so good for good. Some type of like putting a fence that is not. So putting up a fence is good. You can get paid for that, but certainly again you can get paid for uprooting so it's not going to initially be what it says. Muhammad still understands here the Ta'abud to see. Interesting. And then ultimately again I am uprooting the campaign for free. Yaakov asked me to do this, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the question. Really, the Amar, meeting Rahman Matna Stilam Asa. Ultimately, the rulers of the opinion that Allah allows and you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like we actually have some meaning of it. So Allah Safani, Allah focus on Allah Safani. That is the compliment and the gift of Stilam. The rulers that don't promise that you can't do. You can't do something for Allah. If the free favor of instruction of Allah, she still can't do it. So which the message is that Allah, Yishma Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying the suffering of Allah, something that point to be able to not be permitted. Allah also looking at the Sula about the Uday Tifla Shakir. The verse says, no, here can we do that. But the Uday says it's true. It can't do a free, so it's to give a free will. It can't do a favor for it. But to do some things that you have over Zara, that's absolutely that's a word chapter. I agree as well. Keep it nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm trying to mind you, yeah? And so you take this law, shut it. And you say something from Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kalan, they're not only Kalan cleansing, not only cleansing the actual cleansing itself, it's into the purpose of cleansing, to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kalan, to get rid of his servant, to get rid of the is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from me. Which the Gemara says, we see low movies that if nothing else to go on right than this phrase of Surah movie. This is like the Talmud equivalent of like a name. The Surah movie. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. And therefore what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start this whole stuff is that he speaks of an Abdul wants to break his barrels of Gariness. He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go and break his own, pay me $50 a barrel. Great. I can really not. So remember, on one hand, it seems low, because therefore that means he's one to the existence of the sex. I'm benefiting from my result. I'm just trying to get this up. But nothing said, do it and cover alone. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS because I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want it to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do the activities to keep the proceeds of the destruction of people, the destruction of the photo, the destruction of the prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. It says you get paid and cover Allah. I must say it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society, and settings, like live and let live. And that is the thing. As members of society, just the general culture of living, integrated society, we should both take up such a thing. Yes, you know what? Not that religion. More is the place to stand in justice. And everyone else's lifestyle choices are good for us. Live his life. That's to assume that has to be our approach in the society. And then another thing, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to simply root in this world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately becomes the norm. As you said, because then this water becomes really evil, ultimately again become the good. That's what Matthew uses this question of. Yes, destroy the INS, cover Allah, ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation is or the state is going to do. It's really not easy. And some of you think that like we just run across. That's just hard. It's we're doing the world's dirty work. Again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, who's right, who's wrong. But what Matthew tells us, sometimes there is a ruler of good, and sometimes what Matthew says, Yishbar, the Tabar. Sometimes you have to go down evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is emotional. But ultimately when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's for. The Gemara goes like, but Hadu Yasli, so again the same kind of saying, and the answer to the question was Hadu Yasli, becoming by the Bnei Abbas called the Abbas of the So I was like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has now he's looking for $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum himself? Mito says Dana reality. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the tree? Or not? Something we don't know. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're not. You start with the nail, this comes out, this will come in the top. So Matthew says, I think it's mutual. I think it's mutual. That means that some sources of when he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity. It's rather that money is just mundane. This is what so here's our Matthew's proof. لتعلموا تقصوا في قرابة ويمكن قرابة حمله زدوا حماد باسمه بالسوء scouts is fascinating. So that comes the way it was. When these people came up Rabba, what happened was he and they wanted to convert. Rabba told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? Now she says over here, but we actually, if you have the Suez Skyrim, all of these Skyrim, the unfortunate Skyrim, also do not from all this one, because remember, if you convert and still only idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead of what, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is coming in. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that the lawful money someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, nighttime, you shouldn't have been selling them yet, let's go home and get out of the coming time. So the proceeds of the sale of that tree are on the hands of the is permitted. I have to go and shine with us in the kingdom that I can away. God, I love that. Maybe that means it's different. Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the word. So an apple could be the fact that this is what it's up. So maybe that's why the proceeds are coming. Only the Gemara says, here's the proof. We saw Shay Moshe Rabbeinu Umachar Avodas Kohavim Dechim. Right? I lent $100,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his honor. Right? And brought me the proceeds from this or Yaines in the same case. I went ahead and I lent $100,000. He sold his Yain, except that he brought me the proceeds of his. What's that? What called? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Pretty interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Hunting me at Shehem Parabolas with Hamra Yainesa Hilafa Asa. Let's say you have the same case, right? $100,000. First of all, they pay you, maybe the way I'm still to sell that out. I will back to the process. I'm going to sell Yainesa and back to the process. In that case, it's awesome. See, really, it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy. I said, I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to it. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my NSF. When he comes back with the proceeds are prohibited. I kept you know my generation measures. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the difference between cases. Measures see from the show that how you make keynotes in the end. So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous circle. I'll show you here's a little bit. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the continued existence of the wine, like because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes presents the proceeds of the hustle. And there's another thing. If you look at the community I got from us, we just before, that's much. But that's much of the website. When you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the asset sells it for a lot of money. I want the continued existence of the IMSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? Ratinan, here is the words Ratinan, here are the Shiyarshu Adiyat Abukas. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're actual brothers. One converted and one is split up. So brother Ger, brother Ed. So what happens? Their father died. Their father died. So they want to speak to the estate. In the estate, there is idolatry in the idols. And let's say permanent idols. So Ger, Yoharoma, Lo, Tom, Ata, Lomas, Animals. So Ata Yain, that's like so brother Ger can say to brother Achim, said, brother, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the stuff, and I take the money and potatoes. You can do that. Then we should go, and that's good. However, then we should go, it's just like yours. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the care is not yet actually taking possession of getting myself or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But there is recourse. Now you want to see this. You can get the sorrow. It's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, really very little interest. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, what do you see for now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the IMSF. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made out of wood or stone, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valid. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care. It remains in its whole state. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Obviously, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of the idol itself? The Pharaoh's country. So this is very interesting. Adriano, so apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic person, it's very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in it, that's the very absorbent to a degree, that you can take a shard of that water, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if the cancer is very prevalent. Because in the because either way, the value is still retained. Traditionally, the rest of the one second, even if that's so, even if brother here doesn't care about the fact that they break, right? But he does care whether or not he can still lost, he still wants their continued existence. And Rahapa, the Rushas, the Gerkamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No, Shani Rushas Ager, Takilu Gona. Rabbis will make it by the Rusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were enabled by Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesa or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Alright, so you take this, you take whatever the stuff off of the stuff. Yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make the Ger? That people are going to Zera Shemim Yatsu. You are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. So that's not a matter of the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's someone that likes to shop. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that was stolen by the crime in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trip. Right? If the thief has to return everything, you have no trip. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay the bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just things are like and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. And there was a choice between religion and they're afraid that if he dared, if he has to choose between Allah and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if for example you want to put in that situation, if they're going to make a hair, and you're saying apart from this kind of case, you're going to have a state that is comprised of committed items and committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the credit. Also, other things. I don't know if you guys support this. Imagine when it is so, Shir Shu, the case of Yerusha. About Mishpat for us. And in the case, let's say a business partnership will be us. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well, because you don't put the person in this in this precarious type of situation. So another example, other you got some kind of so remember again, all this is the same group that we're singing together. Another question that came up. Ger Kosha now she batwa ahorsa. She was like this is very interesting case. Can a Ger Kosha go ahead? And I say just before you go on, just say look at Chazal will make it out here. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this case. And look at it structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And seems to have a very steep view of our a very steep view of that the struggle is waiting for us to mess up, see us. It's all waiting for us to mess up, so we could let me suffer the punishment of the things. That's a beautiful from the truth. The devotion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us in a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Ishmael understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Together, they do it. When success is accomplished by relaxing of standards, that's all people know. You have no greater opportunities for that's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal, that's the key of successes. Incredible question. Other guys will come on. Derek Kosha, Marsha, my thoughts. So this is very interesting. Can a Derek Kosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an athlete has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Derek Kosha, let's know what is a Derek Kosha? What is it? It's like what was the definition of Derek Kosha? Rashi points out that in the time of Buddha, Derek Kosha, Eino Ovid Vodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Akashbaru. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to diminishes idolatry, negate idolatry. Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach without the law we say only one who worships idolatry can be considered idolatry. And maybe not. When we say like this, anyone who's what we call a baronet, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and do Shabbat. And this guy is not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule out nothing, so I'm going to go say nothing is this. Stop like the Palach and Bachar will come. Well, nothing says when someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gertrude doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So must be this, always a question, it's also in social, that's always a solution. This is so, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Doesn't matter in the marketplace, what's that called? Actual bossy. So let's say, remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably not a it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual bossy, so before I pick it up, over the oven will come on the back. I can call over an apple, then we're going to see if I can call over an apple and see if you have an apple. And you can negate this decommission. Right? So theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of what's permitted. However, again, we should last on the other. And you don't already open the Bible. But again, I'll take it out. Take possession of it. At that point, it's cannot be decommissioned. They should only go cover the battle and all those go from the show. Ishachabed. No be called Menachem, the decommission, and the Zara, or the Zara of his friend, they of God, they Shemuel. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Or they find it to be faithful. Might of God, might is what does it mean to work? What does it mean that decommission of Zara? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Elema, every person. If you want to say that other company was happening, then Hayyim Shalom Shafari, we already said before that Hakim has the ability to actually decommission his abilities, and the abilities of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, who might ship in a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means actual act. And my shipping of them, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and a Gertosha? Shmanilov, Gertosha, Nanilov. What we see from here is that a Gertosha has the ability to be without ultimately to pretty much decommission of all the cells. Incredible. Which the word says no. The only individual now, the Kukai will be the only person who decommissions as long as an actual idol worship. I do the Kamrit, and you shall know the shots. He said, already said that, and then Christ is remembered. He already said this, you can try and decommission. He's having the drama, and he's done that. You know, it says, Ratio is to this. Two different cases. Ratio is that the art, is that the markets. Ratio is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right? And both worship Paul, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa is zealot for all these idols. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's see if one who worships Marcus and one who worships Paul. What's the knowledge over here? And after he worship an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so what do you think about this new fight? Number 1, an apple can negate his idolatry. Good. Number 2, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it differently. Incredible. What the Gemara says. But again, no lie about a Gertosha. Right? So if he's a Gertosha, we still have to go to Gertosha. Any Gertosha, which is a Gentile, the freedom of idolatry, the created idolatry, can he be the back of it? So that was thought of it. First, this when he's a kasha, is a gear kosher. What's a gear kosher? Kosher kiva asos. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a gear kosher? So that kosher kiva love with me, give up the feeling. Shalom la'avon avodas from the land. Mir says it's any action who is accepted of himself in front of three chavim. There was a cover in the story of having one of these. Somebody is careful with chasing this. Somebody is careful about change. So in this context, the question is it just means that fear from the base. Anytime Adam comes in front of the base, somebody from the chavim, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get kosher. That's a get kosher. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, kosher kiva Allah sheva mitzvos amin. Kosher kiva Allah sheva mitzvos shekiva amin. Some say, and again, Mishnah is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven moral items. He's going to become very soon to acquire the base. That's a gear kosher. Hashem is as going to go, the next is going to be kosher. Even only, even the bottom of the cloud gear kosher. Not true. Hadim say, not true. It's like neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of gear kosher. What is a gear kosher? And the piece of gear kosher. Zeh der'o from the velos, shekiba along the tiny mitzvahs amulas patora, chutz me'isser negeros. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the ger kosher? The ger kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the velos, but he has accepted on himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It was like we're in a definition of ger kosher. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the ways of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael. The Chayrim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for all of the kosher. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible, incredible. But the Raisi goes on. Yachad in etz yain enough not to keep it as they God feed the air should really Yisrael. Because I love these. You can constantly wine and get kosher, right? Leave it with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him the light for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a very long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach, but when we saw Pachanimek, so much that I keep on the Lord Allah. We're not the one vessel. We're not going to come to us in the Allah Jesa Wafash. The Hilo de Ilo and another kind of Maniko Liba Ola. We say it's not a more like a Wafash. So ultimately, we put the pleasant wine with him for sure. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he needs swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל יחד עם עצם הגרעין, ואפילו באש שלובה הזיבה. So it's this Allah was in here kosher. You could leave with him for a short amount, but not for a long time. Not to Yaines, bar not to Yaines, because it's created idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his brand to the Jewish one. So for a short amount of time, it's over, a longer amount of time, it's Shlomo Kiyena. So it says, and his oil is like his word. What is that? Shlomo is what I thought. Shemen, meat, the honey, yayin. It's like what we know is oil. Oil can't be it's like Allah, Yendo, Kishmalo. Interestingly enough, rather than uses like this, Allah, when I saw that ultimately again is wine, his wine is like his blood, just like this, very interesting. But just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi Shmona Ru Hani Geras and Yeno Mutter Amor Shmona Kodo Shofer Hashem Lachilo Kol. Now Abishtia Hasa. But what does it mean that his oil is like the season? What is wine is like his oil? That the same that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get from himself, but ultimately you can get enough. So the shar old dollar ultimately meant for every other thing, or maybe for everything. It's like he is like exactly. Shouldn't over they know but Amulay Mutter, but Amulay Yoshi. Shimon says, he's like the Essa, ultimately again, motor, ultimately again, for sure. So actually cause of pick up on the next actually. Actually, let's finish. If anything else, let's finish this. If anything else, what do you see from there? If anything else, we shout about it by the public. We see it from the other customers that are to hear from shop. It's like an apple regarding every other matter. The life of the sun, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that the function is like that's one example. Which is what it says, love in the back of our best way funny, as our best way funny. It doesn't count because we get started with the trying to figure out does he get a culture to get acknowledged. The last one you can acknowledge. So now it interesting. But in this respect, I get culture is unique. But in every other matter, he's like his family. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theological declaration from the gate that of this stuff, so too can it get culture. So we can get culture. To which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to say no. Retain the shus from about those. So more. Shaman Shabbat is also irrespective. If you can have so much more into that because now we have like it essentially loses the season of the happiness of they join together and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. It's literally passing the whole to the clusters, clusters together. What it is, if you have a Jew who do not join into the cluster, he could guilt his brothers. Let's see if Shabbos starting. Forgot to this page of moving forgot to this in the age. He could yield his rights to the other members of the class. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. You know what it says? We saw them, the Shana Shabbos of the Shot, and the Vaka of the Shot. Ultimately, right? You have these songs, unfortunately, again, in Israel, that's fantastic. So as long as externally he's not right? As long as externally, like, right, publicly keep Shabbos. Privately keep Shabbos. But at least in publicly keep Shabbos, and what's the Vaka? The Vaka of the all he needs to do, he didn't participate in the event, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else and else. She was Shari Shabbos of the Shok, in the Vaka of the Shos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially like if he's like an athlete, then he's not enough for him to yield his rights and the rather, you have to rent his rights from him. We slow most things shows from the shows, right? We slow ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. We go over to other actions by ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the word saying that when you say to what's just Boston Kate's up, over the loss course how does create for example yield his rights over his rights to concern. Owner law, you should see freedom of it. I hereby give over my rights, right? I should have my rights to the or you should see what you tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents required the rights of this non-participatory Jewish they took this so it's just in general, not really from zeros. Again, we need to consider all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who is not to participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or people not or just simply negate his ownership rights and the person as everyone else to the life of the even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead and go be by Apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. As I said before, when we said before that a Ger Kosher ultimately again is treated like a or other things, Chatzah is a Ger Kosher. You are choosing Chatzah once when you do it zeros, they must rent space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Kosher. Now, whether or not the Ger push the back to the blood with the Sarah, and there's the show say, you'll see tomorrow's staff, staff, and you're like, shut it down, let me hold it, so this is the point of view, and she has moved. Say a great Swiss sponsorship to me will tell you all of you this morning to give by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank. Our annual fund for sponsors. It's a truck of dedicating all the German commercials this year. This is Swiss food service levels for this well. And the first sponsors for the month of Apple and Clovis, even when we raise the honor of their parents, Israel raising, Dina raising, and Roses Wagon, and we have Stanley Roses Wagon and Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Adam Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard State, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Sheldon, then Steve Pershing's Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, and then we have their father, Ben Apple, Robert Bottle, Mordecai, Ben, and we will wrap us. Learning sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, Mary Beth, Robert Wilson, Applebaum, Rochel, Bass, Red Iron, the families in the film, almost near the full shadow, the home for the organization, all about the shine of the heart, and our research to success in the fall of our session. Unless we have to us with days that is $7.64. Really incredible that for us today. We are coming up from 7 days, 63 and we are taking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. This is what nothing to do about that. So again, what nothing to do about our body, that's what we have our hand the body. We have our hand the city with him. He must be Yosef, and cover my right, and he has the following question. This is a fascinating question. Suffer Wishma Yayin. What is the halacha if an athlete hires a Jew to smash barrels yayinas? As the reverence athlete comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayinas. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we looked at the concept of funds, what is generated from what may or may not be committed activity. We're dealing with items that themselves are rich. So here, the Akhbar is asking me to do something with the INSF, or he's asking me to destroy the items. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Me and me and keeping those people were us. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? If I was to break my home, I would lose the opportunity to break my INS. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, it wouldn't get against the person's book that we could actually just want it. We are bringing Kiva, we don't have to know how to Rashi. The Israel said, won't simply do what you're saying. Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabur, Shalom Lamb. I don't know whether moving doesn't want them to break up. Actually, Shalom Lamb, he does from us. So then we say that since the Jew actually wants, right? It's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break up. So therefore, maybe that's considered the closest from Yayin Nesach. Therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, this is an instruction, and yes, instruction of the This is a good thing. This this is listen, sure, I want to also make existence, but again, ultimately, to the strategy result is the proceeds ultimately again should be fascinating. So Rahman says, Yishbar the Rahman says, no, take the job, you take the job, get the money, and tell Rahman you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to the lead out. You got Zara, that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see how this is. Let me move to this because she don't know. Ain't no true I think so let's say again, in Akil kind of translate right to good news. So wheat, we had such a just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grapevine, stuff like that. Yeah, for good news. So if your original problem is a bad thing, doesn't mean right with you can't go ahead and assist you in the agricultural means like oh, you need to assist you. You can't do that. You have a son that is 64. Hoping you won't be able to get it. What can I do? I keep up the roots, right? I keep up the roots here. Then I am allowed to get out. Lash לפעמים בדיוק אבל בגלל זה בדיוק שלי מעלה עכשיו let's say hires me this silver to me these are times of like that again but let's say again he asks me to communicate I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai right and I want to be consistent because if the client's not up his own I do have to also so Kimar says so if for me this is just and nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from people getting payments when that benefit ultimately results in destruction. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it, so you can destroy it. So there's a Savua, second one from the taxes before you. Savua or money, who's a big piece of Yaki, who's a big dollar, and a tiny line of it, it's very interesting to make people more interested in general. Not only is there a prohibition to our plants to not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of children, but you can't do anything that sustains it. So for example, actually, for example, over here, but let's say someone's going to be the line, right? I'm going to be lying in the asks me to put up a fence around the Akiva says, also, right? Putting up a fence by definition is part of the sustaining putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be awesome. Inside everyone. And Nafish means everything. The fact that means coming in the city. So Nafish means everything. I look at the give out respect to the rest of as well. Because you're actively directly participating in it's like the keeper says active kind that the keeper says if you do anything to sustain the for example, put up the fence around the lion, that's really problematic as well. There's the right of the is really keep such competition. Plus it says do not plant the lion in the field. In the answer, yeah, everybody published the planting. Like can you how do I know that now you know how to do something to sustain the actual growth itself. Like keep putting up the fence. I'm a Lamar, low killing. I suppose I said it's interesting what you did. You want to make it a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, the words actually kind of slicing it. It's like low killing. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of the even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's maybe possible. Ilu, the Mar says, the Ilu, the Ilu take Tesla sharp. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even Bertrand Kiva, Bertrand Kiva, the rubbish of the people say that sustains the what about if somebody's going to pay me to help them move the people? So, actually, it sounds like that is going to be really interesting. It says not necessarily low. It doesn't mean that rather humble. He said, this Rabbanon, Rabbanon might be real okay to giving any shot. That's not true. Right to Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon will be famous. It's Rabbanon. Whatever they keep up, Rabbanon will continue to be planted or actively do something. It's not it's the work. Some type of like somebody putting a plastic over it's multi. So putting a fence is usually a paid for that, but certainly you can get paid for uprooting some sort of to which the giver says, not from a skill that is very interesting, but it's severe, to cut other procedure. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, they can willingly kill him for free. Yaakov asks me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the question. Really, you got under leaking وهم نسينا مصر. Ultimately, that is a big thing. And I got from myself, you are not allowed to do favor for us. But he actually had some healing about it. So I was second so all that focus was also like it's a couple of them. You can see that he says, don't give up the same can't do free. You can't do something for nothing for free. Even if the free favor is instructed in the Holy Torah, you still can't do it. So which the rest of the مش مرة بيأكيدها لا. Now, which I what you're saying is something Buddha, it says it can't enter the Akiva. So not permitted. Buddha also became a Masina. About it. It Tifla Shakir. Versus the children of Buddha. That Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor. It says to do a favor. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to Buddha or someone, that's absolutely that's an objective benefit. I agree as a Rabbi Kiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva. I'm trying to write book, yeah? Take this love shepherd. So he said, Rabbi Kiva. Even though Rabbi Kiva was a more expensive coach, condition of Quran, and that's when you cannot plant it. That's when you can't see the actual plant in itself, which people would put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Kiva would agree to uproot Quran to get rid of Isser, to get his ability, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from them. Which the Gemara says, the soon both there is nothing honest to go ahead and see something. It's good. This phrase is so good. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of you know, that's it, we're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. But therefore what this means is now let's go full circle. How do you start? This whole start with by the principle. An apple wants to destroy, wants to break his barrels of the INS. He asks me, he wants to hire you in June to go and break it through, maybe $50 an hour. Great, so I have to do that. So remember, on one hand, it's no, because therefore that means I want to do existence of the day. So that is what I'm saying. I'm just trying to help out. But that being said, do it and cover alone. If it involves the destruction of the sorrow of that prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I want to break on its own. I want to break it. I want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get paid for them to keep the proceeds. Because the destruction of the destruction of the sorrow, destruction of the ocean, ultimately is a good thing. So I'm not going to say you get paid and cover Allah. Okay. I will say there is a really such an interesting idea. Part of us is society. Right? So it's and that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, we should hope to take the approach of living. Yes, you know what? Not it's not that religion, it's the way. If more is the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everyone's live that. That's certainly that has to be our approach to society. And another thing, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root that's in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be wrong. When something that is evil, it has to be destruction, it has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads. And unfortunately, it becomes worse. Something that was once ultimately, I think become incredibly important. That's what the refugees is talking about. Yes, destroy the INS. Todd and Rob, because bringing the world is a lot. And it's right. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's struggling. Incredible challenges. We see this is what think about such an incredible thing. Which is about what the nation is or the state is. It's really I simply think that like we live with just one course, like just we do it with the world. Yeah. Look, the subject it says, Ishtar Kala. Sometimes you have to look at it, you have to read it, especially destroy it with root. Because the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is good. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's when it's real. Tomorrow goes on. But hundreds of speaks against the same federalists. And they have to discussion. Most of the speak, everybody like, you may have this reality of public knowledge. So what's this is very important. What happens if Apple sells his item? So Apple sells his item and he has $100,000, $1,000. Does that money, whatever you do, take on the same identity as the Apple seller itself? Probably. Meatloaf has done that the other week. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So we don't know. So it's very interesting. So if you hear stop the nail, just come out and cover the top. So Matthew says, I think it's going to think it's much more than it sells his item. He has that money. That money does not need to be idolatrous activity. But that money is just one thing. This is the surface of what need to handle. There was people came up around Honolulu. See the scouts is something like this. When people came up around what happened was not about they wanted to convert. Rather told them, guys, for you, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then now listen, I watch this. Over here. Rashi says, yeah, Rashi, look at the Suez guy. All of these guys look at the Irish. This guy also look at the Irish. If they convert, it's still only idolatry. And it's idolatry. It also provides number one, never be paid. Right? Never have his identity. They can't get enough. He tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. So you have the money, then you convert to the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see something like a love of life seller. He sells his idol, that cash is committed. So he knows his my title. I'm sure the best seller that have, let's go out and down to the proceeds. Sell on that tree. And it's committed. I know Shanks, even the they got that ball. Maybe that can since the process obviously they're negating theological significance of the idol. So after giving the Bible is maybe that's why the process. I look at the I look at that means when it says here's the social emotion of people brother. The one from a focus on the day. I went up $1,000. So what happened? So I'm going to went and sold it. Right? Probably the proceeds from the sale. Or yeah, you necessarily say case I went ahead and I like $1,000. He sold this guy in itself and then he bought me the proceeds of the sale. What's the but the ultimately again is Gemara says, now, however, watch this. I'm thinking actually, what I was going to yeah, you mess up. You look up, awesome. Let's say, yeah, in the same case, like, I'm in the thousand. It's the one that you give it away, yeah, it's going to somebody. I only got the process one, but somebody got a mess up. You got the process. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item, and I do it. He brings me the proceeds, he's back in debt. Case number two, same thing, I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. You get a problem, you got to sell my idol, I want to pay this, but he got the proceeds are for commitment. I give a explanation measures. So what's the distinction? So what's your negotiations? See from the show the public keywords in so this is very interesting. So now this is the sort of back of okay, you see. Negotiations is the second piece. where the apple says wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want to continue existence. I don't want to continue existence for one because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesha because it's the proceeds of my hustle. That's what's that? If you don't see the key, okay, I got it. As we just said before, that's what the others will say. When you want to continue existence, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, here is the Vatnan, here are the problem. Shiyar Shua, the public principles is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both like acting brothers. One converted and one is not. So brother Ger, brother Akon. So what happens? Their father died. The father, their Akon father died. And they inherit their father. So they have a stick to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, or the Ayin and let's say religion items. So Ger, Yoko, Noma, Lotam, Aka, Lomas, Lotam, and knows. So Ata Yain So brother Ger, the estate of brother Akon, so, brother, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the idol stuff, and I'll take the money and the eros. If you do that, then you should go, and that's good. However, then you should go, it's just like eros, obviously. All of this basically is that there was not yet actively taking possession of the ISF or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But there is recourse when you receive, so you get active to be your last level. Sorry, it's much more powerful. Once that you only owns it, you're being carried with it. So as long as Brother Gare has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Gare took possession, then it's possible. So this is ultimately what do you see? However, myself that in this case, Brother Gare wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, the ISF. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's not it's not up. So what's the problem? Which is what's the case over here? This is just talking about an item that says you can do something, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valid. So therefore, again, Brother Gare doesn't actually care if it remains in its old state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the nurse says, that's fine. That works fine for an item. Now, how would you explain it to explain the INSF? The Pharaoh's Hadroni. So what's his race? Adriatic person. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adriatic person ultimately was very absorbent. So therefore, you put wine in it, ultimately you're absorbed for so long to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in the water, and reconstitute that. In that case, also, probably here doesn't care if it casts great doesn't either way, the value is still there. To which the investor that I'm saying, even if that's something what the dad doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But it does care whether or not it's still wants this, it still wants it to continue existence. Papa, Lucius, how much helping a riot in this case? You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance there. No, Shani Lucius here. That kilo rabbis were making by Yerusha. Whereas normally, perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha Maisa, Chazal will make it by Yerusha. And as long as the guy has not yet actively taken possession of the Yesas or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, but whatever is not occupied. So yes, he wants to continue existence. Right? Why would he make up by again? That people are showing the answer. You are afraid that if the guy has to make a choice between his money, his illusion, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his activities. So that's not a knock on the guy. That's a reality from nature. Some people as well. Right? Some people as It's all said that in certain cases, that thief doesn't always have to return that which is stolen. So the victim should not accept that was stolen from the party in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's retreat. The greatest thief has to return everything that they have. Difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial advice. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, well, we have to, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, it's just easily like you cannot hesitate. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. And there's a choice between religion and was made there, yes, choose between Allah. And ultimately, again, with Yusha, he may be tempted to choose his solution. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So it's not the only situation that they may go back there. And you're saying that often this kind of case, even if that state is comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of it. What's that other place? Kaya Rocky writes that this Medjam when it is so, Shirshu, in case of Yusha, and then Shad for us. So in case let's say a business partnership with the us. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the Yusha, but they were not really allowed to occur in the context as well. So we don't look at the person's in this there in this precarious situation. Better with other guys are remember again, all this is the same group of money sitting together. Another question that Gary Koshan she had for us. So let's say this is very can a Gary Koshan go ahead? No, let's say just before you go on, just idea that Chazal will make it just so you understand the tremendous difference. Shalofa is structured in a way to make us succeed. That he almost shall wants us to succeed. Simply because of a very skewed view of the truck, a very skewed view of the life. Now, the truck was very for us to mess up. It's already for us to mess up. So, let me set up a punishment that we're going to do. That's a good thing to choose. The emotion wants for success more than we want for success. The sound wants for success more than we want for success. We told them about this. We're looking at this, the scriptures, and we're not punishments. But we need here to put us on a path of success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Ishmael understood what we really want to be successful. Isaiah understood what we really want to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, because of no greater package of things for those. That's in this world and in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly opening processes. Incredible question. Other years in Colorado. Dear Kosha, not sure about the ones. So it's a very interesting stuff. Can a dear Kosha go ahead and abolish or negate his action? Remember, an apple has the ability to negate his action, thereby decommissioning it from its status as theological significance. So, dear Kosha, listen, what is it? We're going to see there's enough focus about the definition of Kosha. Rashi points out here in the top of the graph, dear Kosha, Eino Ovid Avodas ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Ekman Shvarku. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Somewhere it says, on one hand, the product without the world of we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or give a token of the name, and maybe not. When we say like this, anyone who's what we call a barney. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and and this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. mas quando o lugar começa a negócio da está all of us are going when that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. The someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gerto shall doesn't have the ability to negate truth. Unless it makes it, at least a question. It's the social, the mission. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Not in the natural marketplace. What's that? Actual apostle. So what's it? So remember again. So let's say, watch, listen to this case. I'm working in the church, working in the church. I see a blue item sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably it. And once it's acquired by a Jew, essentially, it would be. So what do? Actual apostle. So before I pick it up, over the open for having to I can call over when I was infected. Call over and if you have an apple, and you need to negate this decommission, right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this thing. It's permitted. However, again, you should pass on the ordo. Ain't no already open. But again, pick it out. Take possession of it, and that means you cannot negate decommission. You should know. Only for problems in the back of the Logos for from Shalom, the Shafadit. And only for coming happen, the decommission is on the Hobazara, or the Hobazara of his friend. They of dog, they She'inah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now we're going to find what he's meaning. Might of dog, might be of. What does it mean? What does it mean that the decommission is whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? Elena, if you want to say that then Hayu Shalom Shafari, we already said that. We just said before that Apple has the ability to theologically decommission his enemies and the enemies of his friend. And a lot of the Obikohan, who might shit in a lot of the Obikohan, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural honor. Who might shit in the what is the non-worshipper? Heritage. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Gertosha Shmaminol, Gertosha Maminol. Let me see from here that a Gertosha has the ability to do the battle ultimately to theologically decommission of all desire. Incredible. Which the verse says, no. The only thing that will be the only actual. Rather, incredible, be the only person who decommission of all desire is an actual idol worship of himself. I have to commemorate. I knew Shalom Shafar. He said that he said that. Then the crisis will come. He's already said that. He's driving the mission. He's having his and his friends having his. You know what it says? Reisha is this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zet, is Zet Rapar, is Zet, Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two outcomes, right? And both worship Papa, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, outcome one can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And outcome two can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Pa'ar, his idol. Oh. The safest teacher is something different. Let's say one who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal. What's the knowledge over here? And Apple can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So what's it? So we can have this before. Number one, an Apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. Halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So you know what it says. Basically, again, no lie about a Gertosha. Right? So when it comes to a Gertosha, we still like the Gertosha. Any Gertosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he even not love it? It's kind of studying this. You know, so this is a Gertosha. What's a Gertosha? Worship Kiva Apsulas is now being more definition. What is the definition of the Gertosha? So Zed Kosher Kiva Love with the Gimel Chagilin, Shalom Nahamon, Avodas, Kamzigan. Meir says it's any Akum who is accepted himself in front of three Chavos. You know, what's it? Chaver, who you sort of use. So he's careful. Jesus is careful about to do. So in this context, the Gertosha just means it's based. Any kind of apple comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Gertosha. That's a Gertosha. Good. That's right now. What do you say? Proszę Kiba, Allah Sheba Mitzvot, Proszę Kiba, Allah Sheba Mitzvot, some say, and again, Hashem is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven Noah is that don't seem to apply the base. That's again for Hashem was explaining a lot, it makes it talk. Even Obian, Able to go with again, I'm not sure. I hate him saying, not sure if neither of these definitions satisfy the original definition. What is a good kosher? And what is a good kosher? Zeh, their ocean levels, should keep them along with only 12 mitzvahs and muras patorah, chutz, mitzvah levels. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a kosher? A kosher is someone ultimately again who eats that kosher, eats the levels, but he has accepted for himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It's like really not going to that definition of the that he's there, he accepted it for himself in front of the kosher country. It's not someone who accepted it for himself, Shabbos and Noah. Aaron, he has accepted it for himself all of the mitzvahs except for one of the kosher. He's not in that kosher. Incredible, incredible. So the Bible goes on, Yachad in Etzla, Yain, Tafilu Be'er Shalu Be'er. What's the Allah is you can constantly go on with the gift of like leaving within for a little bit of time, should say enough. You can leave within your life for a short amount of time, but you can't be constant within your life for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over here, Rashi says over here, we saw my gift of a new self actually so much even though Allah will not go on the asset, he will not go from us in the case of Allah. غير بعيد عن الله بتعقيد وليك ولباء الله. We say it's not a lot like a so ultimately you doesn't mind with him for short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because like it's certainly needs smart out the juice wine for his own okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as he said, look, once in the year for sure, you could lose it for sure, but not for a long time. Again, we're not to the INS, or not to the INS, because this will create idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his going from the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's winter, for a longer amount of time, it's Shlomo, Kiyeva. So it says, and Shlomo is like this one. What is that? Shmona taste the like oh Shana Mika Honey Yain. It's like opening one. It's like how long? Yengo Kishmano. Interesting enough that it will use it like this. What I saw that is again is wine, excuse me, is wine is like this oil. Just like this. Very interesting. Just like his oil is committed. So to ultimately again is water. Shmona B'Michael and Yeno Mutter Amor, Shmona Kodesh Shukla Shemla Kiyot, Hava B'Shtias. The words in the end is oil is like excuse me, oil is like this oil. The same that you get enough from this oil, you get enough from this water. You can't drink the wine yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from it. The sharp, cold rubber, ultimately, and for every other thing, are really important. He is like a he's like an apple. So shouldn't over Yeno Yain next. Relay water Shimon says this wine is like the Pesach, or others say ultimately again water ultimately again for consumption for Shimon. So it's actually because of it. We'll pick up the next section. Actually that's telling us let's finish this again. Telling us what do you see from there? Telling us we shard part by we see from there that apple is like an apple to here to shop is like an apple regarding every other matter. The light itself, ultimately again is the one that says that the shop is like an apple like everything else. What does that mean? Which it says love in the back of the gospel again, can't gospel again. So it doesn't matter because what's really again, how is something like a touch that stuff? That's how you try to figure out does it get touch up at your point to date idolatry, if you eventually decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Again, touch is unique. But I mean, other than that, he's like an actor. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Spirit, so too can a get touch up? So too can a get touch up? To which the Gemara says, no, no, that brings up, no. Litin the shus of the shus. No, actually, he uses the actually uses shots. What is he called? Shots because it opts to send them. The song, the word, the Shaman Shabbat, which was it. So just put eight of concepts. If you have multiple ones that are going to you cannot carry from a home into a familiar with the person who having like it essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the concept. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember that era is literally half the home is the concert, plus it's not. But I look at is if we have a Jew who did not join into the concert, he can yield his rights. Let's see if Shabbos started. I forgot to put this thing in moving right from this on the 8th. He can yield his rights to the only members of the house. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. Watch this. The Gemara says, "We saw them. The Shara Shabbos of the Shop. Mevato Rishus. Ultimately, again, we have the Yisrael, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael who so as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, and publicly keep Shabbos. Privately keep Shabbos. But at least in publicly keep Shabbos. What's that? Oh, the Vato Rishus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the meeting, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Shema Shara Shabbos of the Shop. In the Vato Rishus. But again, if you publicly violate Shabbos, then essentially like it is like an act where it's not enough to use his rights in the process of resident. Rather, you have to rent his rights. Make sure you slow most in the shows in the shows, right? You slow ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. But the other actually is like ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again we are saying that when you say so it's just God's going to case out over and of course how God's yield his right to the other residents. So over and on, you should see clear and hereby give over my rights. Right? My rights to the husband. Or you should see that we tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Or ultimately it works for the purposes that we Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew to be they talk this message. Many people it's just in general, like Elif Hatzilos, again, you need to be in position of Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident, you cannot participate, even on Shabbos, he can wield his rights, or being the back, or just simply negate his Jewish rights, and the husband and wife everywhere else to utilize in the even if he's in the Israel border, as long as he publicly comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield, or he can go ahead and by people, you have to go ahead and acquire this rights. When the Israel border is publicly a lower, is treated like a when we said before that their culture ultimately again is treated like a property for all other things, other components, with a gear culture. When you choose the culture one for the casinos, they must rent space the rights ultimately again of the gear culture. Now whether or not the gear culture could actually go on the Jewish Sarah, and there's a show say, we'll see tomorrow's staff. Shbet, you what is that? Any experience of this is for all of you. You should do that. great. So Sponsorship TV will tell all of you this morning begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual fund for sponsors. This is Shop and Rest of dedicated home featuring Brussels this year. This is this from sales to this for this year. And corresponds to the month of Abu and Florida Stephen already raising the honor of their parents. Israel raising Dina Drazer, and Rosenzweig, and Manuel of Stanley Rosenzweig, and Rafa. Are we the learning sponsors? Dr. Evan K. Wolf, National Yard Site are Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordecai Ben Radio Office. Don't be sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rachel Bas, the families in the form of Odense, the Finnish Shepherd, and Orleans, and our results be successful for our investment. Those with that, let us begin. Today's dot is Son of God, 64. Really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Son of Gino on the days 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. Also, Rav Nachman Ula, Adini Bar So again, Rav Nachman Ula, Adini Bar Papi, Bless what we hear about Ani Baban. We hear about Ani, the city with him. We must be Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, and yes, the Kali Hashem. Listen to the fascinating expression. Safra Lushba Yayi Nesa. What is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? Right, so if an Achim comes over to Ruben, so Ruben, I'm going to pay $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the religious mitzvah? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be asur. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the Ayanesa, or he's asking me to destroy the Ayanesa. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? We are Miriam Cable, the most big people. Us, this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. And I want the existence of it. The barrels was a great one. I would use the opportunity to break them and lose the prognosis. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS because I want it. Therefore, I'm going to get against the process, but look at actually just the moment. We are Miriam Cable, 3 months after the line actually. The strong cell notes it because of the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtablet, Shalom Lamb. I don't know whether Ruben doesn't want them to break on them. Actually, Shabbat Guru, he tells him us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about this, but right? The Jew actually wants the Yain message to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from Yain. And therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, oh dear, shopping. This is an instruction of Yain message, instruction of the result. This is a good thing. This is different. Sure, one can also remain in existence. But again, ultimately, to extract what the result is from the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar and Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother we should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and do that for Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see what this is. Let me prove to this. You should know that. Ain't ultra to a bit of so let's say again. The actual translation, right? Clients for giving so wheat, we had such a just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example, wheat and grapevines. That's what I would get. For giving mixture. So if the COVID problem is planting protein, the Jew can't go ahead and assist him in the ultra means like home. You know, need to see the third, they can't do it. They have a 60-40. About open remotely when you get it. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot something. Then I am allowed to do that shit. About open, להשליך על נקודות באף הגבולות ובקימושלי מעלה extra. Let's say I hire some names, this is silver. To me, they are planting flag, not okay. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even when we get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want his assistance on Kilai, because the flags are uprooted on their own, I lose out on my muscle. So Gemara says, so okay, from here, this is enough. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to doing it yourself. So there's a Savua, second line from the top 64. Savua Amar, it was a big one. So they keep this, they keep the Amar, and the kind of the line with it's very interesting to be people in general. Not only is there a prohibition to our friends, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of family, but you can't do anything that's sustained. For example, it actually plays out over here that let's say someone's planted a line, right? Upper line, and the upper asks you to put up a fence around the line. And the Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the line. Even though putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be possible for you to decide later. And in that case, the fact that it is covering the seeds with correct. So in that case, I'm trying to look at and give up this right and this stuff because there you're actively directly participating in driving the brand. The king of Kiva says, I'm kind. And the king says, only if you do anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. My friend W. Where should be Kiva? The frog, such for the Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Alisaraya, I'm going to publish a planting. Mekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? I'm a lomar, low Kilayim. As he says here, it's interesting over here. You guys making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, whereas actually kind of slicing the house like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's going to be possible. Kilo, Gemara says, Ve'ilu, when you look at Tesla Shari, ultimately interesting, you're not really going to give up. How do you burn the kiva? The prohibition ultimately is something that sustains it. Why not if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the kiva? So Pashto said, sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily, no. It doesn't be that way that rather, Amma, who's it? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to giving money shop. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon you want to put a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon holds that you can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting a kiva, like putting up a fence they hold trees and wood. So if putting up a fence is there, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get food for uprooting essentially it's not working. To which the Gemara says, Hafamas, is very interesting. Here, they call Alpha interesting. Where ultimately, again, I have uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. Just really, the Amar, lifting the hand, not resting us. Ultimately, the readings of the opinion, that I'm not allowed to be a favor from like he actually had this in the beginning of our most of the name. All the focus was most of the name. That's compliment people. He said, some people understand you can't free. You can't do something for happening for free. Even if the free favor is destructive of the you still can't do it. So you should be not just like that. You do that. Nishma Rabbi Akiva. The fact that you're setting this up for Yehuda, something that don't be executed, will not be permitted. we got also we can steal. It's Tesla shotgun. Commercial money. Here's the deal. When you says it's true, you can't do a fake so as to give a free good. You can't do a fake of it. But if you see things that we have on the side, that's absolutely good. It's a good thing. That's about Captain Benefit. I we are already keep it happening. I thought that's gonna be a keep on. I'm gonna be a keep on the time tonight, yeah? And then you take Tesla shotgun. See, so it's going to be a keep. Even though the keep was a more expensive approach to provision of plants. They're not looking at planting. Not looking at the actual planting itself. So we're going to plant to sustain it. We're going to be people agree to uproot the line to get rid of this irritability is absolutely permitted and you can get paid for that from nothing. Which the Gemara says is so low that if nothing else to go ahead and discuss it. It's not so it's great. This phrase is so good. This is like the Talmud equivalent of like pseudo that's it, we're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. So therefore what this means is ultimately, let's go for the circle. How do we start? This is supposed to start by the principle. And Abdul wants to break his barrels of Galileans. He asks Suri, he wants to hire you a Jew to go and break his own pay me $50 a barrel. No, I'm not to do that. So remember, on one hand, you can say, no, he says, therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the benefits and all this up. I'm just trying to play this out. But nothing said is do it and come up along. If it involves the destruction of the result of that matter is prohibited item, even though yes, I do want to continue the existence of the IMS that I get, I want to break myself, I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be completely done, so I want to do this. And nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and keep the proceeds of the destruction of the whole destruction. Zero destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. So nothing says you get paid and follow Allah. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea. And we're part of us in society. Living that way. And that is important. As members of society, we just general approach to living in a society. We should take the approach of living. And yes, it's not about religion. It's the law. Yet, more is it not? More is the state's judgment. And everyone else's lifestyle choices are really, and that's to a certain degree that has to be our original society. Another sort of teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root is inevitable. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. Sometimes then those norms become people ultimately again become incredibly good. That's where that uses this question of yes, destroy the INS, tunnel Allah left. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. It is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. It is fraught with incredible challenges. We see this in what think about such an incredible faith. As you think about the love of the nation of Israel, the state of Israel, it's moving on. And some of you think that like the rule would just apply force, like just fight. It's between the worlds, during and yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But the Muslim tells us sometimes it is a good and a good, and sometimes the Muslim says Yishbar and Tara. Sometimes you have that mentality of if the record is smash it, destroy it, and you do it, or ultimately the process is good, the process is good, the process is good. But ultimately we get to the side of the process, that's what it's really about. The Gemara goes like, when Hali speaks, so again, the same federal sitting, and they have to have a question, because Hali speak, and Hali like, we may have to ask from the other reasons to come out. So what's existence by the what happens if Apple sells his idol? So Apple sells his idol and he has, said $4,000, $7,000. Does that money independently accrue take on the same identity as the other subjects. Now, me professors done the other doesn't take on the identity, right? Doesn't take on the idolatry or not. So I'm going to so it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. So we stop with the yellow, let's become yellow, we become club. So nothing says, I think it's mental. I think it's mental. That is the three sources of everything. He has that money. That money does not lead to the idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane. Listen to this, right? Here's what nothing is. Dejando was also made Rava. These people who came up Rava, Honorable, Zidane, Rava, the Sudas guys is fascinating. So nothing's like this. These people came up Rava, where and person Rava, and they wanted to be friends. Rava told them, guys, before you convert, you need to sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then I wasn't there watching this stuff over here. Rashi says over here, look at Rashi, if you have the Suez guy, both of these guys, the Anafashim guy, will also do the Hamoras or Abishim Fell. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry of idolatry. Idolatry of idolatry, number one, can never be gay. Right? Can never have this potential. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert to the money is permitted. What do you see from that? Obviously, you see from that, if I let the money sell his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my title, we shouldn't have settled it yet, but let's go home and get out of the phone card so that the proceeds of the sale of our true in our hands of the is permitted. And the Joe Shiny was even the way God I bought in that case since the process of conversion, obviously not they're negating the theological burn. So I'm going to give the download is so that's how the process. Elevate up. Now the Gemara says here's the truth. The social emotion what we don't talk about. We look for a focus on problem day. I lent $1,000. So what happened? So the apple went and sold his apple. Right? We got me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yainess. And then he got me the proceeds of the sale. What's the law? What the ultimately again is going on. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. I'm thinking actually, what was your problem? Yainess and Ilafa. Let's say the acting same case, $1,000. They pay you, give it away, yeah, it's going to sell that. I am that proposal, so I'm going to sell my yes, I have that proposal. In that case, it's awesome. So again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item. I said, I have no idea. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved on. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nessa. They can come back with the proceeds. The proceeds are for either. I effectively wrote a rational. So what's the distinction? Like I said, let's use these two cases. Sheshas, safe from the shouldn't have probably make you also. So this is very interesting. So now this is the circle back of the previous circle. And here's the difference. The second piece, where the option says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue existence. I want to continue existence for one. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's process the process of us. And this is what's like. If you don't see the human key I got, that's what we just said before. That's what the numbers will say. When you want existence, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence of that. I will tell you how it says I want money. I want to continue existence of the INSF because I want money. But I'm not doing it to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? Not none. Here, it's like that. Here, what people call it. Shiyar Shua, the public. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted and one they're both they're actual brothers. One converted and one is ugly. So brother Ger, brother uncle. So what happens if your father died? Father, your uncle, father died, your father. So you guys get the estate. In the estate is idolatry, 90%. Let's say religion items. So Ger, so anti-Gainas, so brother Ger, they say to brother uncle, so brother, take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the stuff, and I'll take money and you can do that. Then you should go, and that's cool. However, then you should go, she's like, all of this piece of business, yeah, is not yet actually in possession of the items. Obviously, once that happens, it's like, well, whereas you guys can see, so you get so that's much more. Once it's really owns it, you're really very little. So as long as brother Bear has not yet taken possession of these items, he's not dividing up his estate. However, if brother Bear is in possession of his vessel, so let's say something with him, what he sees from my son, now in this case, brother Bear wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, the item itself, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Rabba Baruba Mafisena Lobos Mishnah. What's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about how I know that's what's made out of grapes, which means that grapes is still bad. So therefore, again, Mother Ger doesn't actually care for the names. It's plus even if the grapes, who cares? It still has value. Which the rest of that's fine. That works fine for Naila. How would you explain the case then of the idea that the Pharaoh's contract, so most of the things, Adrianic, so apparently the introduction comes out from here. Adrianic or sorbent. So here's going to be a wine or sorbent. You can take a shard of that somewhere, put it in water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if it has some great because the value is still the king. Which the rest of the other thing about, or what's it, people show that. One second, even if that's something that brother here doesn't care about that way, right? He does care about that, he still wants existence. Right? Papa, Lucius, don't bring a riot, for instance. We're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance. There, no. Shani Lucius, and there, the Akila Baran. Rabbis were making by Yerusha. In other words, normally, the United States perhaps in this case should be problematic. But halacha raisa, Chazal will make it by Yerusha. As long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the asset of the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? As if you take this, you take whatever it is, stuff, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a lie here? That people are Zera Sheming Yatsu. We are afraid that if we has to make a choice between his money to show and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. So that's not yeah. That's the reality is what we should choose for as well. There's a right there's a shopping. It's not says in certain places that the thief doesn't always have to return that which is victim should accept that stolen in order to go and facilitate the thief's creative the thief has to return everything that's what I just a part of some people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There is a choice between religion or faith. Yeah, he has to choose between Allah. And ultimately, again, as you shut, he made the effort to choose this solution. Again, not because of again, because it's human nature. So if it's not the one in that situation, they make a life better. Understand that often this kind of case, even that one state is comprised of many items. Many items, if allowed him to keep many items, it is brother. Also, anyways, kind of nothing else that's of this. I don't know when it is so, she is this illusion. Aber stark sowas. Wenn du gehst, dass ihr Business Partnership mit dir ausschließen von here, das heißt aber da ist für context of Lucia, and they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well. So you don't want to put the person on this floor and in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. Look, I think that's a kind of so we're going to all this is the same people that are sitting today. Another question. Garrett Tosha, Marshi, so let's say this is a very interesting case. Can it get Tosha? Can it get Tosha? Go ahead. And let's say, just before we go, just say that Chazal will make go back. Just see what is the majority of circumstances. However, it's structured in a way to make us succeed. That it almost should hold up. Wants us to succeed. Secrets of otherwise secret feel of much more very secret feel of yeah, it's probably waiting for us to see us. It's all waiting for us to mess up something. Levy some kind of punishment of business. That's a good feeling of truth. The emotional wants our success more than we want our success. Asal wants our success more than we want our success. All of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, even in the punishments, are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go and we make a mistake. But again, Ishmael understood what we need in order to be successful. Asal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how we go to a little greater opportunities that's this world doesn't expect. In this world, Chazal constantly successful. Another question. Other yes or no? Dear Kosha, not she had dollars to a strange teaching. Can a dear Kosha, go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, as the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, dear Kosha, what is it? What is it? What is about the definition of Kosha? Rashi points out to the top of the graph, dear Kosha, ain't no holding for this. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. Ubangiji Shalom is republic of Moshe. But again, he's like an athlete, everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. And he believes in a Mishpah, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's not true. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach Levat we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Only one who cover the day, I find maybe not to use it like this. Anyone who's only called a signing day, if you're in the parsha of an animal, then you can go back and this guy is in the parish. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parish of the country. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. Because I'm going to do that now, so I'm also definitely this stab up the color of the Basel Baruch and that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gertrude doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. That's the basic question. Listen, himself should have that information. So, went ahead and found idolatry. That's a marketplace. What's up? Actually, I'll pass you to what's extended. Remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the ship, working in the office. I see the full title sitting there. If I lift it up, that's probably right. Or what is required by you to essentially can't have the conditions. So what do? I should have said, so if I pick it up. Over the open book, I'll be with that. I call over, when you say thank you, call over, and say, yeah, upload anything to engage with this decommission, right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this book. It's permitted, however, again, we should pass on the other, ain't no form of the other, but again, at that point, you cannot be shalom, only no problem, not for avoidance, for problem shalom, shachadeh. No big deal, we have to decommission this Avodah or the Avodah office. They of God, they check whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And when he finds it, might of God, might of God, what does it mean? What does it mean? So, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Either way, if you want to say it's what it's talking about, then Harim Shalom Shachadim, you don't say, just as the Torah platform has the ability to theological information. He's having his own up, and he has his own up his friend. And a lot of God over in my ship, a lot of God over right? Ultimately, again, of God means natural act. In my ship, what does it mean? Non-worshiper, yes, oh. So who is able to go ahead and commission this? Both an actual. Get Tosha Shmamina, get Tosha Mamina. All we see from here, they get Tosha has the ability to be the background, ultimately, to the logical decommission of a design. Incredible. Which the Lord says, no, the only people that are going to be true. Rather, if I will be using it for decommission, it's actual idol worship. I come it, and you shall not suffer. He said already said that, and Christ has become it. He already said that unto God is decommissioned. He's having his own up in his own level. The Gemara says, Reisha, this is the next two different cases. Reisha, Zed, Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two actors, right, and both worship Alpha, or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, actor one can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And after two can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zealot Ba'ar Bizarre. Oh, the safest teacher something different. Let's get one who worships Marcus and one who worships Ba'ar. What's the reality over here? And actually, you can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so we're just flat up this detail. Number one, you actually can negate this whole idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it differently. So the Gemara says, basically again, no lie about a gear kosher. Right? So when it comes to a gear kosher, we still act as our Hashem. Can a gear kosher, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without trouble? Is a gear kosher? What's a gear kosher? Kosher kiva, so it's now being more definition. What is the definition of a gear kosher? So instead of kosher kiva, like if you do for freedom, shalom la'avod avodas v'chavdu. Meir says it's any akum who is accepted himself in front of three chavim. It wasn't chaver who stole it for chavim on the knees. Someone was careful. Someone was careful about two. So in this context, the conscious just means the food of a base. Anytime an apple comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get kosher. That's a get kosher. Good. That's what I mean. Come say, kosher kiva Allah sheva mitzvos. So kosher kiva Allah sheva mitzvos. Come say, and a get kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah time. He's not become don't seem to require days. That's a gear kosher. Shem is a God, the next is a gear kosher. Freedom only, able to go above the gear kosher. Not true. Freedom say, not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of gear kosher. What is a gear kosher? And that is a gear kosher. Zed, gear, from the velos, shall keep it along with any mitzvahs and mitzvahs by Torah. Chutz مئسر المقدس. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Gertosha? A Gertosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the nameless, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say three main approaches out there. Definition of the Gertosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in terms of the ways of Gertosha idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael. Chayrim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of conscience. He's Latin, not kosher. Incredible, incredible. And the Raisi goes on, Yachadim Etzlo, Yain, Ke'imat Etzlo, If you look at Air Sharubi Yisrael, what's in our local is, you could possibly go in with the Yosef Shaf, right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time, I should say you have to. You can leave within the line for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within the line for a long amount of time. So, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over there, Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach that the Musa actually moved so Rashi came over and even the Kala or no the Roman asset. So the Mago from us in the Hamad Jason of Rashi. Even the Ema and Rabbi Kach, even when he will be about Allah. He said, it's not a Muad like a Mizrash. So to him, he wasn't going with him for sure amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because what they serve in the may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, look what I said here for a shot. You could leave it in mind for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Get an opportunity I guess, or an opportunity I guess. This is repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, we may switch these around for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's good, for a longer amount of time, it's Shmano Kiyela. So it says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano tastes like the Shana, meat, the honey, yain. It's not properly run with his oil. Oil can't be used like that. So Ella, Yengo, Kishmano. Interesting enough that what he uses like this. And Allah, when I saw that ultimately again is his wine, excuse me, his wine is like his oil, just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I think it actually just means that's the Shmano Rumi Abigalis and Yeno Mutabana, Shmano Kodim Shokra Hashem Yakilo Abishtias. It doesn't mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil, but the same that you get enough from his oil to give enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine of the Shop, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp called Gover, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. First of all, Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yainu, Nasa. Relay, Mutter, Shimon says, this wine is like Yainu Nasa, but others say, ultimately, again, it is Mutter, ultimately, again, for consumption, for sure. So this will actually cause up the we'll pick up the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see from there? The sharp part of the Republic we see from the other book, it was like an apple, to shop was like an apple regarding every other matter. Reminding us, ultimately, again, it doesn't mean when we say that Kedusha is like an apple. What does that mean? First, the Kedusha says, love, and the back of the gospel clothing, can't have a gospel clothing. So it doesn't matter, because there's really again, every stuff in like their Kedusha. So that started if you try to figure out, does it get Kedusha to negate idolatry? If you actually decommission idolatry. So now you just got finished. But in this respect, your Kedusha is unique. But the other matter is like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that on his own, so too can it get Kedusha? So too can it get Kedusha? To which the Gemara says, no, leaking the shus without the shus. No, actually, it means something else. It means actually Shabbos. What is the top of Shabbos? Was about to speak December. We saw more. The Shabbos was also Erev Hasanis. If you have multiple homes that open up into you cannot carry from a home into that home. Somebody wants to work out without anything else. Right? Erev essentially means the collective fruit of all of the inhabitants of Chatzar. They join together and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. They were and if they pass the homeless the cluster, cross into the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into so he can use his rights. Let's say Shabbos started. He forgot to participate in he forgot to participate in it. He can yield his rights to the other members of the council. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights from him. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So that's just the Gemara says, Yisrael, Yisrael Shabbos Yisrael, Levata Lushus. Ultimately, again, the other Yisrael, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, to hostage. So as long as it's still the Jew, he's not right? As long as it's still the right, and publicly keep Shabbos, privately keep Shabbos, but at least in public keep Shabbos, so what's the halacha? Without delicious, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the eating, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in a place. Shame Shabbos is a show, in without delicious, but again, just to publicly violate Shabbos, and essentially like I said, he's like a doing it, it's not enough for him to yield his rights on the consequences. Rather, you have to rent his rights. Meishanu, Yisrael, no sin Yishos in the Yishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, and the other having actions. By custom, ultimately, and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the word saying that when we say, so that's just lost in the case of, over a lot, so say, how does yield, for example, yield is right to over his rights? So, over a law, you should see communal. I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights to the constitution. Or, you should see, you would tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents required the rights of this non-participatory Jew to be participating in the Europe. They talk discussed many people sources. And just in general, about Europe potatoes, again, you read the constitution of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or being Levant, or just simply negate his ownership rights from the person that has everyone else to be allowed to participate. Even if he's in the strong ruler, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead and or he could. By Apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the strong ruler who is publicly a ruler is treated like a full circle. Once I said therefore, when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like a purpose. But all other things Jews, with a ger kosher, you are choosing the first one to make it clear of zeros, they must rent space, they must rent rights ultimately again of the ger kosher. Now, whether or not the ger kosher actually running the Sarah, we're going to say, you'll see some other stuff. Shpek, everyone, what about every kind of experience that this is from point of view, which everyone was like a great opportunity to tell all of you this morning to give I thank you all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. Thank our annual conference. Let's wish up the verses of thank you to publishing Russia's this year. This is Christmas sales tickets for Israel. And corresponds to the month of Av, Abraham, and Clovis Peter, and Jason in honor of their parents, Israel Jason, Dina Drazen, Dean Moses, right in memory of Stanley Moses, right in Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, promotion of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, father of Mordecai, Ben again for a minute of us. One of the sponsors for today, Cherry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Russell Glass. The families in the almost neighbors were shot and killed, controlling the French revolution, and resistance, and all of us to be shadow and color, and our resources successful follow us. And as we got to us being today's map is San Carlos 64. Really incredible map to us today. We are picking up on San Diego and days 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs on the also we're not doing the rule of our copy. So again, we're not doing the rule of our copy. That's what we hear about having the bank. We hear about having the city with them. We also have a right. We asked the following question. This is a fascinating situation. Suffer Lishbar Yaines what is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayinis? Like if the Iranians Akum comes over to the United States, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. You need to be able to smash these barrels of yayinis. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive or to accept to keep the wages in the process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity. We're dealing with items that themselves may be assurance. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the IMS, but he's asking me to destroy the IMS. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's that about? We are mere gave the Lord's big Uma awesome. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IOS. Why do I want the existence of the IOS? Because if I was to break on the phone, I would lose the opportunity to break in and lose the IOS. So more interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IOS because I want it. Therefore, I'm going to get next to choices, but we could actually just wait. We have been on Kiva, we learned that the one on Rashi. The Israel Zealots, the Kiva Shachar Yosef, Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishkabu, Shalom Land. I don't know how Reuben doesn't want him to break on the phone. Actually, Shabbat Reuben, he calls for us. So let me say that since the Jew actually wants, it's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesek to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from Yain Nesek. And therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the destruction of the Messiah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, what else in existence, again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is from the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be a fascinating child. I don't know. So the Rahman says, Yishbar the Mahmoud says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go there, you have to do that as a Torah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see evidence. Let's bring it to this. Let's shoot it on that. Ain't urgent and not big information. So let's say again, an absolute transplant, my plan is for doing this. So wheat, that's actually just 2 days ago. Wheat, and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farmers. That's the how we get it. So we're looking for bidding next year. So if the public becomes planting Colombian, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist you in the planting. Ultra means like, oh, you know, we need to see the third. They can't do that. How about some valid 64? Okay, we won't be able to get it. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. Then I am allowed to do the action. להשליך על איגון באחר הבדלות שביקרו בשני אקמי עליך שהקבוצתי אקמי פיירס and it's listen silver to me they very pleasant I never get but let's say again he asks me to uproot it I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai right and I want the existence of Kilai because if the flags in the upper level oh I lose out on my side so Gemara says so it appears from here, this is a But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second line from count 64. Savua Amar, who's a payment. So the key is the Amar and the kind of the Kilayim look. It's very interesting. The key of holders in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant items, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of protein, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. For example, it actually points out over here that let's say someone's going to be flying, right? I'm going to fly, and asks you to put up a fence around the country. And the Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of killing. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be awesome. It sounds very well. And Nafish means reading. The fact that means covering the seed. So Nafish and the front of the look at and get out the strength because again, this time because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of land. The Kiva says actively training. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the plant, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. For verses 9 and 8. Where is the Kiva? Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazarah, I'm going to publish the planting. Nekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, that even like putting up the fence? Amalemar, low Kilayim. So what's it? So it's interesting over here. The Lord's making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Lord's actually kind of slicing the concept of low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be special. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, the middle they tefla shari. And ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately can say that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kiva? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that in the rather, who's the king? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be opening a field meaning very shocking. But that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon even to put a fence. Because Rabbanon only can be a keeper. Rabbanon only can be planted. They'll actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supply of putting a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting it. So sure it's not going to be. Which the Gemara says, Hachamaskin of this very interesting was the case over here, the Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the point. Not just for the Yehudi, the Amar, meeting Lahem Matnaskinam Asr. Ultimately, the Yehudis of the opinion that Allah and myself who are not allowed to do a favor from him. Like he actually has the meaning of it. So Allah said for me, so all the focus what Allah said for me means. That is mean compliment them and give them a skin on the Yehudi says, don't do that this way, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of all this, you still can't do it. So the Shemar says, Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. The fact that you're saying it's not going to Yehuda, something according to Rabbi Akiva, is not be permitted. Yehuda, Asra, Litima, and Makasima. Aval, Nehute, Tifla, Shakir. Gemara says, no, according to Yehuda, and Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so as to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for a but to do something to uproot our desire, that's absolutely commitment. That's a proof. That's a objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nabi. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind of lying about that. And the Ute Tifla Shakir. And you say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not really clean up planted. That's when you can't see the actual planting itself. But you people would put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Isser, to make it prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from you. Which the Gemara says is so low in there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's supposed to be. This phrase, Sulomini, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. You know, Sulomini. You know, that's it. We're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is, ultimately, now let's go for sort. How did you start this? This all started by the case of an Alpha wants to destroy, wants to break his powers of Yahweh. He asked Sonia, he wants to hire you, a Jew, to go and break his will to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so I'm not allowed to do it or not. So remember, on one hand, he could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yahweh. I'm benefiting from the Holy Zara. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Holy Zara. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, of that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the Quran to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get paid for them and keep the proceeds because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of the prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And so Matthew says you get paid and cover Allah's incredible. I will say there is it really is such an interesting idea because kind of a part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in great society, we should go and take an approach of living. Yes, you know what? It's not that religion is the way, nor is it the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or behaviors. Live and let live. That to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Rebbe uses this Ashna. Yes, destroy the INS and tunnel Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for you think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's really evil. And some of you would think that like we would just rise up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, or Tabarov. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tabarov. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is reliant. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really about. The Gemara goes out. We're Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same federal sitting. And they ask the question, was Hadri Yasvi becoming by like, may I have this become Yahweh or Hadamah? So that's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now something for $1,000. Does that money, independently, take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mitofes has done that reality. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm doing nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing is we start with the nail, what's called the Arabic, so nothing says, I think it's more to it. I think it's more to it. That is a source is idol. And he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just money being away. Listen to this. So here's nothing's proof. Another also made the Rabbi. There were these people who came up to Rabbi another one. Zivin Qamad the Istafu, the seal scouts. This is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came up to Rabbi and what happened was in Rabbi and they wanted to convert. I haven't told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. Let's watch over here. And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the Suez guy. All these guys, the African guy, also don't talk about all this stuff. Because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry by Jew. Idolatry by Jew, number one, can never be gay, right? Can never have this identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that the local money sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, well, we shouldn't have got sober, then we have the next one, we got to be proceeds of the sale of idolatry on the hands of the who is permitted. I have been ashamed of some feeling that I feel away, God, I bought in that case, since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the murder. So how can we the fact that he's up? So maybe that's why the person's hello me out. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the picture. We search by Moshe Mother. Mother, although those folk are in the I learned Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yaines in the same case, I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He said this guy in it, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter, ultimately again it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Hunting you actually let's say I can sing case, $1,000. They still already pay you. Give me the radio, I'm still to sell my own. I don't have the process. I'm going to sell my own. Yes, I got the process. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy. I know what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved to case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my NSF. Then he comes back with the proceeds are prohibited. I effectively know my generation, my choice. So what's the distinction? I understand what's using these two cases. See from the Shumba, how do you make kilos of the So this is very interesting. So now we see the circle back that we did for the previous city. I'll show you some difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the continued existence of the wine, because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds of us. And this is what if you notice it, if you look here, I got them. So we just said before, I think that's what the Lord will say. When you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the idol sells it for money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be possible? But now, here is what it's like. So your Shua, me and Kobe Force, this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted and one they're both acting brothers. One converted and one is slugged. So brother Ger, brother Akon. So what happens? His father died. His father died. So he wants to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permanent others. So Ger, no called Akon, no mouse. So Akon Yain as Akon. So brother Ger could say to brother Akon, so, brother, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the idols, and I'll take the money and potatoes. If you do that, then you should go, and that's committed. However, then you should go, it's just like your husband, obviously. Only this presupposed that it's not yet actively taking possession. That's much more common. Once the Jew only owns it, the wouldn't carry the so as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, there's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Ger took possession of his vessel, so this is something here, and what do you see? The Halach Lemaisa, now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, the idols, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says it's made out of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains mostly, even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Lord says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of the idol itself? The Pharaoh's country, so this is very Adrianic person. So apparently, he actually points out that the Adrianic person that ultimately absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the person that absorbed wine to a degree, which you can take a shard of that personware, put it in water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't care if the casts great doesn't make it. It's usually the value is still retained. Which the investor will say, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But he does care about it because it's still lost, so he still wants it to continue existence. The Rushas Hager Kama, not bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Rushas Hager, Kilo Barah. Rabbis will make it by the Rusha. In other words, normally, the US says perhaps this case should be problematic. But Halacha Raisa, Chazal will make it by the Rusha. As long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he was the continued existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? That people are Zera Shemi Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his sacrifice. And we're saying that's not only not going to get, that's a reality for you. We've seen this before as well. For example, I was son of the prince of China. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept that he stole by the crime in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. Right? If the thief has to return everything without really it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Like money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, just things are like and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and we're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal put all in that situation, therefore they make it by care, and you're saying that often these kind of cases are going to happen in a state that is comprised of committed items and committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all the whole what's happening with this? I know nothing nice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirsh, in case of Yerusha. About Mishnah to Asur. And in the case, let's say the business partnership will be Asur. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they were not going to be allowed to occur in the context as well. Because we don't want to put the person in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. Other Yosef Level. So remember again, all this is the same people or mother singing together. Another question that Ger Tosha now she back for Avodas. So let's say this is what I look at. Can a Gertosha go ahead and let's say just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make it back again, just so you understand the tremendousness of this is. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Gomer Shalom wants us to succeed. And sometimes we have a very skewed view of the Hashbach, a very skewed view of Halacha. That Hashbach was waiting for us to mess up, so we could see this. He was all waiting for us to mess up, so we could level step over punishment against us. That's a good faith in the truth. But emotional wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all the halachas, all of the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not to see us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Israel understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how people know that you have many greater opportunities for that's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly opening for successes. Another question. Other years in Canada, Ger Tosha, Marshe Batman's so it's a very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an Aku has the ability to negate his Avodah Zarah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological